Are we live? Wait for it. Wait for it. Is it that? Is it? Oh, there it is. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're having a wonderful day. If you're watching this and it does not say live at the bottom of the screen, unfortunately, you're watching the recaps. The good news is we are live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before opening. Drop your thumbs up on the video. Make sure you're subscribed. You're on mobile. Press hot chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly watch list and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts boot camp and real estate course. But ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to an exciting second week of the year. You're actually getting a lot of movement already. Not only are we going to get earnings, CPI, and Jerome Powell this week, but there's a lot of updates overseas, everything from Japan, but really down to China. They're reopening, even the Hang Seng Index. I know I say it a little weird, but they went up about 3% already, and it's looking pretty active. So you're going to get a couple of pre-market movers. You're going to get a couple of earnings. I think a little bit they're going to trickle in here, and then you're even getting a bunch of announcements here with employment, the banks, and all of that. But this will be bank stocks this week, Powell tomorrow, and then CPI. So Chattadonia, I hope you had a good weekend. I hope you are well rested. Take a look at where the market is at. I think we're up 2.5% to start the first week, and a lot of people are excited about that already. So, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you are locked and loaded. I hope you're ready for a good one. I hope you got a good balance in play, too. And Chattadonia, good morning. Oh, how are you? What's up, Daniel Garcia? What's up, Kira? What's up, Matthew Orman? What's up, RB? Let's go. Trapper Wolf in the house. Hey, man. Oh, Danny. Danny, he on top of the nose, man. He ready to go, baby. Gunnar. No lateral. Carissa Hines in the berries, baby. Adrian and Malone, baby. Laker J. Good morning, baby. XO3, Byron, Chad Got Ham, Uncle Terry, Clint, Persian Allah, Matthew Orbit again, baby. Oh, Romeo, Destroyer, Bruce B. Good morning, Chattadonia. How you living? Santiago, Natalie, Sunkissed, Anton. Oh, my gosh, the chat is brighten. You guys are ready to go, huh? Oh, good morning. God bless you. What's up, Ari? What's up, baby? What's up, Jay Reyes, Numerix? What's up, Doppler? Oh, Void, Lost on the Narrow, Saraz, Lee Marshall, Johnny, Sylvester, Astro, Mokat, Gary, good morning, baby. Oh, Judah, the Lion of Judah. Oh, good morning, baby. What's up, Manny? Oh, Chattadonia, they ready to go this morning. Look at y'all. Charlie in that tray. He said, we here, baby. Hey, man. Oh, Michael Fell. Good morning, baby. Blizzy B. Sizzler. Picky Audie. Good morning, Chattadonia. What's up, G's? Good morning. Good morning. Dispassionate. Good morning. Oh, well, GG. Good morning. Daniel. Buster. Laurie. Oh, man, Chad, y'all showed out today, huh? Oh, that's beautiful. That's beautiful. What better way to start off? Look at all the chats ready to go. Week number 2. China moving the market. The earnings are about to start. The CPI, the Powell. And you know what else we got, Chattadonia? Yeah, you guys are too hyped this morning. We got to get the random play. Let's go. Lord bless it. Chad, let's go. The random play has been good. You guys know we haven't added to it at all. You know that, right? This is the same $500 from 2019. Or I guess 2020. I guess we started I thought we started 2019. Oh, Cardis Hopk. Random picks. Ford, $17 call. January 2024. All right, I'm down with it. Let's go. He said Ford out the money. That's blessed. I like it. Let's go. And you guys know there's some gold plays in. I don't know if I've showed you this, but so 2 for 3. I think we have what? There's like we did $3 plays and then 1 gold play. And then the gold play is hitting. The dollar play hates us. Even if you got a dollar put, they still hate us. But that gold play has been hitting. So let's go, man. Let's go. We have not added to it. I like it. Yeah, $17 Ford call for January 24. Let's go. Let's get a little time in there. I love time. You know what I'm saying? Time is of the essence. They said you can't get more of it. It actually is expendable. It actually is expendable the right word? I don't think it is. So, Chad, good morning. I hope you're ready for a good one. We're going to have a lot that we're going to deal with here. It should be fun. If you saw last week, and we are actually going to be getting the start of the JP Morgan Health Conference as well, too. So I'm sure we're going to get a lot of movers in the meantime. I'm glad you're here. Make sure you drop that thumbs up on the video. Make sure you balance out that budget, and let's have a good one. But to get to the news, my friends, Goldman They will be cutting about 3,200 jobs this week, a person familiar said, embarking on one of the biggest ever rounds of reductions. More than 1/3 will come from their core trading and banking units. The firm is also poised to unveil financials tied to a new unit that houses its credit card and installment lending business, which will record a record $2 billion in pre-tax losses, not gains. Morgan Stanley COO John Pruzan, this actually just happened like 10 minutes ago. Longtime lieutenant of James Gorman and once considered a candidate to succeed him as CEO, is exiting. Pruzan, who's leaving at the end of this month, departs after a 28-year run that is including a 6-year stint as the CFO. With Pruzan's exit, the list of potential successors has been whittled down to Ted Pick and Andy Saperstein. The firm's co-presidents and CEO frontrunners Dan Simakowicz, the investment manager chief, is also in the running. Credit Suisse is a loan to a deal to buy Michael Klein's advisory boutique after several rounds of talks. People familiar said, as part of the agreement hashed out in recent days, the bank will value the firm founded in the incoming head of their first Boston spinout at about a few $100 million. Futures started the week off on a positive note following stocks in Europe and Asia higher as optimism about China's reopening and expectations on slower rate hikes. The MSCI Emerging Market Index is on track to enter a bull market after surging more than 20% from their October low. Treasuries fell and the dollar weakened against major peers. Oil rose and gold gained with most other metals. Brazilian assets retreated after supporters of Jair Bolsonaro stormed government buildings, boosting political volatility. Future contracts on the benchmark Ibovespa equity index fell in São Paulo, with the iShares MSCI Brazilian ETF down in pre-market. The real fell 0.6 to lead losses against the 16 major currencies tracked by Bloomberg. Strategists' crystal balls have been dusted down. Goldman's David Kostin expects more downgrades to consensus EPS. Revenues may have risen 8% last quarter, while margins fell 11%, excluding energy. S&P is expected to fall 5%, driven by 134 basis points of margin compression. Morgan Stanley's Michael Wilson, who said investors should look to sell S&P at 3,900 before what's likely to be another weak earnings season. Market Live poll shows that most investors expect the earnings season to push the S&P 500 down. On the macro front, JP Morgan's David Kelly sees inflation continuing to ease, and Ed Yardeni puts the odds of a soft landing at 60%. He's usually pretty bearish. That's actually pretty interesting. Alibaba jumped more before the bell on the announcement that Jack Ma is ceding control of Ant Group, further retreating from his online empire after China's tech crackdown. There was even news that some Chinese officials said the tech crackdown is pretty much over. So again, China stocks are absolutely killing it again today. Apple exported more than 2.5 billion of iPhones from India from April to December, almost twice the previous fiscal year total, people familiar said. From eBay to Porsche, Bloomberg identified 50 companies that warrant a closer look. Based on that list, it includes contrarian views and coming catalysts for change. More on the big take. Crypto is showing signs of life. A gauge of the top 100 tokens are up 6% this month, outperforming bonds, stocks, and gold. That's a faint heartbeat. The patient's not dead. In IG's Australia, Tony Sycamore said Coinbase was among crypto-related stocks to gain, but a reminder of risk. FTX's former U.S. President Brett Harrison said he'll share more about what he knows in time, and U.S. authorities are said to be digging into financial dealings of Barry Silber's crypto empire. There are 13 companies looking to sell fresh debt in the U.S. High-grade primary market today. Underwriters said RBC kicked off sales in New York with a benchmark-size offering in 4 parts to raise about $3 billion. China's government is considering recording a quota for special local government bonds this year and widening the budget deficit target. People familiar said the authorities are discussing a special local bond quota up from 3.8 trillion won, higher than the previous record of 3.75 trillion. They are mulling a deficit target around 3% of GDP for 2023. And then implied bearish price action from a looming death cross formation holds little comfort for the dollar. Judging by netted out positioning, it's looking like the bearish conviction has already taken hold and will require further little encouragement, with the currency trading below the 12-month support line after the payroll data. A 25 or 50 basis point Fed hike may hardly turn its fortunes around. So the dollar is about to do a death cross. But usually that could be a sign at the bottom. Okay, we'll see what happens. 11:30 today, you're going to get 57 billion of 13-week bonds and 48 billion of 26-week bills. 12:30, you're getting Fed Bostic. 12:30, you're also getting Fed Dolly. 3 p.m., U.S. November consumer credit. And then 5 p.m., Biden to meet Mexico's AMLOAD. Earnings include Jeffries. The week ahead, U.S. inflation for December on Thursday may show the headline rate slowing to 6.5 and the core easing to 5.7. It was mostly due to China's ugly COVID-0 exit and warm winter, not rate hikes, but may give the Fed food for thought on whether to pause or consider cutting. Cautionary notes, consensus sees the month-on-month of core picking up to 0.3. So this is going to be the key for inflation this week, because as people are expecting inflation to drop on the year over year, the month over month core, which is kind of sticky, that's actually expected to go up at a decent pace. So we will see, my friend. Jerome Powell, Andrew Bailey, and Tiff Macklem are among those speaking at the first Global Monetary Policy Conference this year, tomorrow in Sweden. The symposium on central bank independence also includes ECB Isabel Schnabel and Harvard professor Kenneth Rogoff. China's COVID surge probably hammered new lending last month and also ate factory production. Kevin McCarthy deal with GOP dissenters puts defense spending on the chopping block. Kevin McCarthy finally got the votes to become the House Speaker, securing election only because 6 GOP dissenters switched from opposing him to abstaining. That puts him on notice that any 5 can block legislation not supported by Democrats or oust McCarthy if they disagree with the compromise he strikes. McCarthy has pledged to champion the federal spending cuts, strengthen border security, and counter the woke indoctrination. Joe Biden was confronted at the El Paso airport by Texas Governor Greg Abbott, who demanded a hand-delivered letter that the administration act immediately to stop unauthorized immigration. Biden was visiting the southern border for the first time as president. He now starts a 2-day visit to Mexico City to meet with AMLO and Justin Trudeau. Federal District Governor Abinus Rocha was ordered by top court justice to be removed from the office for 90 days for his responsibility in the unrest he probed. Slower UK inflation is not a given this year. Rishi Sunak told the BBC curbing price gains is his top priority. That's why he resisted public sector pay demands. Bank of England official Catherine Mann said price caps on energy may be sparking inflation in other sectors by boosting consumer spending. UK union leaders from various sectors began talks with Sunak in a bid to avert further strikes. The nation will get mild respite from the rail strikes this week. German industrial output rose 0.2 in November, but fell year on year, missing estimates for both. Switzerland's government will not receive a payout of SMB for 2022, as the central bank expects an annual loss of 132 billion francs, the biggest in their 116-year history. And that's not only because of their tech stocks, it's because of their currency purchases. Overseas Chinese started returning home after quarantine requirements ended yesterday, even as a COVID outbreak prompted Germany to warn against travel to the country. The reopening is seen boosting Hong Kong's economy, which may grow faster than Singapore. The Bank of Japan is likely to end yield curve control between April and June, according to Mitsubishi UFJ Morgan Stanley. The prediction mirrors growing expectations that the decision last month to double the 10-year ceiling to 0.5 was just the first step of more policy changes. Meanwhile, the Bank of Japan is considering raising its inflation outlook at their meeting this month, Kyoto reported. China boosted gold reserves again in December 30th by 2,000 tons after its first reported purchase in more than 3 years. Total FX reserves rose by 10 billion to 3.3 trillion. Taiwan said exports fell 12% year on year, and the pace of declines is likely to accelerate given global inflation and China's COVID surge. Bulk carrier that ran aground in the Suez Canal was refloated and is being towed by tugboats. Nearly 20 ships were stopped from traveling south, will resume their voyages with minor delays. Russia's flagship Ural Oil is selling for less than $38 a barrel. Argus data showed less than half international prices and way below the G7 imposed price cap. Too low price levels raise the risk that Moscow may respond with threats to cut production. Commodities jumped on China reopening optimism. WTI rose the most in 2 weeks. China issued 112 million tons of oil import quota on the second batch of allocations for 2023. Zinc was among leading gainers in base metals, and gold extended their advance. Soybeans climbed as Brazil's harvest got off to a slow start. Deal makers see a quick rebound in U.S. healthcare and M&A. J.P. Morgan's Mike Gatto expects recovery for medical technology and life science and diagnostic. AstraZeneca will buy Syncor Pharma for as much as $1.8 billion cash to gain a promising new treatment of hypertension. And Goldman to cut 3,000 jobs. Intel Israel CEO steps down. Visa raised to overweight at KeyBank 210 price target. Microsoft price target cut to 247 from 265 at Piper Sandler. Goldman Sachs price target raised to 350 from 325 at UBS. And No More Noma one of the world's top restaurants that turned Copenhagen into a culinary destination, has given notice it'll close. Chef owner Rene Redzepi said it's possible to make the math of fine dining work for almost 100 employees and himself. Take notice, foodies, the closing won't come until 2024. Formula One has a message for women. We want you. Only 5 women have completed an F1 in the last year to start the race, was Layla Lombard in 1976. Organizers seem to have realized it's time for a change, and they're introducing the F1 Academy, a racing series and training program for women. Big bonuses. Evergreen Marine Staff, the Taiwan company, is handing out year-end bonuses equal to 50 months' salary on average after revenue soared amidst pandemic buying spree. A person familiar said, but not everyone's happy. Shanghai-based employees complained about unfair treatment after they got smaller rewards. The Houston Texans fired coach Lovie Smith after they finished the season 3-13-1. Jeez, that's awful. The AP reported its second season in a row the team has tossed the coach. Feeling much more love on the weekend was Damar Hamlin as the NFL paid tribute to the player in the hospital. The Bills won 35-23 over the Patriots, added to the mood. Megan thrilled the weekend box office with better than expected $30 million debut. The Universal horror film took number 2. Next to Avatar, which took in another $45 million. People who see Paris as a stodgy museum city may rethink as it makes a bid to steal the spotlight from London to reclaim their place to the top of the European art scene. The city has major new fair, growing number of important galleries and museums. And on this day in history, the RMS Queen Elizabeth rolled over and sank in Hong Kong Harbor in 1972 after a massive firefighting effort failed to save it. The ship launched in 1938 and was first used in World War II for troop transport before carrying transatlantic passengers. She was retired in the late 60s and sold for conversion to a floating university before it burned during a retrofitting in Hong Kong. James Bond fans will know its wreck served as MI6's covert HQ in The Man with the Golden Gun. Yeah, that's an interesting one. So let's hopefully we don't have no burning ships. No burning ships. Okay, Jerome? Okay, Jerome in the Fed? Thank you. Thank you. Amen. Oh, Chad Schaefer. Welcome, baby. How you living, Chadadonia? How you feeling, man? You feeling good? I hope you're feeling good. But Chadadonia, that is our news. Where are my pre-market movers? Why they play at me on the pre-market movers, bro? Hold on, can I get some pre-market movers? I feel like if I just talk about it, it'll show up. It's not showing up, though. Hold on. There's a lot, though. There's actually a lot. Let me see. So I got levels for you. So here's some levels in the meantime. My pre-market not showing me. Come on, Habibi. Habibi, you usually pre-market. You know? Lulu, that's one. I know they got a downgrade. See, you guys are ahead of it. A lot of biotechs. Pre-market. No. Where is it? Why they do this to me, man? Okay, let me find. Move here. No, okay. It's not loading, Habibi. I'm sorry. Okay, maybe I have to go to the bathroom. And then I'll come back with pre-market movers. And then you tell me your place. This sound good? This sound great. Okay, I'll be right back. Okay, I love you. God bless you. We'll be right back. Okay? Okay. Follow me on Instagram at the trading.
Congratulations and Godspeed.
Very loud.
Well, that took a while. Speaker McCarthy winning the gavel after a historic 4-day battle. The House returning to business amid a potential hurdle over the rules package. This coming as President Biden travels to Mexico City to meet his Mexican and Canadian counterparts. Our team coverage begins right now with AMH in Mexico City and Emily Wilkins in Washington. Anne-Marie, first to you. Walk us through the president's agenda through the next couple of days.
Well, Jonathan, this afternoon he's going to be joining along with First Lady Jill Biden, really just a welcoming ceremony by AMLO. And then him and AMLO will have the Mexican president, Andrés Manuel López Obrador, more colloquially known as AMLO. They will have their own bilateral meeting. And really the focus of this meeting, Jonathan, is going to be migration. They just struck this deal last week that the president announced. Mexican officials are also on board with this deal. On top of that, another big one is going to be shared security. And the White House talks about the fact that they are going to talk about the fentanyl crisis. Mexico, Jonathan, you can imagine, is going to point to the fact that they just got a huge arrest with El Chapo's son, which the U.S. has put pressure on Mexican authorities because they consider him one of the major traffickers when it comes to fentanyl. This is a huge issue in the United States with John Kirby, Admiral Kirby of the National Security Council, talking about the fact on Friday that since August, they saw an increase, and what the Border Patrols have been able to take in is 20,000 pounds of fentanyl. On top of all that, when it comes to the drug trafficking, migration, then they will talk about trade. One of the big disputes Canada, Jonathan, and the United States have with Mexico some nationalist policies when it comes to energy.
Emily, 2 points there. The first one was the border. The second one was trade. The Republicans want to focus firmly on the first one, on the border. Emily, how united do you think Republicans can be in the year ahead?
Well, certainly
United. Chatadonia. I hope you guys are ready. Again, no CPI. CPI's on Thursday. This is all the Monday. Believe it or not, there's actually not much today. We're reacting to a lot of the China news and kind of that reopening and then a little bit of good spirits so far. I mean, we'll see if it holds up after the cash open here. But for the most part, it's going to be Powell tomorrow, a little bit more data on Wednesday, and then CPI on Thursday, not to mention all of the earnings. So you got a lot of upgrades and downgrades, though, and that's kind of part of it today. But Chatadonia, talk to me for a second, man. I don't have the pre-market movers. We'll get them here in a second, but you got to tell me what's going on, man. What's going on? What's your first play of the day, Chad? Mods, feel free to ban anything not serious. Keep it serious. I don't know. You guys should be excited. You should be excited and serious, though. This is a very good start so far to the month. This is our first weekly gain in a month, actually. I think this is the first time in a whole month or longer we've had a weekly gain on the market. So what do we got, baby? 150 Tesla, waiting on Powell, SPY calls, long on the ES, EEM put, Uber calls, Visa calls, looking at Boeing, first play is observing, UVXY puts, Lulu 280 puts, SPY calls, Tesla 240, coins, SPX calls, 3865 bounce, or 3865, 365, September 16th, Tesla calls, Apple calls, Tony calls, Sony calls, not Tony the Tiger, they're great, Tesla QQQ, BBBY calls, ASML, LRCX, AMAT, eyeing the laggards and buying calls, Baba puts, end of the day, Tesla puts, Boyle calls, AMD, SPY puts, paper trading ES, riding Tesla, BBBY, UUP shares, maybe. Patience is my play. Amen. Pound long. ES long. SPY puts. SPY profit. Patience. Your calls. Uber. SPXU short and long. Adding to the long term. Google 83. CTRM. CHRS calls. Amazon above 87. TSM call. Coin calls. TTD shares. BRKey Bay. BRKey Bay. B. Airbnb. Google calls. Chillin. Mara calls. Amazon. Amazon. Apple. AMD. Low. SPY puts. INTDOC. Healthcare conference. Amazon calls. TQQQ, SNY puts, CVX, long-term plays only, BBBY shares, DIDY shares added to the position. I'm gonna just throw Origin up there for you, too. That's it. Oh, did I get back to him? I have a story for you. I hope they include it. PRVB, shit ton of BBBY, ETH coin long right now. TSM calls, earning. Josh calls, selling forward. February 23 puts, SPY puts, watching XO1 for the short. VXUS calls, maybe nibbling on some Mega Millions. Calls on China and UNG. Hope you guys get well soon. Amen. Yeah, I know a lot of people got sick over the weekend. Whale watching. Netflix calls, XLE long, short and NQ. VIX is up 3. Hi. Love it. And DAX short and CCL long. Let's go, baby. Amen. And then that's it. But no, they some reporter asked me for a comment on like clean energy stocks, J-Alt, and I just told him. I said all I know is Origin. I said I'm not really one in the clean energy space, but one I am keeping my eye on is Origin. So I hope they include it for you. That'll be good. But I was like, carbon capture, baby, carbon capture. I have no position. I said, but I've heard about it. I don't know if you know I asked them if they knew the legend. I got you, bro. I got you. That's it. Good call. I said, I don't know, because last time they asked me about remember there was one like a MSN article. They asked me, it was like a money.com or whatever. And then I put like a hydrogen ETF because I said, I don't know any of them. I said, why? I said, grab an ETF, call it a day. Other than that, there you go. Meta, top internet stock. Oh, man, been hot. Dude, a lot of people got sick over the weekend. I think my niece got me sick a little bit, but, I'm just hyped up on that Monday morning activity. You know what I'm saying? That's it. You just get into the zone. So stay safe out there. Drink water. I had some tea in the morning. Yeah, ES Big Pop, bro. I'm surprised it's holding up. I'm going to see by Euro close. That is going to be the money, I think, but we'll see. I know the bonds aren't moving as much. I got a couple of plays, so I didn't get the pre-market movers, but I know Uber and Dash. Uber got upgraded. Dash got a downgrade, so keep those in mind. Tesla, again, Barron's gave them a very positive note. So Barron's is big. I don't know if you guys know that. Usually, I mean, they're a great publication, but usually, they get some big moves, but they were pretty much saying over the weekend that ignore all of the noise with Tesla. It's still a leading EV maker, and that was good. I'm going to be watching KB Homes. Wells Fargo, Microsoft as well. I think they got an upgrade or a downgrade this morning. Then healthcare, then Dexcom. Dexcom gave preliminary numbers this morning. Lulu got a big downgrade, and they're down. And then watch MGM win in any of the hospitality plays related to that China reopening, and then TBT in the bonds. That will be another good one. So Chattadonia, those are my main plays. Again, I'm still holding a lot from Friday. I don't know if I have my screen up there. So let's get it for the people. Let's get it for the people, man. I hope y'all doing good. Let's have some fun, though, man. Again, I hope you guys realize how big this last week really has been. You know what I'm saying? You've had a very big week so far in the market, in the gains, and everything, man. So let's see what happens. But I hope you know it's a big one. Again, I think 2.5% to start up a month right now. It's very, very active, my friends. So, again, we're going to get a lot this week. Earnings, Jerome, CPI, and then we have the healthcare conference, too. So, I believe at around like 10 a.m., 30 minutes after the bell, I have a list of all of the biotech companies if you guys would like to go over them. Pretty much there's like over 60. So, literally, and it's just like every 15 minutes, there's going to be like 4 companies presenting at a time. So we're going to see Chattadonia, but we got about 1 more minute here, but then we'll be able to take some questions. But it's going to be fun. It's going to be fun, man. Let's see where this goes. A lot of people, man, you should check all the estimates right now on the S&P, but this first week has some people say sell the rip. But if we could hold up a positive month in January, you will get a very, very bullish set of people, my friends. But you know what I'm really bullish on? Oh, yeah, stop playing with me. They know the vibes. They know the vibes. I'm bullish on one thing, baby. Every morning, it gets me really bullish. I'm bullish on this group of people, and I got to give my love, my respect to them every morning. And it is the people who have sacrificed more than most of us ever have and ever will, baby. And it is the veterans of the United States of America. So on behalf of the cult, we do this every morning, and I look forward to keep doing it. I hope you know veterans, anybody who has served this country for real. Just want to give you guys a thank you and thank you for your service. Also, big shout out to the families who have also made their sacrifice as well. We love and appreciate you guys as well, and thank you for your service. Shout out to the vets, baby. And if you're supporting your local community, giving back in any way, all the firefighters, doctors, nurses, teachers, police officers, anybody helping out, man. Maybe you even volunteer at an elderly home. I don't know, man. If you are one for your community, there's so many ways to do it. So God bless you and thank you for doing what you have done. We really appreciate you. God bless you. And ladies and gentlemen, please rise. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Senator Jets! Oh, it's game time, baby. Horn, let's go, Chattadonia. Happy Monday. Shout out to the vets. Oh, we're here. It's Powell week with CPI and earnings on the way. Oh, I'm hyped, dude. I'm hyped. I shouldn't even be this hyped, bro. I don't even feel like I'm tired a little bit. But like I woke up and drive, I had to flip the switch and I said, this is such a big week, bro. So I hope you're ready, Chattadonia. Remember, keep your balance. Don't get caught on anything here moving too much. There might be some bigger moves here, but what I'm trying to tell y'all is that you do have a bunch of catalysts and parachutes. So keep that in mind. You are going to have a lot to deal with. So let's go, baby. Yeah, I'm in the Ethereum, so I think I'm down like $5,000 after today. Let's see. We got 1 minute. But yeah, I'm going to be holding that. Yeah, I'm down 5,900 total, just 3,000 on today alone. So the last couple days, but I'm still holding that one. I'm going to probably hold that till the end of the quarter, if not longer or halfway through. I think this is the biggest streak on crypto in 1 year, which is kind of mind-boggling to me. So we are going to see, my friend. It's okay. You know, one come up, one come down. I've been noticing it will be good. And I still have the NQ from Friday. He killed me. It's okay, though. We need the bond to play. But then now even, what's his name? Tesla. He come back, but I still pay child support. He's good. 20 seconds, chat. Drop that thumbs up on the video. Let's have some fun. I will call out anything else for you, and let's make it a good one. Let's make it a good one. Again, Uber got a nice upgrade. They're actually coming up. And then any of the China plays are killing it. And then Tesla is doing good. Where is it? Round 1. Fight. Oh, the random play. Almost forgot. It's a leap. Where January 2024. Those are actually kind of cheap. All right. I grabbed the Ford random play. It was a January 17 call. Shout out to Clint or Curtis. It was a good one. Thank you, my friend. God bless you, Darren. MNQ. I'm going to hold that one again till, you should know the answer on any of the bigger plays, especially, this is why we go over all this stuff here. So take a guess. When do you think I'll hold the MNQ till? Apple's up 1.3. There you go. Why'd everything lag on my screen for a second? And Tesla. Yeah, Tesla's killing it. 5%. Let's see if it actually holds up. Win. Damn, they're up 2%. Oh, MGM. MGM wasn't up that much. Again, watch the banks. You're going to have the earnings. Airbnb. Syncor soars by 136 after the deal. Lulu drops to the lowest since October 20th. Roblo. BBBY. I thought BBBY was up more. They have earnings, but remember that bankruptcy news. I think they were up more pre-market, no? I read somewhere they were up like 75%. Amazon. I haven't seen Amazon. I think Microsoft got a downgrade. Oh, Amazon's killing it, 2.6. Microsoft's up 1%. Apple's, believe it or not, only up 1% right now, too. And then NVIDIA's going up. Tesla's up 6. Tesla's just absolutely killing it now. So let's see if that holds. Yeah, EWZ, the Brazil stocks are kind of, they're taking their amount of pain. Surprisingly, the bonds are the ones not moving. LMT getting clapped. TSM came back. Where's Uber? Yeah, tech is going very crazy. Tech is up double the S&P and Dow. And again, watch out here for the, what's it called? The cash open. So the fact that this is holding, that's a great sign. I mean, compared to any of the other data sets and data days, I mean, if we are going to sell off here, it would happen in the first hour or so. But as of now on the SPX, our next level is going to be like 39.55, 39.60. Meta. Qualcomm on the low. Interesting. Looks like Qualcomm's flushing, but they're still in the green. Uber's still up. NVIDIA's up 3. Yeah, Meta's up 2. Again, Meta, I think Netflix, but it looks like Amazon is the real leader here on the day. Netflix just went red. It looks like Amazon and Meta. The make it or break it. I don't know. I haven't checked my email yet this morning. But we will in a little bit. I'll check it once things, let's get here through the morning and see where we're at. Fannie Freddie investors rejected by High Court on profit sweep. There's Apple. Microsoft, yeah, they're up. They're not up the same amount. So Microsoft, Apple are 1%. And then the other ones are up, like Amazon's up 2%. And then Netflix just went red. Where's Googly? And then Meta's about 2%. And then Google's 1.5. Apple. And then Tesla's up 5, but that's your first Tesla red candle. JPM Biotech. So that is going to begin at 10 a.m. The first companies will be FIVE will be the first one. 10:30, you're going to get Bristol Myers, INCY, CNC, TXG, and then Boot. They will be the first ones that are, what's it called? That will be presenting there. Piedmont Lithium, they're doing good. We haven't looked at that one in a while. They've had a nice start to the year too. So now you're actually hitting your first low of the day. Interesting. So we're at 39.13. You broke above 3,900. Again, this is where you were on Friday. So first couple candles, nice little gap. 3,900 will be next level. 38.95 will be your filling the gap. You have a good weekend. Always. Again, I think my niece got me sick, but other than that, I did a lot this weekend. It was good. Rad on watch. Rite Aid is up 3. I think Boot and another one. Deal Reporter, M&A takeover, private rumors. You get a lot of that with Rite Aid, so just keep that in mind. Oh, there was even Philip Morris should be up higher. They also got a weird positive note over the weekend. Paid 36 holes of golf. Wow. Isn't that two? That's 2 games. Tesla's whole. I mean, if Tesla gives up though to start the morning, I mean this will be short-lived. But as of now, the Dow is barely up. It's only up a quarter. Nasdaq is the leader on the day. And let's see, Manu's hitting a 52-week high. Google's on the high as well. Again, Uber got a very nice upgrade, and they're kind of part of the whole travel wave. MGM's kind of holding. Uber's breaking out. NVIDIA kind of selling off. Again, Qualcomm was selling off before any of them. Manu is still going up. I've seen that like 10 times already today. And then Boeing's actually down. I didn't know that happens. ACIW flipped red. I sold out of that one, but it's actually, I think it's still up from where we got it. BBBY, yeah, they have earnings today, but they should be going bankrupt. At least that's their preliminary estimate. And where's Bondlandia? Oh, where's the dollar, too? I think the dollar was down a lot today. Yeah, dollar's down 0.5%. Jeez. And TSM is still up. PRTY bankruptcy rally. Powell is going to beat this rally over the head. I mean, he could also bless it, but at the end of the day, I mean, like we said on the watch list yesterday, Powell's attitude tomorrow will surely, it'll tell us a lot. Powell will have his, who knows, maybe he wants to bless it, but I don't think we could get above, the 4,000s and, what is it, like 410 without Powell blessing it. And then again, you did have some more bearish comments by Morgan Stanley's Michael Wilson. So he was saying 3,900 sell, but we'll find out here. HKD bounced from the bottom. Uber's holding. Apple gave up some. Microsoft is still going. And then Tesla sold off about half of that gain right there, 2%. UWMC on the high. Again, Dow names are kind of coming up. They're a little bit below the SPY now. And then NASDAQ is still leading the way. Dexcom is down 4. Again, BMY and Insight or INSEE. These guys will be at 10:30 in about an hour. Uber popping again. McDonald's, Chick-fil-A, they're down a quarter. The random UUP puts. No, we still have those. They just kind of didn't do as good. So the dollar plays didn't do good, and then the gold play and the random finally came back to life. HBI is OP. Good guy. Oh, where's you guys know Abivai lowered their guidance too on Friday. It's kind of weird. They lowered their they decreased a lot of their estimates on Friday, but they're still holding up. And then it's been about been like 10 minutes of just straight selling off after, I guess, 7 minutes of sell-off, 3 minutes of bouncing. AMD, Coinbase on the high. AMD is ripping, actually, right now. That's hitting the high ticker Yeah, AMD, two big candles right there. They're coming up. Even Uber's starting to lead. Kind of the same thing with NVIDIA, but AMD does look, yeah, AMD's more of a popper. Again, Microsoft's still up. Amazon is leading almost 3%. Roblo, oh yeah, Roblo 5%. Meta 1%. Meta's not doing as good. And then Apple's still 1. Tesla's still kind of chilling. Yeah, Ford flipped. And again, Boeing's already down, but so is Lockheed. Again, I think it's the Kevin McCarthy news. Yeah, Lulu, it was either a downgrade or was it preliminary numbers? But they're down. I think this is the most they've been down in months. Look like they're on the earnings. Spies at VWAP. And let's see if they match up with the bonds at all. You're still above 3,900, which is a good sign. Roblo on the high. Mexico's AMLO on immigration says we're looking for alternatives. AMLO praises new U.S. humanitarian visas for migrants. Pfizer, charge point. Oh, that was big volume actually right here. On that little bounce there from the bottom. Again, AMD is still ripping. That was like the first thing to lead it. TLT, some bonds are starting to move. And the rest of the bank stocks. Banks are barely moving. Even JPM's negative right now. Macy's drop as cautious consumers hit sales growth. Oh, wow. Yeah, Macy's is down a lot. And Nordstrom's. They were kind of squeezing the other day. So a lot of volume coming in here. It's kind of a make it or break it moment. You're back to the earlier candles, and this is also at VWAP. And then AMD is still killing it. Uber is still going up there too. It was Morgan Stanley, the guy who left, not JP Morgan. And Meta is flushing now. Still green, and then Netflix is red, but Meta is actually, he go down. Win, MGM, those are still ripping. Win is leading a little bit harder. UNH, XLV is doing decent. I think the industrial, staples, and utilities are the only things that are down right now. No, AMD is crazy. Yeah, NVIDIA is also up 3.5, but AMD is extra percent. Tilray CEO says in search for more craft beer deals. They say may use excess pot growing capacity for fruits and vegetables. I don't know if that's good or bad. A weed company said, we just go grow fucking tomatoes. I think we got another market there too. We could make some barley and shit. Sorry. Yeah, that's Tilray moving up a little off of that. I think as long as they don't get into a gold mine, I think it'll be good. We should just use our extra land to find gold. DPZ, Domino's. Isn't McDonald's down? I don't think any of the food places. Where's like Yum China? They're actually killing it. Bro, and you're holding right at VWAP. It's a pretty big level. Again, getting a decent amount of volume coming in. 39.13. I feel like we've been here before. Not in a while. I mean, last time you were at this level was, what? December 15th? About 2-3 weeks ago. 39.34-ish. All the way to like 39.16. Again, this is around Powell, actually, believe it or not. Yeah, I think Powell was this day, and then this was the day after Powell. So last time you were actually at this price was like day after Powell. Starting to rip there. You're making the move. And again, the bonds are not moving as much compared to Friday. But ES is doing great. There you go. Pop on Apple. Tesla's coming back up 5.5. Amazon's killing it, man. Amazon is the one. Amazon's 3%. I believe they're the biggest leader there. CPI is on Thursday. Powell is going to be tomorrow. Powell is speaking with a couple of other, it's some conference, but you're going to be hearing Powell and a couple of other people, like ECB folks. And you're about to hit a new high now. So, again, I mean, usually I think it's give it by Euro close, but even then, for a first 15 minutes, you're still holding. You could have sold off. It looks like the cash opening. I mean, you're still kind of getting some of that positive steam or the tailwind from Friday. Apple's starting to go up 1%. NASDAQ is just leading by a ton. It's double S&P and then 3 times the gain as the Dow Jones today. Microsoft just had a big pop. They're only up 1.1. What? Ason CEO Dustin maybe mulling a takeover of Ason? He gonna buy his own company? What does this even mean? It's an interesting piece of news. Ford is said to favor LG over SK for new Turkey battery plant. And then Teladoc is up after posting fourth quarter preliminary news or data before conference. And new high on the SPY right now. Bonds and S&P. S&P is leading the way, 39.22. So I think next level will be a soft level at 39.34. And then anything over there, it's going to be 39.60. ChatGPT, or do you think it's a dud? I actually like ChatGPT, but I don't. It's a private company. I mean, you could go for private shares, and there's a couple of people who have stakes in it. But other than that, that's kind of as far as I take it. Tesla, Nvidia pop. Oh, even Tesla on the high. He's finally doing something. I'm so proud of him. Tessie, 120. You've not been here in a long time. I think it has to get above 124. And if you get above 124, you could get that squeeze back to the 135. But until it gets above there, it'll be very, very difficult, my friend. And then Nvidia up another 4%. Apple. So is that 39.23? We got like 10 more points to the next level. The only thing not playing along is the bonds. So this kind of makes it interesting. I think all the currencies are up. Still working on the highs, though. You're going through it. It's not slowing down just yet, my friends. Again, now Apple's leading. Apple 1.5 into the highs. Actually, Apple has a long way to go. Apple and Microsoft, don't forget about those. Citi's the only bank that's green. Bank of England says APF gilt sale under operation cover ratio 2.6. They're auctioning $650 million. Why are we seeing this move? I think people anticipating the CPI as well as the follow-up from Friday. I think it's kind of showing a little bit of it, but we're going to see. I mean, I still think it's a little too early, but right now, I mean, it's passing the test. It could have definitely sold off here in the first 15 minutes, but then again, I mean, by Euro close, we'll really know. And on top of it, China stocks are up an additional 3% this morning. So a lot of that good China news in the morning is it's done wonders there, and it's brought down the dollar, and that's why we're even getting this one here. And then Tesla's up. That one else, Nvidia's killing it. Coin, I forgot. This is the first This is like the first 6-day streak on any crypto in like a year. Yeah, Coinbase is back up 8-9%. Bro, Nvidia again. I don't even know where AMD's at. Nvidia is really popping. Ay. Bro, all the chip makers are up 5% right now. 39.50. The next level is 39.60. And then we're about to go through 39.33, 39.34. That's where I'd say is the next level here. So we still got even 10 more points before we hit a soft level. And then we have about another hour or so, maybe an hour and a half till Euro. Meta's so suppressed. Most likely because it led, but this is where they'll start going crazy probably. Because, again, you could see, what's it called? You could see Netflix, they were down, and they're coming back up. Domino's on the highs. Yeah, but remember, Meta is, again, even Meta at 131 is crazy. We were talking about that on Friday. And what? It was just, I think it was up higher, 132, 133. You short TSM. No, I'm long on it for now. Remember, I have long chips has been decent, but I'm still holding that one. So I was negative on TSM for a while, and now those are going to go green. So we'll see. But I may be down to short them. But as of now, the chips have gotten so much good news. And, I mean, after looking at them today, with any more of the China reopening, they'll probably have a little bit more. But TSM, they have their little weird range since the, what's his name, the Buffett buy. Yeah, bro. Even Uber's up 5%. What is this? Did Abivai go up or they're still down? MO even dropped. Sellers are running out. I mean, I would come up with a theory that you could hold over the next couple of days in the sense that, this is just a lot of anticipation for what we're getting this week. Not to mention what just already happened. Both the data, people kind of running off of those ideas mixed in now with China, but just don't underestimate, where we could end up given the data this week. We have a lot. It's earnings, it's Powell, it's CPI, and then usually another big part is simply if you ever start off the year like this, it usually continues. So that's where people want to see, and that's why it's going to be interesting with Jerome tomorrow. And then by the end of this week, most people are expecting inflation will come down. But if you could close out the first month of the year positive, especially after being down so much and having a 19% down year, that's very advantageous for a lot of people. So we'll see, but I think there's a mix of a lot of emotions as well as anticipating the events here, and we're gonna probably go both ways. There's the long term, love it. I was like, I think we're 1 day away from this thing going green. Oh my gosh, dude. Nvidia and the chip makers again. Bear market rally. Well, that's the thing, is that pretty much by the end of this week, maybe next week, but, we'll find out here. It's either going to be a bear market rally or you might be able to change that. There's hope that if you could hold up any of this and the dynamics and the narrative changes positively, this could be the start of a real rally. And maybe, a lot of people are kind of using the beginning of the year to forget about what we dealt with the last time. So I don't know if that's going to happen. I don't know if I'd put money on it, but, and again, you hear a lot of people already talking, short 3,900, sell the rally. And then some people are saying, maybe this time is different. So we're going to see. That PMI data was hideous on Friday. Actually, I don't think, let me see if I can pull it up for you. That is, I'm surprised. But then again, bad data is good data, right? To a degree. But the PMI data last week was terrifying. Or was I think it was the ISM services. Like here, I'll show you what I'm talking about. It's actually quite fascinating. But yeah, take a look here. So anytime the ISM services has gone below like 50, I mean, just take a look. Even then, like in 2020, you went right below 50 a little bit. But then the only other times was like 08 and then 2001, 2002. But then again, sometimes it's even been near bottoms there in 02. But ISM services and also the PMIs, I mean, they don't go down like this or without usually a bigger, without a bigger event happening. So that is something I would keep in mind, is that bad economic data that we like, I mean, some of it's starting to hit to a point where it's like, wait a minute, it's kind of really bad. So we'll find out. The rally was not good data. Well, it's two things. There was bad ISM data on Friday, which gave you the second half of the bond rally. But then the good wage data was really what people wanted. But then also now you got to realize you just spent the whole weekend, and now China had a reopening and demand is up, a lot actually. You're even seeing it in commodities. And then you're also watching it with, some of the China names being up 3%. Asian stocks right now are absolutely ripping and have entered into a bull market. What time is it? So it's almost 10. Four on the high, I think. There is that biotech. I know 5. 5 is going to be one of the first ones speaking, and then I just saw 4. Rally, dealing with the X. You never know what she wants. I just think it's early. I mean, that's all. That's the thing that there's this time around. There's just like a little bit of hope that this will be different. But just don't forget what you've damn witnessed for the last 13, 14 months by now. You see what I'm saying? At the very least, 12 full months in a row. I mean, to give you an idea, do you realize that is January 13th last time? So by last January, you did the same exact thing. You were up, you sold off, everybody got mad excited leading into it, and then Powell just shit on everybody's parade. And then guess what? You bounced one more time into the earnings. People were like, oh, it's not that bad, and then it did the same thing. So do you see what I'm saying? Where it's like, we can't forget what has happened, but given that it's the beginning of the year and the data is actually moving in directions we want to see, and it's clear the Fed is going to be slowing down. I mean, the Fed will not be raising rates to the same degree they have last year. So there's a little bit of hope, but at the end of the day, it could quickly turn into one of these, again, bear market rallies more or less. So it depends on how things play out. Ultimately, it's going to be the Fed and earnings. So we'll see, but it's not really too crazy from what we've seen. I think in the sense it's you gotta have a little bit more patience where, you're gonna get these moves, and sometimes they're quick. Sometimes you're gonna be on the wrong side for a couple of days or a couple weeks, only for it to end up in the same place. And that's why, focusing on the events and the drivers, I think that will just give you a better idea of how it's gonna move. But in the meantime, everything's gonna be ferocious. It'll be ferocious to the upside, ferocious to the downside. It's definitely not for the faint of heart. Are the bonds up? Yeah. Is the dollar still down? Dollar's even down 0.5% today. 0.6 now. And then that's a new high. So you're holding up great right now for the first 30 minutes. We're still actually got 4 more points to the next soft level, 39.34. So keep your eyes on there. A lot of even the names, growth names that were beaten down are catching some. I don't know if Ford came up. I know Rivian's moving. Again, Tesla. Tesla's even squeezing now. Again, if you get past 124, 125, it's one of those? Yeah, oh, right here actually. Like 124. If Tesla could get above that, a.k.a. like 123.99. If it gets above that, watch out for 135. That would be the next support level. Or one of the key piggy bank levels to get back up to. Tesla is up 21% since Friday. Just don't trust him. That's all I know. That mother effer, right when you think he's doing good, he's going to be like, can I get more child support? And you're like, what? I don't get. Why do you need more money? I just gave you. I thought we were just up. Now we're. Just don't trust him. If you had to guess, what would the Fed's move be in terms of interest rates? I mean, it's pretty simple. If CPI drops a little bit more than what we expect, then I think we'll get a quarter. Otherwise, I still think 50 is on the table, and the Fed futures kind of aren't really budging too much. LMT pop is not low. There it is, a little bit. They recovered like 2% there. But watch Boeing now. But SPY is up way more now compared to the Dow. Estonia to move ahead of EU with plans to seize Russian assets. I think this could be mentioning their central banks. That's probably why LMT is popping low key. Unless there's LMT news, it might be reacting to that. Book map. Well, let me check your bubbles first, and then we'll go to book map. Bond. No, the bonds aren't moving as much. The bonds are actually the biggest lagger on the day. So remember I was showing you guys the other day how the bonds were like outperforming, and then the SPY caught up. Today, everything is going up. Even the dollar is down. Even the yen is up, but you're not getting the bonds moving. So in a weird way, the bonds are not believing this move as much. But I believe they've already matched up. See, so here's the bonds, but I think the SPY had a little bit more. So in a weird way, intraday, they're not there. Actually, I think the SPY has a little bit more to catch up with the bonds. At least on the 10-year, so maybe that could be it. But, yeah, on the intraday, they're matched up right now. But, like, look at the percentage. You'll see bonds are break-even from Friday, or from the Friday close. When do we expire today? The 13th? It's Friday the 13th, expiration. And then the bubbles are all gray. I never had the gray bubbles. Honestly, there's a bunch of 380 puts. Nothing's big, though, right now. There's a lot of 390 calls. Remember last time we saw a bunch of calls. There's a shit ton of out-the-money calls, actually. All of these are calls. Yeah, there's actually fat calls all the way up to like 418. But then there's also like 390 puts, even 390 calls. And the typical 380s and the 380 puts have been a very, very active one. Am I dumb for holding my puts? Depends what your reason is. I think it's just more or less, I think the only thing that is dumb in this market is just getting fooled and positioning too early, or like don't flip-flop is the only way you're going to get clapped. What I mean by that is if you have a real reason to hold the puts, have a real reason to sell them. And otherwise, if it's just based on how it's moving, then you're just trading the momentum, and the momentum is going to mess with you. So that's why, like, even with any of my plays, up or down, that's why I am using the events. Again, you're going to have Powell tomorrow, and that could either go against you or it could go for you. Again, you're going to have a little bit of earnings on Wednesday, but then by Thursday, the CPI there, that will be another one, and then you could have your determination from there. But it's kind of just like, yeah, emotions plus momentum. I mean, that won't be really the best thing to follow all the time. Yeah, 2 weeks ago, everyone was yelling recession. Today's soft landing. Give it time. We'll flip again. And that's kind of where I'm just like, again, this to start the year, there's a shot that, we could get off to something great. But at the end of the day, it's just like, I'm just saying, you've seen this. How many times have you seen this? You've seen this one. This one kind of held up. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 different times in the last 12 months. So realistically, if it doesn't come back down and doesn't turn into a fake rally, or sells off, it's like another, you get like a quarter of rally, maybe 2 months. Mm-hmm. Snow. Oh, where's Asan? I feel like those usually get mentioned together. Well, Nvidia's up 6%. This is very big, Habibi. Give Charles the Horde 2 years of membership. Oh, I didn't even see that, bro. Coming up, baby. Let's go. That pony will be arriving. Or let's go, Chad. God bless all the members. God bless you, Charles. Charles, and God bless Charlie. We have Charles and Charlie. We have so many good people. So many good people. The pony is loading. It really is. Do games even load anymore? Y'all remember how long it used to take to load a PlayStation 1 game? Well, good morning, my friends. 7 pounds away from bulk gold and cut-in. Let's go, man. Amen. Fade the rally. I mean, if you have the heart for it, or if again, pretty much if you rip to, will you cry or will you get shooken out if it goes to 39.60 leading into 4,000? That's it. I think whatever play you want to make, just keep in mind if it went against you, do you have the runway to hold it? That's all. But you could go for some scalps. That's all I'm trying to say, though, is a scalp could quickly turn into the opposite side, and then, we're going to get a little bit of craziness on both sides. But bond just dropped heavily. That's a bigger drop on bonds than the SPY. And again, bonds are still negative on the day. Now, Tesla had a red. Where is that? Where is the Zaza? I think it's still, I think the Fed futures are still pricing in half a basis point. And then March, that's actually a little bit more bullish here. That's actually still holding. Oh, no, wait, that's H24. I need H23. Even then, those are up a little bit. Then June, all of them. They're a little bit more bullish. But I think next meeting is still pricing in 50, which is weird. But I think June 4.71. Let me check. 4.97. You're back down to 4. You're actually lower. Nah, hold on. The March is 4.72. Bro, the rates are going lower. This is no good. Ironically enough, yeah, no. I mean, they're pricing in lower rates. So, I mean, maybe that could be a little bit of why you're getting the optimism, but the Fed futures, the whole curve is actually, it's still at, June is now 4.93. When I showed you last week, they were saying 4.97. Quick scalps, like Josh said. I didn't say that. I'm saying if you want to go for them, you could take that opportunity. But I'm saying your quick scalp could easily turn into something where you're either going to lose big on it or be prepared to think beyond just that play, because you're going to get a lot of other things happening right now. So it's like I think you can go for the scalps, but it's not like it's just, again, you see this market. We have all these data events here. I mean, there's a lot more momentum, and then eventually we are going to react to one bigger set of data or one bigger earnings or one comment by Powell. And then in the meantime, everything else is just going to drive you in between the levels. So what I'm saying is keep runway. If you want, even if you want to scalp, just try to think ahead so you know where it's going. Oh, wow. Futures are about to hit 39.60. So this is that soft level I told you guys about, 39.34. I believe this is like day after Powell type beat. So again, this is the low leading into the run-up before Powell. And then next level is going to be 39.53 to 39.60. But these are now day after Powell levels here that we're at. That's the MNQ. And that's the other NQ just smashed me on there, considering the outperformance. But I guess it's kind of decent with Tesla, but still. Is Cardi B talking about inflation again? I think she made a reference towards the price of eggs or food, so maybe. Now food inflation. One of our great Nobel laureates, Cardi B. The yearly inflation is below the Fed's fund rate. It is, but it isn't. In a weird way, the expectations are kind of low. So I thought they would be, but the CPI is going to be interesting. It's expected to come in at 6.5 year over year, and then core is supposed to come in at 5.7. If it somehow goes below 3, then you win. Then mission accomplished for the Fed. But now the weird part about it is going to be core month over month is still expected to move 0.3. So that's the problem with the CPI on Friday or Thursday that I think is going to clap people, is that even if the headline goes down a lot or even core goes down a lot, people are going to look at that month over month. So, because again, considering base effects, we know it's going to come down, but if the month over month keeps going higher, that could spook some people. I haven't seen the price. I've seen the price of eggs, but I haven't. I mean, let's just be real, guys. I don't fucking cook eggs, okay? I'm sorry. Don't get mad at me. I understand. You know, my mom cooks eggs. She tells me about it. She's told them. My mom has told me about me personally, man. I ain't really bought a dozen eggs in a minute. You know what I'm saying? To the point where I was like, oh, man. Like, you know, like for real. Like, I have not really cooked me some eggs like that. Nah, man, I haven't. I haven't made me eggs in a, like I eat eggs. I got an egg from like a Starbucks. You know, again, like I got my mom, I got my girlfriend. Like I've ate eggs recently, but you know, I haven't really like went out and purchased my own eggs. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not going to lie to you about that and try to act like I could really, you know, I know what the egg inflation is doing. Nah, it's not there. sounds privileged. Nah, it just sounds like I got a different diet, asshole. Okay, that's it. That's it. If I go about, I eat. When was the last time you heard me eat breakfast Monday through Friday, mother effer? Huh? Oh, wait. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Last time I got McDonald's in the morning, too. And guess what? I missed every trade that day. Mm-hmm. Yeah, maybe you guys should stop eating breakfast. Maybe you should fast a little bit. Oh, yeah. Uh-huh. Shh. Exactly. Okay, I drink water till 1 p.m. That's my breakfast. And they coming at me. Maybe that's it. Y'all would save on the egg inflation if y'all just didn't demand eggs in the morning. Okay, why would I have any need to purchase eggs? I ain't eating eggs at 12 p.m. or 1 p.m. Look, I saved a lot. Ronald is vicious, I know. Breakfast of champions. That's nonsense. Just eat earlier. Nah. Eggflation. Let's go, baby. Eggflation peach. I'll take it. I'll take it. It's Eggate. You ain't Rocky. Doesn't Rocky just drink the eggs? I don't know. I've never done that before. Can't you just buy a... That's what I used to get when I would eat a lot more. Can't you just buy like eggs in a milk carton? Like, can't you just buy eggs that you pour out onto the pan and then it make eggs? It's not even, there's like egg whites, but then there's also like you could get egg yellows. Is that what it's called? And 39, bro, you just bounced off of that, bro. You're holding up every one of these. It looks like another one of those short squeeze days. And they're just massively ripping everyone's face off. Yeah, the fake egg, yeah, egg yolks. That's what it's called. Egg beaters. Egg beaters. That's what it is. Mm-hmm. I would have those during my breakfast days. But it's okay. I've moved on from breakfast due to egg inflation. I'm getting squeezed hard. You and me both, buddy. But it's good. It's raising the stakes. High stakes coming into big events. I mean, yeah, we'll find out by Euro close. But again, Europe and China are doing very good. You're coming into another high. Again, chip makers are up 6 to 7% right now. It's actually quite wide. And then there's a nice little divergence here between bonds and stocks. Yeah, even SPX is 1 point away. This is a level. So if you get above 33, 39.33, 34, we're going to 39.53, and then 39.60 would be the next spots. So we'll see. It's either going to do that prior to Euro close or after. I'm holding into everything. I'm holding into CPI and borderline. We'll see after that, but I will use those events there. I mean, again, it's not the price movement doesn't scare me. The events would be more scary, but at the end of the day, I mean, this is what we wanted. So, I mean, sometimes we'll get on the upside, sometimes we'll get on the downside. I mean, I'm getting squeezed on a couple of plays, but I do like how I am positioned. I still got some stuff in here that are able to do their thing. So, again, like, surprisingly, even after taking, like, NQ loss and EQ, this portfolio, I'm only down $500 today, believe it or not. Again, we have a lot of other things working, and the balance is decent, and I hope you guys could learn from that too, you know? Where I'm picking up other stuff along the way. We're getting my game is going to be all about dropping it off, not necessarily about positioning all in one side, and that's it. So if things flip out or if we kind of stay in the middle, that's where I'll get killed, believe it or not. So I'm positioned to profit off of extreme, but if it stays in the middle, then that's where it'll hurt me on most instances and start to burn the clock. Huevo gate. No more x-axis. Well, that is for a good majority of the plays, but that's where it's like if I'm deciding when do I decide to drop it off? Time. I don't care what happens in the meantime where you could go squeeze me 10, 20% right now, but as long as I know there's a big event that will move us 10, 20% by Thursday, I mean, what is the point of reacting today? Does that make sense? Unless you're getting in early and want to position more to the upside, but I do feel like I have stuff that could come up and do some work for me, and I don't want to overexpose, but like seriously, what is the point of reacting today when Jerome Powell is opening his mouth tomorrow? You know, think about it. That is exactly what happened last year. At the beginning of the year, I said this on the watch list, as well, the market was, dude, you don't remember? We hit a new high like just January 3rd or some shit, or December, and then we dropped down, and then we popped right back up, and then what killed everything? It was Jerome Powell ahead of Congress speaking, and he said, no, we're doing this. So we're going to, tomorrow will be, you know, he is going to be using the conference. It's not going to be about the market, but we know Powell knows this. Powell knows that he can talk and move the market. Why do I know this? Because he even said it. He even said all we have to do is talk and the market will get ahead of our expectations. So if he doesn't want the market here, he's going to talk about it. But if he does, then that will be some more new information, and then we know what will be kind of happening into CPI. There will be some X factors, but that's where you got to keep in mind. So it's using that. I mean, there will be pain ahead if you're on the short side, and then if you're on the upside, it's going to be a matter of when do you take your profits. But, you know, really tomorrow has a lot. Powell will be in the morning, I believe, around I think 7 a.m. So like 30 minutes after the bell. Might even be before. Why would the Powell want the market higher? Maybe because the ISM services was so bad. But other than that, I don't know. It's hard to say. Isn't it fucked up he can move the markets? Not really, because it's not like he's not moving the markets. It's what he is discussing. You know, it's not as if Powell moved the market last year. It was the rates, right? You know, things got more expensive, demand destruction, and it made things more expensive. Aggregate demand was lowered. That is where we have to realize that. You got to, even if the rates stay high for the next couple of months, like you got to realize every single month, it hurts it's hurting other industries. It's slowing down activity, right? That's why people are reacting. That's why I reacted the way that I did even at the beginning of last year on certain things. I thought some things would be a little bit more resilient, but then also nobody expected the Fed to raise 4.5% in 12 months. That never has happened before in history, right? Even Volcker didn't really rise that fast in that time period. He did bigger rate hikes and he got us up to a higher point, but you don't really watch that happen. Again, 375, 475 rates increases, that never really occurred. So, and again, that did stuff to real estate. It did stuff to used automobiles. It did stuff to manufacturing. It did stuff to construction equipment, all of those things. And again, that's what they wanted, but it's not like the market reacted to Powell. There was some of it reacting to Powell, but it was really reacting to what is Powell about to cause. And that is where the real moves are going to be occurring. And again, real estate is what they've been talking about, and that's one that I would definitely be something that I think is very important. I went to these bro, it's crazy. I was kind of worried. I wanted to buy this house yesterday, but this month it's just kind of like spooky because I went to this new build guy and he hit me up, and this guy, I was shocked what he showed me. I said, okay, show me what you have for sale. And he took me through these units, and I was like, wait a minute. I was like, I could get these right now. And he was like, yes. I was like, you mean to tell me you have a unit I could purchase and it would be move-in ready for renters in less than 30 days? He said, yes. I said, okay, how many do you have? Motherfucker had 7. That was really weird. Remember I was telling you guys I've been hitting all of these new builds, and I was doing that from like 2020, and I was getting all those contracts signed and all of that. This one was very weird because, bro, most of the time these new builds are sold before they go. No, I did not buy them, actually, because he even lowered the price, and I was looking at them. Some people were buying these for a much higher price, and it's like he offered me a decent price on them, But I was just, it's been a very long time where I've walked a new development and saw, several properties ready to purchase and move in, and they did not have buyers. And what do you think happened to those buyers? It's not like they didn't want the property. That's the thing. It's because every person that they sold the house to, they had it on a loan contingency, and guess what? Their interest rate went up, and now those people can't purchase them anymore. They can't qualify. So that's where it was a very interesting one. But that's what I'm saying. That's literally one of the biggest factors there with interest rates and mortgage rates. It's just like, people may have ordered these houses a year ago, a little longer, but now as it's coming down to it, if they didn't lock in their rates, I mean, they can't qualify for the same property. But that is that demand destruction. But it's been, I'm telling you, it's been 3 years since I've seen. The last time I saw this was in 2020 when nobody wanted to buy a house at all, where I saw a new build with 7 units ready to go, and selling right there, right then, that you could buy and have a renter in it in a month. That just hasn't existed in a long time. Again, and just given the model of, that's why I said watch the home builders, because they've already priced into it, but we're gonna see. So, because usually they have the houses sold before they do that. What price range? These were like 700,000 to like 2 million. He had everything. That's why I was like, this is so weird. It's not weird. It just, high rates, demand destruction, maybe the inverted yield curve, the writing is on the wall. But I'll just tell you, if this was like a year ago, 2 years ago, I would have bought it on the spot. I didn't buy it on the spot. I had to go home. I was like looking at more comps. I'm even considering offering him lower money. Otherwise, I'm kind of like, F it. Let's just give him a month and see what happens. Because then I'm just like, I know the Fed has 3 more rate hikes left. So I'm like, maybe we just give it, I'll play a game of chicken with it, because it would suck if he sold them in the next month. But then I'm also thinking, if he can't get those sold, that's it. Because if those end up getting scooped up, those prices are going to shoot up in value, or he'll be able to hold. But if not, then, then we might have a really good deal on our hands. New builds are going down. They should remember, back before 2020, new builds were the ones that had premium. They usually went down. They weren't it was a different story than the last couple of years. Do you consider how much more it could drop versus how much in rental? I'm considering more the price, because right now mortgages are more expensive than renting, or they're kind of balancing out. So it's like, in a weird way, it's not even going to rent for as much as if you get a mortgage. So some of them would be more beneficial at cash, but it's more along the lines of I'd want a good value. I don't really care about the rental as much as I know. It's kind of like the dividend stocks, right? If I secure it at a low enough price, I know I could get a good yield in the long term. But at the end of the day, if you pay too much for a property, that is what I try to avoid. And then speak of dividend, HBI, he love you. 757. Wow. I'm not really a fan of mutual funds. Apple on the high. So we're kind of holding up here. It looks like SPY chilled out. Dow is still leading everybody. Again, or NASDAQ is, excuse me. Apple, NVIDIA, Tesla, they're all killing it. But Apple's coming into the high, so maybe this gets us going. We chilled out here, but it's 1 minute away from the first hour. You hit 39.34, a little bit above it, and then chilled out. What's the volume looking like? Oh, wow. 12 million in the first. It's decent. It's decent. And then the bonds just are not playing with any of it. I don't know why David Ramsey likes mutual funds. Leverage ones. I'm just not. I mean, for me, I've never, like, even then, I don't even really add ETFs to the long term. It's just, I think if you have a general understanding of some companies, you could kind of create your own. So that's why I've just, there's no point in paying fees or going after anything of that nature when I think you could really just go about and, you know, I'm more of a stock picker when it's all said and done. We're one day from Altria drip. Well, even then, if depending, I mean, the long term is killing it. The big long term now, not including covered calls, dividends 4.9 down, and then the big one 12.6. And like I said, if we do get up higher, I think if we do get back to like 410, 413-ish, around this level, I will begin to sell covered calls on some of the long terms. You can't do on 403Bs. I find it hard not taking it. If you could do ETFs, I don't know if they limit you to only mutual funds. Watch bonds here if those get up there. I feel like we've already reached the bottom in this market. As much as I would want to agree with you, the problem is, like, legitimately, how many times have we said that in the last 12 months? How many times have you heard that? So there's no loyalty, there's no respect to any level, any price. And that's, you know, this is what the stock market is about. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is why people before 2020, the history of time when everybody would tell you the market's volatile, it's gambling, it's risky. You know, everybody will say this. So I do believe there's a possibility. I do definitely, again, this has been my whole theme coming into all of this. It's either going to be a really good or a really bad year. So we got to go slow. And that's where it's like, I do think there's some evidence, but at the end of the day, there's a lot of evidence saying, you know, contrary to that. So it's just a matter of how you handle yourself with that. And whether you believe it's your bottom or not, just don't put in everything at something, you know, that we haven't been able to confirm. And that's kind of the mentality of all of it. And then SPY's going up. Apple was leading the way. Oh, Chattadonia, it's here. The second week, small good decisions. Bradley Frizzle in the Peach has arrived. Oh, and Peach Nation, get your hands up. You better stand up. Amen. Amen. Wow, that's amazing. That's amazing. Bank of England, Hugh Pill, says we will continue to act to hit inflation target. JP Morgan calendar, I mean, right now, 10:30, you're going to be hearing from Bristol Meyer, INCY, CNC, TXG, and Boot. And then at 11, FRPT. And then 11:15, ARWR, VRTX, and RPRX. But FRPT might do its own thing since they're the only person at the 11 a.m. slot. But right now, that's Fresh Pet. No, they have their own thing, so they're not even in there. So that's why I was like, how come they're the only biotech? That's a different conference. ARWR, VRTX, RPRX, and INSP will be at 11:15. Right now will be Bristol, INC, and CNC, and then TXG. So Bristol Myers actually already moving off of that ahead of the meeting. And then SPY hitting a new high here. Get ready for 39.50, leading into 39.60 now. You broke 39.34. Chips are still moving up very good. Even Tesla, again, Tesla above 124 gets sickening at these levels. So I don't know if it stops or not, but that could be a big squeeze. And, I mean, you already got NVIDIA up 7%, which is kind of wicked. Yep, SPY's moving. Again, bonds are not playing along with it. Yeah, Bostic will be speaking here in a little bit. Bostic and Fed Dolly. So INCY, their conference starting right now. They actually got some volume. Yeah, they put in Bostic to work. But no, he's like the worst person. Like, stop letting him talk. Russia's oil output stable, 10 million barrels a day. God bless you, my friend. Amen. Yeah, Bostic and Fed Dolly. PTCT highs should be coming in from health conference. Didn't see this one, but had to click the conference to see it. Yeah, they might. They look to be moving ahead of schedule. Insight had one too. So I could keep some of these up. Well, we can only keep 2 up. But Insight, I know, is speaking. Got my calls early when I heard you say $1 down. Thank you for what you do. Thank you, my friend. Ride it out, man. Take some profit along the way. Get ready for an active second week of the year, baby. Oh, yes. Coinbase delayed send receives. Wait, delayed send receives resolved. Mentioned 3 rate hikes: January, March, and February, or January, March, and June. Those would be technically where we'd expect it to happen. Maybe a little bit more or less, depending on the data and how things play out. Stocks Europe 600 extends gain to 1%. Yeah, you're hitting it, bro. You're totally squeezing. 39.38 now. They're killing it. You're getting, again, you're now filled that gap from a couple days before Powell, and this is the day after where we gapped down on Powell that one day, if you remember. So this one quite big, my friends, quite big. But next level is going to be 39.54, soft leveled, and 39.60. But even then, 39.37, 39.38, you've watched it dance around here, but I mean, you're looking fully in squeeze. This looks just like Friday, but smaller. Smaller drop down, and then the same type beat, and it's pretty early. It's only been an hour and 6 minutes. And NASDAQ is leading substantially. UWMC dividend tomorrow. Tesla new high. He wants it. I mean, I'd watch the chip makers, dude. I cannot believe AMD and NVIDIA are almost 8% right now. And you're still moving. Tesla 123.27. Tesla needs one more dollar, and then I really think it goes nuts there. But the question will be, does it do it all in this day? Because it's already up, what, 8%, 9%? But again, because last time you dropped below 135, you went straight down to 123. And then you couldn't get past 123 last time. So that's why the gap on this is huge if you think about it. But then again, it's still pretty early. So we haven't really seen our chill out moment. But 39.40, dude, you were just squeezing into the high. I just pretty much traded my ES for that NQ on Friday. That sucks, though. I need the bonds to come up here, but they are playing softball. But Tesla, my child support come back a little bit. I'll take it. Powell is going to be speaking tomorrow morning, I believe, early. I know, I'm only down $6,400. I know, that's great. I was down $12,000 on it. So, I mean, that is quite the level. Because I didn't think I would go. I thought I would go down to here max. I didn't think I would go have to. I didn't know I had that many kids. You know what I'm saying? So it's good though. But if that comes back, either way, that's my upside. So I need my upside is lagging, but if it gets up there, I mean, it'll be decent with some of the other stuff we have. And then I had other random shit come back though, like even like Uber. I think even some of the Disney too. So, and then we have old Apple, but just, I mean, that the beauty is shares. That's all. That's all it is. I'm happier with everything. At the end of the day, no matter what I'm holding, I'm not based on time. So just keep that in mind. That's why I have this ability to hold it through, and that's why it's like I quickly, you make all of that money back dollar for dollar if you're based on equity rather than a time linked asset, more or less. But let's see what happens. I'm more shocked at Nvidia being up to 160. Like, what is this? We stole the Nvidias. Those were at what? We got in at 143. That would have been crazier with 100 shares, but oh well. Vaxar, I don't think I have them. I took a lot of tax loss sales to lower everything on the end of last year. Like, I think the Robinhood only has Abivi, Ford, and like 2 other things in there. And then like old Airbnb leaps. Kind of scary running into CPI. Not really, because at the end of the day, though, too, just keep in mind whatever. This is going to leave a lot of people to be able to say so-and-so's priced in. But this is what happened last time. This was jobs report. You squeezed up. You dropped the day before. And then you popped up there on the next CPI. So anything could happen here. But, I mean, we're going to have to let it play out. But I wouldn't call it scary. I think it's appropriate because this should be an action-packed week. I mean, this is what we wanted. Just think about what we were saying before the holidays and before the new year. I said just get ready for this calendar. I mean, guess what? Even after this week, you're going to get earnings. You're going to get pre-earnings run-ups. There's going to be big surprises. And then right after a week and a half of earnings coming into your big tech, it's going to be Jerome Powell again. So the market is just going to move big. And this is usually what happens at the beginning of the year, especially when now there's no more tax sales. There's no more, people don't rebalance at the beginning of the year. They rebalance at the end of the first quarter. So right now, this is just pure data and activity. And I mean, these types of movements are great sometimes. So now the bonds are trying to play along, but they are still negative on the day. Where is young dull hair? Dull hair still clapped, man. The dollar's actually, that's a new low on the day. So that's something that's new about all this. The SPY's not hitting a new high. The bonds aren't hitting a new high or new low on the yields, but the dollar now, I mean, I don't think you've been this low on the dollar since June 2022. It's actually kind of wild. June and May 17th. But then granted, weren't you at these prices? Sadly. So last time you were here, last time the dollar was here, the market was at the same price, actually. Kind of ironically. So kind of justified in a weird way. So do you see that last time? So the dollar's hitting a new low, but the last time the dollar was at any of these levels, it was like May 9th, May 10th, and then June before it started going up. So it's actually isn't that crazy. Interesting. The dollar, very good leader. I wonder what it is though, because I think it's the Chinese yuan, because the pound and the euro, and I'm glad you guys see closing out that pound play was very beneficial, because now I still have the yen, but then the yen is still kind of lagging, but that also helped my balance out here by not having to take any drawdown on that. Yeah, the euro is back there too. I think those are doing good, and then the Chinese yuan. But euro and pound are both almost 1% right now. Yeah. So, dude, the Chinese yuan is also a 0.8. That's the biggest one, probably. Remember, we told you guys earlier, remember when it was at 7, that shit was scary? I mean, just take a look here. In a weird way to start off the year, you might even think, I mean, with everything going on, I mean, I would borderline blame China on all of this. As weird as it sounds. But I haven't looked at, the yuan is killing it. Fuck the dollar, fuck everything else. It's just that right there is a huge calming down. See, they're back to August. They still have more work to do. But again, these are kind of around May 9th, May 10th levels, though. So don't underestimate China in the last couple of months here, or the last 7 days to start off the year. Wouldn't that be good? Yes and no, because it depends if we get any inflationary impulses, but that's China's currency strengthening. So it's good for them, and it's really good for us. Why? Because their currency is getting stronger. What is that doing to the dollar? It's weakening it. And then the Chinese yuan getting stronger is weakening the pound, the euro. Ironically, the yen that's why the yen is still kind of fighting a little bit. But it's good. That's why. But I'm saying most of this relief you're getting in markets, in a weird way, underneath the surface, the what's it called could be helping out. The Chinese currency could be helping out a lot. Google. There's NVIDIA again. Yeah, Meta is the one kind of lagging, though, today. Meta and Netflix, they ain't playing. Google's up 2.8. Where's Amazon still? I think everyone's catching up to Amazon. Weak dollar, high commodities. Well, that will have to pair up with rates, but it could be helping out. And it's not even then. It's one thing about a weak dollar with the commodities, but now we need a real life effect of China purchasing and a real life effect of China starting up their system again and having that, feed through the global economy. Because then that'll make the currency even stronger on the yuan, and then that'll weaken everybody else too now. But then they don't want it. You don't want the yuan to get too strong, because then people won't buy. But at this point, people are welcoming it after all the inflation, new high. And then even the yen going up. Yeah, 39.44, soft level at 39.54 on the way now. And you're about, 50 minutes away from Euro close? NVIDIA.com. Yeah, even Apple. Bro, Apple's big right here. See if Uber. So a lot of these are getting back to that second week, the post-Powell levels there. And then is Tessie still going? Again, Tesla 122.90. Again, that 123 I told you about, it still has to get above there. But that's it. You're full, dude. You're squeezing way faster than Friday now. This is actually crazy. The NASDAQ 2%. SPY could go up a whole nother 1%, and then Dow is only 0.7. Yeah, everything's green. Healthcare is the lagger. Where are them industrials at? There you go. They lagged a little bit, but they're still not doing as good. Same thing with the Utes. Powell doesn't like this. We'll find out tomorrow. Nickel market faces new shock as big shot boost metal output. The guy who got margin called and bailed out, they're saying he's increasing his metal output. So now he's dumping on the market. I wonder if he reopened his short. Or didn't they let him hold his short? XLV. Test E. Let's see. Meta. Rolls-Royce CEO says he hasn't seen downturn in order intake. UNG up 10. That's, I think, the official China reopening. What other growth name is there? FTX spent nearly $7 million on food in 9 months. Ghana. Let's go, baby. Let's keep it clean in the chat, and we love you. And welcome back, my friend. Yeah, so you see, I think Tesla's going to chill out here. I think Tesla might have made most of it. Now Apple, it's Apple, Amazon, Meta, Google, and then Meta, Netflix. Those are the ones with more steam left in it. Is that it? Holy Apple. Apple still has a little bit more work to do, but it's great. We're great. Where is it? I still have old apples somewhere. Still a lot more work. I want the bonds to go up. That's the thing we need. Because that's kind of making us hesitant. Where it's like, but then again, I think the bonds move on Friday. That could be the reason. Because like I said, I want to see those bonds squeeze. Oh yeah, the bonds are already, I think, is this December 16th? Yeah, no, the bond should be here. So if the SPY's already up to December 15th level, the bond should be a little higher. But they were on fire on Friday. Yeah, Uber's been very, very good. That's one thing I was looking at there. Again, they had a nice upgrade, though, today. So I don't know. But it's good to have the travel aspect to it with, like, China. But they did have an upgrade that helped them out considerably. Purchase date on PRVB would be February is the deadline to hear about Sanofi. TGT, I did not get those. That's a biotech, I think, or it's like TGX, I believe, is at the conference today. Where on is it? Or TXG. They should be up there. Again, actually, TXG is moving a little bit. They're getting some volume, but their speech has started at the JPM conference. Full risk on. I think after Powell and after CPI, if this all continues, then we could say full risk on. But just you don't want to gas too hard coming into the turn. But I think this is it's getting very squeezy, and I think it's getting a lot of people excited beginning of the year. But I wouldn't necessarily. The literal risk is the next 2 days. And then after that, then we could have that discussion, at least in my opinion. Redfin back up to the 5s. It was great. Good guy. Bullish or bearish? I'm kind of leaning bearish, but then again, if Powell doesn't say anything, the market will rip. So if Powell doesn't use the opportunity to shit on you, then the market's gonna love it. I would say. And then it depends on, if we get positive day 2 out of China and all of that. But it just really comes down to Powell, if he has the ability to go out of his way to clap the market. If he doesn't and kind of just, sticks to a very broad line of logic, doesn't really, lead the market in anything, then the market will, I think we could get up to 4,000. And then CPI will take you to 410. History says Powell will shit on you. Although I can agree with that, though, or just remember, the last time we heard Powell before the meeting, just remember he was very cheeky. He was very just nice all of a sudden. You know what I'm saying? The recent Fed speak. Yeah, well, I could kind of agree with that. I don't know. I don't want to make an estimate of what Powell will say. It's kind of if he does this, then he does, then we get that, right? But it seems like what I could factually or where I could, really assume something is very simple that the theme they've all been discussing has been disinflation and inflation coming down. And I forgot what the Let me see if I can find it. Like what he will be discussing. They're going to be speaking the first Global Monetary Policy Conference. So it's a symposium of central bank independence. So there's also going to be people from the ECB. Airbnb, I know. That's the one we didn't get to average on, so we could have had a way better average. I think it's still cheaper than anything, but I wanted to wait a little bit. But that's almost $10 a share. But this is why it's like anything starts to come back here, bro. The long term is looking fire. So that is one thing I'm excited about. The latest long-term pickups are holding. Even Redfin almost back to 50, 30% on HBI. But now if we get any of those laggers like Uber and Airbnb on our growth names, I mean, that's it. We start to get real crazy. And then right when they say Airbnb, it come down. And at least the bonds are moving up, though. But bonds are barely up. 2%. So in a weird way, it's like people are kind of selling bonds or not buying them and buying the stocks, which is good. So that means shows you more risk on by the bonds not moving, even though the correlation is the same on like the intraday shape of it. You know, realistically speaking, people have bought way more stocks than bonds today. They're moving, but it's not. I mean, again, your stock market, NASDAQ is up 2%. Even the Dow is up 0.78 at the very least, but the bonds are up 0.09 from Friday. So here's where you closed on Friday. Your bonds are literally right there. It's like 0.16 on the futures. VIX smash. The VIX is still up, believe it or not. That's the ironic part. The VIX just doesn't even work anymore. What time is it? 7:57, 30 minutes till Euro close. You've just gone straight up 1.2 on the NASDAQ or SPY and then 1.98 on the NASDAQ, which is crazy. TLT's blowing up. TLT's down on the day. That's what I'm saying. It's like it looks good if you bought in the morning, but I'm going off of, you know, the gain, especially comparing it to the market. Meta dump. Even the tech stocks kind of, it looks like they all just moved in tandem. Meta not too bad. Check Google and Amazon. Amazon's holding great. About holding January 23rd, J6. J6 or 6J? Actually, when do they expire? You have 63 days. I'm on the March contracts though. And again, you could always buy YCL as well too. Keep that in mind. HBI long-term play. I just went for the dividend. And it had, you know, HBI, the price we bought it at was like the lowest price in like 15 years or something. Dividend was 10.5%. I didn't want to buy anything at the end of the year. So we bought it at $5.75. You barely could even see it on the wick. But the idea was, I mean, they're probably going to be around for 10 years or longer. I mean, again, I think the stock, I don't really love it, but I love the amount that it pays out, and it just really padded the stats. That was it. And then, if the stock gets lucky, I mean, we'd have a lot of growth on it. Otherwise, it's just all about the dividend. You throw on some drip, that shit will pay for itself. So this is the main logic, is like, you see, I didn't spend $4,000. That's what it's worth now. We bought it for like $33,000 or something. So now it's like it's yielding 8%. We got in at 10.5. But quite simply, $4,000 of HBI stock. I bought it for $3,000. It pays more dividend in a year than $9,000 or $10,000 of JP Morgan stock. So the idea was, it was at such a low price. You get a high dividend. You put that on drip. I'll break even in like 5-6 years just off of the drip alone. And then it adds very good yearly income. And then if they got lucky, we bought it at such a low price, the yield is high, and there's a lot of upside. But I'm not really in love with the upside. Yeah, Meta's getting mollywopped now. $10.40. The social media companies failed once again in Brazil, but I don't think that's why it's moving. Yeah, the bonds kind of, but they need to move up a lot more. There's a fat gap between the two, but then again, I mean, there was already a big move on Friday. New York, December unemployment expectations fell compared to November. Bro, Meta is getting like something could be developing there. New York Fed, December expected household income increases 4.6, the highest in the series history. Microsoft announces acquisition of Fungible to accelerate data center innovation. What's Fungible? Aimed at accelerating network storage performance in data centers. Check Amazon. Check anything else. What the hell is Fungible? Somebody, I mean, competition. I think ANET dropped on some of Microsoft last week, but it's a data center. Microsoft just bought some company. It's a reverse NFT. It's fungible, not non-fungible. I think we are in squeeze territory, but I think we're also running off there's a lot of fuel just everywhere. Again, from the events to how people are feeling, all of that. That Fed news didn't sound too good. It sounded like more wages and lower unemployment. So watch out. No, it's a data center. It's not an NFT. And then, bro, Facebook's still kind of near that bottom there. I don't know why HBI just woke up again. New York Fed 5-year ahead expectation on inflation 2.4 versus 2.3. New York Fed says the consumer that was at 11. And then 1-year inflation expectations lowest since July 21. The 1-year falls to 5 versus 5.2. So I think there's some good in that one too. Some of it sounds bearish, but there's also 2 bullish headlines off of that. Disney's been a big leader, so if they keep going up, that's why they're not up as much, because Disney was running up 2% before everyone else. Let's see. You need Uber and Tesla. Those are the leaders. SPY's coming up here towards the high. I don't know if tech. I think tech is now relaxing, and then it's more the S&P names kind of moving. But 39.44 still. And you got 25 minutes, 26 minutes till Euro close. Yeah, BNB, Altria. Habivai still kind of clapped. Long down. Yeah, Abivai is the one sucking. JPM. And then remember, bank earnings on Friday. Dollar very oversold. I mean, the trend has been down, but I mean, the last time equities were at this price, the dollar was around here. It was just on an uptrend, not a downtrend. So we will see. But, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, I hope your day is wonderful. I hope you know we love you, and we're glad that you're here. But follow me on Instagram, at the Trading Fraternity. I need to go to the bathroom. It will BRB.
Market as well. And to be honest, I hear what you're saying, but the US is expected to hold up fairly well as well.
I know. I just wonder when you pair, I mean, the job cuts for, say, tech is one thing, but when you start to see Wall Street cutting jobs maybe more than we expect, like a Goldman Sachs, does that start to trickle through more to the luxury sector? I just don't know. But at some point, if the top line is compressed along all incomes, that's going to be hard for luxury. And I think it depends, Guy, on how we define luxury. So we spoke to Rolls-Royce CEO Torsten Müller-Ottfuss like moments ago, and he talked about the strength of it because it's not just about shopping.
All the Rolls-Royces we have sold worldwide, that was for the first time ever around 500,000 each single car in average, which is also quite an achievement and also indicates the pricing power we own and also the strength of the brand, obviously, and also that luxury is booming because we are not really in the car market, we're in the luxury goods market, and I think that market has seen quite some tremendous growth patterns over the last years. Is that
The CEO of Rolls-Royce talking to Alex and me just a few moments ago. Well, let's turn to our question of the day for this hour. European luxury or US tech? Is that a trade you want to be thinking about? Well, let's try and answer that question and figure out which way you should be turning when it comes to your portfolio. Craig Trudell joins me here in London. Ed Ludlow, not letting the grass grow under his feet, fresh from CES in the studio in New York. Craig, let me start with you. Note out from Citi a little bit earlier on, really positive on names like Porsche, on Ferrari, on Mercedes. They talked about Mercedes in that note as being a kind of combination almost of luxury and tech. And these are the areas that Citi see as being not completely recession resistant, but very recession resistant, certainly compared with some of the pairs, other areas, certainly compared with tech.
Yeah, and I think, just sort of zeroing in on what's happening in the car industry, you think about, what's been going on the last couple of years since we, started to come out of lockdown. We've been really constrained in terms of production, and so that's applied to the whole of the industry. We now have a situation where the chip supply is starting to come back. Some of the, mass market manufacturers are able to, get production back up and running again. The luxury players are as well. But where you're going to start to see price pressure is going to be in those more mass market segments, whereas in a Mercedes, Porsche, Bentley or Rolls-Royce that we just heard from, those are companies that really have the ability to bring back some incremental production without necessarily making huge compromises in terms of pricing.
Hey, Ed, you were all over CES, which is increasing.
Thank you. Bonds are matched up with this SPY now. Today, kind of flying by. I guess an hour, 2 hours of just straight gas. So we'll find out. Then this is all just getting us ready. We are just getting ready for tomorrow. A little bit of Powell. It's nice. Oh, WWE, remember? Friday, that what's his name coming back and then selling the company? I did not download Brave browser. I've known about it for a while, but I've been using Microsoft Bing. or whatever the fucking thing is. Uber, yeah, they need to go up. Uber kind of, just like Tesla, though, once it moves 5-6%, it might stay in a range, but they looking good. Disney's on the high now, too, and Amazon. Amazon's up 3.6. UUP, again, I mean, China's open. Every currency is down a lot. So, like, China is strengthening a lot. That's bringing down the dollar. The pound strengthened by 0.8. The euro 0.8. So the dollar this is a big part of why we are up right now too. But it makes sense. And remember, we were even saying on Friday from the data that dollar dropping was a big part over the last couple of days, all year so far. To start off, the dollar has been getting clapped. Ooh. TLT. The bonds just haven't moved a lot from the day over, but that's why I've been trying to go. I mean, I think TLT shares would be way better than any of the options, just because we don't know when the bonds are going to go crazy, but they offer a very unique positioning. And watch Disney and Uber and then even Tesla. Bro, HBI is getting to, I think, 775 now is the next level. Or this is one of them. 760 to 780, and then I don't even know if it could go past that. If it does, that just gets nuts. Tesla green. Yeah, Tesla 123, bro. I'm telling you, it's shy. Because if it gets above there, it's insane. But he's already moved 8%, 9% at one point today. You know, let him chill a little, I guess. But even then, the SPYs is still grinding up. We're like 10 points below the next level. Actually, yeah, like 9 points. 8 or 9. Hinedale, Basel, Houston, start Coker after freeze repair. LYB. San Paulo governor to skip Brasileria meeting on riots. Caledonians, yeah, Boyle, even oil. Boyle and oil. Again, anything related to the China reopening. Again, today was the first day, or last night was like the first day the borders actually like reopened. Bond. Is there a bond? That would make sense for today. If why we're, but I thought it was only like, I think it's like 8-week bills though. I thought it was only short term. Smaller caps, well, remember Russell was up like 3% or something on Friday. It outperformed by like 1%. HBI. I think HBI because a lot of the retailers are down today. Just don't forget, like even with like recessionary data, in a weird way, HBI is like it's kind of the recessionary stock, more or less. Buy the rumors, sell the news. It could, if depending on what happens with the data, but then again, you know, I think there would be a lot of optimism. But this, I mean, the higher we go coming into the CPI, and then assuming the CPI is like the golden CPI we want, you know what I'm saying? This will temper it in that way. So like, let's say CPI comes down a lot on Thursday, and we're back, like I said, if we're already up to 400, 4,000, maybe even higher, you know, then it could change a little bit, where it might be a little bit harder. So that's where it's just like it could be that buy the news or buy the rumor, sell the news, but we'll see. CPI is consumer price inflation. That's been the main story. HBI has so much debt though. They don't, relatively speaking. I mean, their payout ratio is no higher than 60%. It hasn't there. But again, I mean, I'm not really one to defend HBI because it's not like it's a good company. They just don't have growth, but them managing their debt load hasn't really been the issue. The issue is that they're never going to make more than, how are you going to get anything additional than socks and underwear selling in Walmart? That's it. They're not. So theirs isn't really a story. I mean, it's just not, like I said, I don't really like defending the company, but I think that's being a little bit look at the balance sheet. We've looked at it. They've made the same amount of money for years, and then that's it. Where are we? 393. So again, this is just all the day after Powell. You're almost getting to the top of that candle too. That's the 3954, which you're about 3-4 points away to the next level now in the SPX. I did just buy a bag of boxer briefs. It's cheap. You spend $4, you get like 18 pairs of boxers. You know what I'm saying? That's not bad. 3.9 seems like a lot. They make about $4 billion every year. So, and that's every single year for the last like 20 years. Where is it? So it's not like there's, even though that's why I just don't like defending it, because it's like they're not going to have the growth rate. But I mean, let me just put it this way. They still have a positive EPS. So I could probably take maybe like 50% of Kathy Wood's portfolio, and half of those companies don't even have positive earnings in that sense. So even then, we even own companies, but like their GAAP EPS, like generally accepted accounting principles, is positive, and it has been since like 2016. Like, you see what I'm saying? So it's not as if they're it's a profitable company, believe it or not. That's why they've been able to play and pay out for all of what it is. But it's like even last year their profit was $6.8 billion. So if they have $3.5 billion in debt, I think it makes sense with the whole 50-60% payout ratio. But the problem is, like, there is very little likelihood that they're going to they're not going to make more than $6.8 billion in a year. That was their best year in 2021. Let me see if I could go back 20 years. I'm looking at a 10-year balance sheet. I'll show it to you in a sec. ZN Ripping, finally. But look at their revenue in 2006, right? And then even then, just take a look at what happened. 2006 to 2010 was the worst part in history, and their revenue just pretty much stayed the same. It went down by $200 million after going up a little bit, then having one bad year, but it was still higher. But it's like, do you see this? This is from 2007. Just look at the top line of revenue. It just stays the same. It did start to go up after 2013, and then even 2016, it increases, but it's not that big. This is Haynes. This is HBI. That's why I'm like, it's not. And again, every single one of those years, I mean, just look how long they have been reporting a positive EPS. So that means, I mean, where's the net income? So all of these years, they're doing a positive net income on all of it, no matter what. And it has gone up. The only time was 2020 where they didn't have that. So it's like the debt is one thing, but like if they weren't making like real money, like if pretty much the payout ratio would be the answer. If they were running like an 80% payout ratio or higher, or even above 100%, then that would just tell you right off the bat, okay, yeah, maybe this isn't good. That's why my line of logic was like, listen, unless this company rapidly deteriorates in the next 5 to 6 years at 10%, 10.5% yield, you should get all your money back. But other than then, if they get lucky, you get even more. But other than that, it's not like there's way more companies with risk of default than something that has had steady cash flow for 10, 20 years now, almost at this point. So the debt is one thing, but you got to compare it with everything else. But then again, it's not like HBI is not one of my favorite stocks. Like, I don't know how to explain this. Because, again, even when we bought it, I bought it purely because of the value and some of the staying power. But it's not like I'm like, oh, yeah, this thing, man, it's a steal. You have to buy it. No, it was just like they will survive maybe for the most part. They've paid a solid dividend. They've been around. They get solid revenue. It's recessionary given the nature of what it is. But other than that, it's not like that's it. It was a mix of good value, good timing, and a little bit of luck, and that's it. I mean, management's decent. It's a decent company. That's it. It's average, and that's the best way to put it. You know what I'm saying? I would not sell at 100% gain because it pays a dividend. It pays a very, very good dividend. You know what I'm saying? Like, if we dividend reinvest this at the yield that we got, we're going to make all of our money back in 5 to 6 years. And then that's it. And then no matter what now, this thing is paying my portfolio more dividends than my JP Morgan position. So now this gives me room to buy more growth plays. Remember, and then what did I do before buying HBI? I wanted more dividends, but I ended up buying more growth plays. So in a weird way, I used this one to kind of, back up my dividends after buying Netflix, Redfin, Meta, and all those other growth names. We did get a little bit of O2, but that's a 4% yield. But that's it. Yeah, it's a solid 250 in the MLB. Amen. It's just average. It's a super average player, and that's all. We just took an average. It's a good person to put on the field at a very average low price, and we know he's gonna get you base hits. He's gonna at least be there, even if this, again, the fact was we just stole it at such a low level, but we just, it's just going to pay you your dividends. So even if it goes up, even if it does nothing, yielding 10.5% ain't no joke. You know what I'm saying? It's just like you're on pace to make up a lot of your money real quick. So, but it's not the fundamentals. I mean, it's easier to pick apart. It's easier to call Airbnb shittier at a fundamental level than HBI, though, in a weird way. But Airbnb will grow, right? Go look at Coinbase. They will grow. You have other names that have way different potentials, but, like, just don't ever get it twisted. HBI is a profitable company that has been profitable for 15 years, and it's like they've been making money. It's not like it's not sexy, I guess. It's just average. And then chances are of them, you got to think about it. Like Airbnb growth names, they could go from 1 billion to 7 billion in 2 years, whereas HBI in the next 10 years will be lucky if it makes $1 billion more dollars. We bought HBI at $5.75. So we got it extremely low. That's it. It was in the middle of end of last year. Everybody was tax selling. It dropped 30, 40% in a week. The dividend was 10.5%. I just said, fuck it, threw a deposit at it just because I bought a lot of growth to end the year. So, just remember, Redfin was a new pickup, Meta, Netflix. These were all growth names that we bought this year, and then we did buy more Airbnb in that. But I spent 3 deposits or more, and then we bought 1 dividend play. But I spent these on growth names, and I needed more dividends, like I said. So I just said, screw it. After buying all those, we just threw HBI on the list simply because dividend, but now we also got equity as well, too. So the logic behind it was a little different, but it's going to do his job. The other company, what was that other one? VMware or VMC? What did you guys say? We talked about it. It ran up too the same way, and it was yielding like 7% instead of 9. What was it? It was VFC, I think. VFC. They were clothing. They're not as like Hanes brand, but at the same. If you bought it the same day we did, I mean, it had a nice gain and a nice yield. HBI needs a buyout. I mean, maybe. That'd be hype. But they just, such a weird history. The one that owns Ross is its own company. VFC owns like Vans and North Face. Hanes brand owns like Champion, Hanes, and they do shit for like Supreme, but that's about it. And then Euro close in 5 minutes, Chatadonia. 5 minutes near 39.60. You've literally gone up 60 points almost on the S&P. You're at 49 right now, but you get through these levels. There you go, and then you're back to post-Powell day. City. Powell, yeah, Powell should be speaking, I believe, around 30 minutes after the bell. Euro close. We have a video on it on why it's important, but now pretty much United States will be the only market open and less factors there. But sometimes when other markets are open, you know, they could impact other markets there, whereas people are buying one thing, there's just more money moving around, eyeballs in different places, different correlations, but it's good to see. This is pre-Powell day, yes. Powell's tomorrow. And then CPI's on Thursday, and then bank earnings on Friday. Very great schedule, Habibi. Yeah, City is killing it, considering the banks are kind of slow. The markets, I mean, not only are you reacting to Friday, I mean, the simple part about today is that China reopening has brought in stocks up like 3,000, but it brought, or 3,000, 3%, 3,000. It brought China stocks up, and then the China currency is stronger, leading to a weakening of all the other currencies. So the 3,000. The China was up 3,000. The NQ, I'm going to have to wait. That one just fucking murdered me. But, you know, I'm assuming my bonds, like finally the bonds are coming back up, and my ES. So I kind of traded one for the other, which in this one it's kind of gaining there, but I'm going to utilize the, what's it called? The CPI in Powell. Again, I mean, the only way we lose on any of these is assuming the market never comes down in the next 2 weeks, 3 weeks with everything else. I had a short from Friday, and it just shot me in the face. And I said, okay, that's cool. But at least the bonds are moving now. That's what I needed. But it's good. I was down a lot more on a lot of other things, but the bonds going up is, again, I was down $12,000 on that bond position. So that's why I'm like, that's it. If that, I told you the other day too, even if my bonds, finally they're ripping, but you give me, even then, if I start losing more money on the NASDAQ, that bond play is going to make me a lot of money. So that's where I'm not really too worried about it. And then I still have an ES too. So my ES needs a little bit more runway. I'll have positive, by the time ES goes positive, this bond play should be positive, the same amount I'm down. I'll be probably down like another 10 grand on this, or not another 10 grand, but 3 grand, bringing it to 10. Then we'll have some. So pretty much I traded $20,000 of losses for 7 grand on the NASDAQ. And now I'm back to my original theory post-Powell of long the bond, short the NASDAQ. So, and now I have a little bit more upside here. But use the data. Use the data. That will be our entries and exits, and then we can reposition. And then maybe Tesla comes back. I don't know. I'm an optimistic guy. Not that optimistic, but, you know, maybe. Maybe. No daily plays. I wrote everything today. So, weird day. I'm actually positive, sadly. This is what I mean, bro. I'm down 5,000 on the NASDAQ, 3,000 on my ES, 1,000 on my MNQ. But all those other random shares I'm holding, and then Tesla, then the ES and the bonds. You guys see how it balances? I'm up $1,000 almost today, believe it or not. So it's a good balance. And then now give me the right data. If I drop off some of this upside and then it comes back down, I make all that money now on the downside. You see what I'm saying? Hopefully you guys have seen how it's worked here. It just, sometimes it's a little stressful, and then sometimes the balance is a little off, but I actually like what I'm holding right now. But you could see it though, where it's just like it's just been doing the up and down, the up and down. I could have made way more. So it's like if I trimmed some of the other stuff, or if I didn't get in that if I didn't take that NASDAQ, I would have had an extra $5,000 a day. Model 3 inch. So the people in China are mad. They want price cuts. So they get mad every time there's a price cut because they're like, we didn't get this one. And they're like, we want rebates. And we want rebates on supercharging. It's fun, bro. They're going crazy in China on Elon. Like, y'all think that y'all are going crazy on Elon here? No. In China, bro, they're like raiding the stores. They're like demanding rebates on supercharging. And like, dude, they're getting so mad at Elon. It's actually wild. All right, Euro closes in now. In the books, my friend. In the books. NVS. That could be off of the health conference. Yep. Novartis. And then bond auction just came in. Check Novartis. I'm going to check the schedule to see if they're on there. I'm also checking news. I don't see it. Events, Novartis. I don't see Novartis on the schedule, so maybe somebody is announcing something that's making them lose. But Novartis is getting clapped right now. So Euro close, little drop. You also got bond auction hitting right now. Jeez, dude. Apple new high. That's going to probably be good. No, Apple's coming down. I thought it was going to be one of those where we start dropping on the SPY and then Apple leads. 8:30 push-ups. Let's get them, baby. Ladies and gentlemen, you guys know we're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. Make sure you're subscribed. You're on mobile. Press hot chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link, nightly Watchlist and main channel. Ooh. But, Chad, we've been here for 2.5 hours. You got 4.5 hours left to go. Let's start off the week great. Let's get the body moving a little bit. You know, stand up, do 10 push-ups. Can't do 10, do 5. Can't do 5, do 4. Can't do 4, do 2. Can't do 2, you do 1. Can't do 1, get on your knees, do a push-up, plank, the worm, anything. But get the body moving, baby, you know? Stretch it out a little bit, okay? Optometrist recommendation, stare at the object 10, 20, 30 feet away. Blink a few times. Relax those pretty little eyeballs. Blink, 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 blink. Bling, 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 bling. Oh, come on. You need it. Relax a little bit, okay? You've been staring at the screen. 2 hours of straight squeezing. You got Powell tomorrow. You're going to be staring at it too. Relax those eyeballs. Now, chest to the sun. Flex the core. Tuck the hips in. Legs in front of you. And boom, baby. You look good, man. I don't want to make it weird, but you look good right now. You look tall. You look like you're ready to play. You look like you're ready for this year, man. You look better than the S&P 500. You look better than the inflation number is going to look. I could guarantee you that. There you go. There you go. Wow, that's beautiful. Beautiful, okay? Okay, now relax a little bit. Relax the jaw. Okay? I need you to do the dragon breath. First, you go, loosen it. Breathe in real deep. Breathe out with your tongue out through the dragon breath. Go, oh, feels great. So euro close, small drop. I don't know how long. You remember, you saw the same shit on Friday. So let's see, bro. Let's see. But you got to stretch it up a little bit. Oh. Wow, that's good. All right, puts coming back to life a little bit. Oh, I need to do those thingies, the little axe choppers. I don't know what they're called. This whole training thing doesn't work out. You could do the fitness instructors. I could do whatever. Shout out to long term. That's why I want you to have a long term, so you can pursue your passions and let your money work for you and get some real estate. You're going to be chilling, bro. You're going to be chilling. That's it. It could be a fitness instructor. I could be a fitness instructor. I don't know, though. I feel like I'd be too aggressive. That's my only downside. Shout out the long term. Oh, yeah, dude. Peloton instructors do make bank. The popular ones, I think they make like $250,000 to $500,000 a year. And that's not even including any other like sponsorships too. Your sound went down. Yeah, it's because I'm like doing these workouts far from my mic. I'm like trying to knee my microphone. Whew. Let's go. Bridges for the glutes. I know, those are actually good. I need those. Whew. Oh, man. There you go. That's it. So hopefully you did those. Good way to start off the day. Move around a little bit like the market. Viridian Therapeutics climbs on thyroid eye disease trial data. Haven't they have data like the last 3 days in a row? And then Novartis still at the bottom. WWE on the high. HBI is on the high now, 770. It's actually insane. 7.75 yield now. Actually wild. So, if you think about it, that new yield now is 3 years almost of that whole drip logic. So, the whole break even now, if you buy HBI at this price, it's completely different than what we were holding. So, let me see it. Where is it? Which one was it? What was that website we got the dividend reinvestment calculator on? I think there was one on here. Tesla, I mean, for the long term at a much, much lower price. Otherwise, I still got my other shares, and we're going to see. Oh, it's market beat. Yeah, thank you, Mike. So let me see. Quarterly drip. So this is like HBI. We did 3,000 initially, 10.5% yield, and this is saying no dividend increase and only 3% per share year, even though we've went up 30% in the last 2 weeks. And then that's also taxing the dividends too. So you get most of your money back by year 6 or 7. Like I was saying, that's just to break even doing nothing, right? And that's if you got, oh wait, did I put the price? No, just starting principal. So now we'll do the same thing, but now the yield is 7.75. It's now to break even. I guess it adds just one more year, which isn't bad. But then hopefully you guys see the idea is all of the dividends come up over every year just by reinvesting. So even just by reinvesting, you're supposed to get a little bit more. Not bad. Not bad at all. Still, 7's still good. 7's still good, man. Recession fears again. If oil goes up too much, but it's not off of pretty much, I mean, oil is now moving off of China. So that's the thing about it. That will be, remember, we had that whole talk on Friday. Just simply that, just remember, if oil goes up too much, then the Fed is going to keep raising rates. So that will be the catch-22 with China reopening around here. Sullivan, Iran could potentially be contributing to war crimes in Ukraine with military assistance to Russia. Let's see. And then Euro close has been, 12 minutes and we're actually down? I like PRVB still. Thankfully, we're getting close to the date. With the Sanofi. Well, why would oil go up when China is getting cheaper oil from Russia? Because China's just going to be reopening. So if China's like fully open, their borders are open, I mean, they're going to just be doing a lot more activity. I mean, right now, their oil demand is low. Obviously, they'll try to get it cheaper from everywhere, but it's just the basic factor of demand going up. Novartis sinks 2.7. We still have that one up here. They could drive up chips too, especially after they got rid of their plan to support their own chip maker. Yeah, Bostic talks again in Dolly. Actually, I think they speak in like 50 minutes. So sooner rather than later. Weak service data doesn't feel like the top line driver. Those who control the narrative control the world, or so the saying goes. And with that in mind, it's important to get the driver for Friday's bullish turn in stocks right. Was it the bad news is good news? ISM reports are as many today arguing, or was it the jobs report Goldilocks feel? There's strong evidence that it's the latter, and that very positive for the longevity of the rally. Much right now is being made of the timing of the various moves. I'd agree that such matters are important, but it's probably naive to argue that since more of the stock gains came after the ISM report, all of the shift in sentiment could be ascribed to it. Big days like jobs CPI are often marked by extreme volatility well beyond the release of the figure. Sure, the algos take the first bite, and then the sell side gets on the phone and spins the narrative to its clients, and it's often hours before we get a good final view. And if good news was bad news, the initial non-farms data that brought strong growth, higher participation, and lower wage inflation should have been read as negative for stocks. More likely, the full effect of the jobs data took time to price in the market, with the ISM's downbeat tone dismissed as overshadowed by less noisy, more relevant peer. The brief drop in the peak between the two data sets looked more like profit taking. But what does that mean about rates then? Because yields were categorically down on that day. Surely that's a sign that this was all part of the weakened economy and trade. Not necessarily. Lower yields would be equally just as a reflection of the expectation that the Fed will get the inflation under control, something that's borne out by the jobs report. Next, let's consider commodities. Copper and oil prices are significantly higher now before the report. In fact, the metal is heading for the largest two-day gain since the word of China reopening first made the first few rounds. And if there's one thing you could do, it's buy copper if you think a recession is looming. Interesting. So people are still arguing why we went up. So again, that was a cool little thing where it's looking at, oh, what the hell is this? Oh, this is supposed to be a chart explaining. Again, it's showing you ISM data and then just like the bulk of the move. So after the ISM, I believe that was around here. I know it's towards the end of the day. But it's still kind of an argument between the Goldilocks data and bad ISM data. Copper. We kind of came back up here, though. I mean, Euro close, you had 15 minutes of downside, and now we're kind of chilling out. You think Powell likes this run? I mean, we'll see where it ends up, but I wonder if Powell will be as confident in the data than not. But like we were saying, there's just a lot of things that are looking. Novartis reverses. Oh, I thought reversed. They reversed the gain. I was like, what? No way, they just bounced up. Bolsonaro is admitted to the hospital in the U.S. But we got to see where this move ends up. And like we're saying, you know, that what I just read to you, it's kind of like, is the market going up because they think the Fed has this in control, or are they going up because they think it's really bad? And that is kind of where we don't know yet. And I think a lot of people are thinking the Fed has this in control, but we'll find out. EWZ's going up on that news. He's living in Jose Aldo's house in Miami. He chilling in Miami, bro? Yeah, I say EWZ is moving up on that one. Powell is tomorrow morning. He matters because they're rioting, because they want him back. The riots in Brazil were huge. the Fed has it under control. I would maybe agree with that if it just wasn't, I don't like that service data. EWZ just went positive on that news. That ISM services was just awful. But it's like, I don't know if, like, it's a big ball the Fed pushed down a hill, pretty much. And that's why it's like, is it really, we're going to go from, you know, ultra hot to soft landing, where I just like, how are you going to, unless you're willing to kind of spark up real estate and other things again, I don't know. I just don't know how soft the landing could be. And usually most people assume the landing is going to be soft right before it turns into a hard landing, if that makes sense. But then again, though, we are in a different environment. So some things could, you know, if the Fed can communicate it in the right way, maybe. Like maybe there's a huge bounce in the ISM in a month or two. We'll see what happens after the earnings also. But, you know, we do live in a different environment. But I just don't know if it's going to, like, the air brakes will be applied. Meta fined by top regulators. Regulators. And then Meta's like the slow performer. Bolsonaro, he's the former president of Brazil. So De Silva, or Lula de Silva, is the president. He just won. And Bolsonaro was the other one. Well, Meta ran up ahead of everything. So Meta was killing. It's kind of like Disney, too. Even Disney's up 1.5 today, but they're not up the same as everybody else. Look at you. And then even Uber want to play. Wow, good for you. The bubbles. Right now, there's a lot of calls on the options, and I haven't looked at Bookmap in a minute. It's kind of chilled out here since Euro close. Give it a little bit of time, but we're doing that. It's been like almost 30 minutes of kind of just chilling out at the high levels. It's looking like one of those squeeze days. It looks a lot like Friday. I think the same exact thing happened there too. Like here was 8:30 or 10:30. You actually went up, and then you started 30 minutes later. You did the pause and then hold up. It's been two very nice days. The volume, I mean, it's just like even like Friday ended up being big because the data, but I mean, 24 million, 2 hours. It's like what, 12 million an hour. It's actually not too bad, but it's borderline slightly above average. And then if it does slow down here, then there you go. At the very least, bonds are moving though. I could get behind that though today. At least that's kind of going hand in hand. What would you do if your girlfriend got you Rogaine for your birthday? I mean, I would say thank you. I'd say thank you for giving me what I needed. I love you. I said she wants to go. She wants to travel. She wanted to go because there's like going to be a couple days this year where the market will be closed for a good amount of time. And I said, I'm either going to go travel or I'm going to go get my hair surgery. That was her idea. She said one or the other. So she said, you either got to travel or you go get your hair fixed. I said, what? Because I didn't even know I was that bald until she showed me. I told you that one day I'm just sitting at my computer and this little asshole comes up behind me and she's like, oh, wow, you're bald. And I'm like, what? No, I'm not. And she starts like taking pictures of the top of my head. And I'm like, what? And then I said, don't talk to me. Stop looking at me. Stop it. So I don't know. I think Rogan would be pretty cool. I know, brutal, right? What's the hair surgery? That's what you do when you're insecure and rich. You go and get fake hair, bro. That's what they all do. I'm telling you, that's what you do. You don't even have to be that rich if you're down to just pop up to Mexico. But that's it. You get the little. They just pull the sides of your hair. There's a hair implant. Even Elon Musk got it. Yeah, bro. And you're going up. Random pop there again. 5 minutes before the end of the hour. That big volume. Big volume, big pop. And bonds are still in squeeze mode. The yen is popping. All the currencies are killing it. Bald. I think bald is coming back in style. I've seen a lot of people just shave their heads. It's kind of down. I look very weird with bald head. Some of y'all can pull it off. I've tried a couple of Snapchat filters to see how I'd look, and it was kind of scary. I look like a Arab version of Stone Cold Steve Austin. I don't know how I feel about it. I look like Jesse Pinkman bald. I look like Stone Cold Steve Ahmed. This is, I don't know. It doesn't work as good with me, man. I don't know. I definitely don't look like Michael Jordan. Not at all. I would pull it off if I could get away. If I look like Michael Jordan with a bald head, I'd do it. Uh-huh. Yeah, like Danny DeVito don't shave his head. Exactly. Thank you. Get the leather vest. LeBron got the hair surgery. You don't think it was weird that LeBron's hairline magically grew back? Bro, that was like the best LeBron joke for the first like half of his career. Everybody would make fun of his hairline, and they make fun of the headband, and all of a sudden, bro, he just came back one day, and then that's it, bro, full of straight lined up and everything. Stavros Halkias? No, I'm not. Who's that? Zacchaeus? Where's Meta? Thought he tattooed it. He did something. I mean, it was. I promise you, he did something. LeBron James, that's it. In between playing for the Heat and the Cavaliers and the late, something happened. Jason Tatum lineup be clean. Nah, he's still like 19. Bro, I saw an old picture of me back. I had a nice lineup, bro. Back in the day, bro. It was crazy. It was sad. Very, very sad, because now I realized I'm like too old. But like Jason Tatum's still young, bro. You young, you have nothing to worry about. That's it. Y'all young, you still got hair. You do whatever you want with it, make it look nice, do whatever, but that's it. Some of us just got to deal with it. I said I'm fine. Like, I'm fine rocking the, like, Middle Eastern horseshoe. That's what all my ummus had growing up. Like, I'm chill, bro. Mad hair on the side, just bald on top. I get it now. I'm cool with it. I still have my Tesla position. We're down a lot still. but it's came back a lot more. A skullet? Yeah, it's kind of like that. A skullet is a good way. It's cool. I think it's unique. One of my old roommates from college was already on Bosley. He was 19. Wow. Yeah, I've met some people with that, but that just happens. You need to eat vegetables or something. Do I wear turbans? Yeah. Yeah. We'll just this guy, every time he thinks of Josh, bro, it's like a flute playing with like wavy heat lines. He thinks of me. He's like, and I'm just gonna say yes to support this mental image that you have of me. I still have the Jen Psaki NFT. Yeah. I don't know how I feel about it. But I can't wait to put it up in my house one day, even though it's on the internet. Apple coming down, but we're still up. Where's Ubad? Oh, where's NVIDIA? All my NFTs are clapped. All I'm saying, dude, NFTs, that was a weird part in our life than, like, the timeline. You know what I'm saying? Like, that was the weirdest part. Like, borderline. And then I just found out how bad Sam Bankman is. Do you guys realize, like, every single stupid coin you heard of, Sam Bankman was low-key behind it? Like, I don't even know even with the NFTs. But, like, do you realize, like, straight up, like, every little, like, random coin you saw being pumped, like, their whole game plan, because they lost all their money, their whole game plan was just buying. They were just buying into it. And everyone was like, oh, this guy just bought this. Oh, and then, bro, yeah, the report found out that blank rocket coin, he had 200 grand and he held it for 18 months. That's just one of them. Most every single, some of them they didn't even dump it, but like, that's it, bro. There were so many of these random stupid coins. And then that's how you heard about it. Again, I hate to even bring up Solana, but like Solana was a big part of the Solana run was because of him. It's like, dude, it's crazy. Yeah, bro, the NFT's still up, though. I don't know how this is possible. A weird world we live in. Yeah, like he was just the whale, and they would just act like a whale and just buy stuff knowing everybody would go into it. And they would dump on it a lot of times, but some of them he ended up holding. It was just weird. I just can't believe that was like the line of logic they got into at some point. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, imagine like you're slipping and you're like, oh, we're not making money as a market maker. They're like, why don't we just pump and dump shit coins? Like, they should have just bought property and he would have been probably good. At that time, he could have gotten away with it. He still had one more year in 2021. He probably did buy property in the metaverse. They didn't buy property. I mean, bro, the guy, one, he didn't even buy any Bitcoin. But no, I mean, consider, bro, if you mean to tell me at one point your personal valuation was $30 billion and you only bought like 40 to 100 million in property, and like he didn't buy massive amounts of property. He just bought fucking penthouses in the Bahamas. Like, he did not buy, like, you know, I think, bro, he could have funded a whole Blackstone ETF for like 10% of his valuation, bought some he could have bought property that yielded value. He bought houses on the fucking water in Bahamas. I don't even know much about the Bahamian market. Like, they weren't like really even, he bought fucking Margaritaville. So, I don't know, man. I don't know. But, like, he could have probably, like, I don't know. Maybe his overhead costs were a lot, but he could have bought a lot of property that was yielding and could have had some good upside. And then it would have been easier to loan out of it in the future if he needed the money. It's crazy. I know honestly, the saddest part is the people who work there, man. All those kids who like gave up their life to like work and code for him, and then they all had all of their money and all of their equity in there. Those are the people who really got robbed, low key. Democrats can work with GOP on U.S. border security. Split personality. He's Dr. Evil. I mean, I definitely think he knew what he was doing was wrong, but at the end of the day, it's like, I genuinely think he was dumb. Like, it's not like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I just don't think he was as sophisticated as you would. I pretty much think it's a lot easier to get. You do not have to have intelligence to get $30 billion, relatively speaking. I just don't think he was. And that's why it kind of sucks, because it'll make you feel stupider if you're smart. Because you're like, why the fuck don't I have 30 billion, man? I don't even know. I maybe he was educated. Like, I know he went to MIT, but like, I just think he was dumb. Like, I think he probably knew stuff like at MIT, but I don't think he knew about really like certain investing and other, like, I just think he was dumb. Like, like, I just don't think he was like, you know what? Have you ever heard that theory? It's part of like Black Swan theory, where it's just like straight. Oh, what movie? There's like a movie like that where like they like, it's just like he's not smart. Like, you know what? Like, he's just dumb. Like, it's just at the end of the day, the guy, like, he could have preserved his scam a lot. Like, look at Bernie Madoff. You know what I'm saying? Like, Bernie Madoff, like, he did some stuff, but like, he was already doing it. But like, you could call him reckless, but like, I would just say he's dumb. Like, I just definitely think he was not as like he definitely, there was like pinpoint moments throughout his timeline where it's just like, he could have done something decently smart or just like totally did the most idiotic thing, and he always opted for the stupidest way possible. Like, I don't know. I just think he was just dumb. But who knows? I'm dumb too. That's why. So I know I'm dumb, and I look back at my life. But then again, it's like I paid my consequences with my own money, not other people's. But it was still like, damn. I don't think he was what we thought he would be. Yeah. Modal was close to $1 billion offerings. I wonder what the yield is. 2033 notes. I'm looking. I wonder what they're paying. 6%. No, 6.4. Wow. So a 10-year bond. Oh my gosh. 10-year GM corporate bond pays 6.4%. Oh. Interesting. 50% higher than the 10-year. So do you guys get that? So you could buy a 10-year bond that's not government backed. That's like a corporate bond from GN. It pays 6. They just sold that 6.4%. You could sign. I think you might have access to it. You could sign up. You have to know when they offer it. But I mean, they just funded that and closed that one. But they finalized the closing of it. But you could buy corporate bonds. GM. I think GM is the one with very good. I don't think they're going anywhere, but I mean, we'll see. They don't pay a dividend, do they? They pay 0.1. What time is it? 9:09. 9:09, you hit the low. So this was like Friday. Remember Friday? If you break below here, that could be a greedy short. But if it holds up here, it's still going to be in squeeze mode. You don't get dividends on bond. You just get the set payout. Your Escalade is broken twice. Didn't you buy it like 2 weeks ago? Trump deposition and rape accusers lawsuit ordered unsealed. I would love to see a Trump deposition video. I feel like that would be almost as entertaining as Lil Wayne's. What happened to the car? How does it break twice? And then, so there's their little bounce. TGTX, that one's still going. Biotech. Novartis seems to be the biggest move off of the JPM search, or the JPM thing. It's the best deposition. Really. It's terrific. Seriously. The key won't unlock and the backup cam stopped working. So like tech problems. It's better. If it was Range Rover, the transmission would have blown in 2 days. So you're good. It's lucky. Technology, you know? Is Roblox still up? I think we're chilling out though. When will inventory rise from car repos? I don't know. I think soon. Probably this year is going to be very interesting for the car market. But it's already so there's a lot of cars not offering premiums. So those BMWs, the new Beamers, 0 premium on any of them. The Ford Raptor. Ford Raptors no longer have premium. Those were cars for the last 2 years. I think the G-Wagon still has premium. And I'm trying to think. I don't know. The next one I would look for is like the Palisades, the Kia, or the Hyundai. That's the one to be watching because that's like a very normal car. But that one had premium. You know that? You know fucking Kia's had a premium for the last couple of years? Is it Hyundai or Kia, the Palisades? Is it a Kia? No, Hyundai. The Hyundai Palisade, that had a premium. I don't know if it has it. The Kia Telluride, that was the other one. The Telluride is the Kia, I think. Yeah, both of those had premiums. It's crazy to think about. So those, I think once those go back to normal, that will say a lot. Because that was a very popular like consumer car at like a very affordable price point. It was still expensive, but a lot of people liked it. I see 4. I'm checking the Lambos. It's not updating, but 506. 506 Lambos for sale. I think even the Ferraris are going up in value, or not value, like inventory. But so even the luxury cars, I mean, still pretty much the same thing, but that's very, very interesting. Ford Transit vans at premium. NHTSA reviewing Musk tweet about disabling driver monitoring. Well, a lot of people, I mean, Lambos in general, I mean, you'd be surprised. Just like they're tied to a lot of industries, but the latest report, like 6 months ago, they were blaming crypto. They were saying the crypto fallout led to a lot of people dumping that. I mean, I would even say stocks too, but they're saying a lot of the top cars that the crypto bros would buy, I mean, a lot of them, not so good. Car premiums are down because of demand destruction or chip shortage. If chip shortage, then that's bullish for car parts. I think it's a mix of both, but I think quite simply interest rates. That's it. And I think that's leading to the demand destruction. And then now, too, you are able to get more supply of cars. So it's supply increasing due to ability to manufacture, as well as supply increasing and not as many people buying them. Did you ever auction it? I got scammed on my Lambo and it ended up working. So I was gonna auction it off. We were gonna do a raffle with it on the Chad, because I was like, we could just get somebody could win it for like $100. But then I put it up for sale with a car company. I put it on consignment at like a luxury auto dealer, and the motherfucker sold my car without telling me. So he would call me every 2 days and say, hey, I have an offer on the car, and it would be like 40,000 lower than what I wanted. And I said, no. And then he would call me back the next day, and then he would say, oh, this one's 30,000 lower. And I would say, no. I said, I want the price I listed it at. Like, what are you saying to me right now? And then eventually he asked me if I wanted to take it like $10,000 lower. And I said, no. And I told him, I was like, I'm just going to come pick up my car today. Like, I'm not playing with you anymore. And then his attitude switched up. And then he was like, we already sold it. I was like, what the fuck you mean you already sold it? Dude, it was crazy. I've never had that happen to me ever. Dude, the luxury car dealers are sketchy, bro. Because I even took it to the guy who I bought it from, and they even tried to lowball the shit out of me. And I was like, dude, are you kidding me? And then, yeah, he sold the car. He sold the car before, and then his attitude changed. He was like, well, the car's already gone. And I was like, what do you mean the car's already gone? He said, bro, I never gave it. I said, what operation are you running here, bro? And then it was just like, it was all bad. And then, like, right when I saw it, I was like, bro, I have a lawyer. Like, I was like, you don't think, like, like, what are you? And then he was like, well, if you're going to bring lawyers into this, then it's going to be a different situation. I was like, dude, I was like, dude, you're evil. I just called him an evil individual. But then my lawyer even said, he said, well, listen, you could only sue to what the top range that you agreed on the vehicle anyways. So, like, he gave me a price range on paper of, like, what we wanted to list at. And the lawyer pretty much said you can't sue for more than what you wanted to list it for, right? So it was just like, we figured it out. And then eventually, like, 2 days later, after just, like, bitching, he was like, listen, I could get you the car back. He was like, I could give you the car. I could get you the car. And I was like, no, bro. I said, do you think I trust you? I said, you probably put 409 in my gas tank. I said, you just had this car for a week and a half, 2 weeks, and you sold it without even telling me. And now you're offering, and I had the car tracked because it was still connected to my, like, account on my phone. And that's what I would do. Every, like, hour, I would just set the alarm off for whoever had the car. And then I would, like, roll the windows down. I would just fuck with him. And then he was like, I'll give it to you back. And I said, no. I said, you're evil. I said, I don't know what you did. I said, no. I said, give me. And that's it. I just got the full amount. I got the top end of my listing range. But then I ended up making a lot of money on that car, and then a couple months later, those cars don't go for that much anymore. So I ended up winning. But that was a very sketchy scenario. I said, God's playing, bro. I said, get this out of here. Mm-hmm. That Lambo, yeah, bro. It was a good story. Nah, man. Shitty story. They're scammers, bro. I got so mad. I was just, dude, you're just an evil individual. I was like, you're shady, bro. I was just, dude, that's all. I couldn't stop saying anything else to him. He was like, how can I make this right? I was like, bro, by being a good person. And I was like, dude, you're awful. It was just probably one of the shadiest car dealers I've ever done. They got what I listed it for. They may have made a little bit on it, but I mean, I got top dollar for the car. But I was just like, dude, you're just evil. I was like, dude, that's sad. I was like, you guys are really, really shady. And I said, find God, bro. Like, no, it's not Lamborghini and they just lowballed me. I'm actually tight with them, but they just wanted to sell it to me cheaper, and I was like, I'm good. They're the ones who gave me the idea, because they called me one day and they're like, hey, you want to sell your car back to us? And I was like, why? They said, we'll give you a lot of money for it. So I was like, and then I just started shopping, and then I was like, interest rates, it's time. I'm over this thing, and I already crashed it. How did they sign the pink slip? It's because when you sign it over for consignment, they just took advantage of what it was. Like, it was just a weird deal, and they pretty much had the ability, like, based on the contract, to do stuff, but like they were supposed to get approval and all of that, but they played the legal game. Like, they played the gray area, and they were just shady individuals. So be careful if you ever do sell your car on consignment. SPY slip in. This is the greedy short level. You've already broken it right here a little bit, but it's holding, and then volume still slightly above average. HPI came down. The video is still holding. Where's Amd? We need SPY to burn. Don't do it. Give it time. Where's Uber? Boot. That one's Boot is JP Morgan Health Conference, I think, even though it's Boot Barn. No, I'm thinking of something else. Boot, or there's another one with a B. Bulls and Bears. I think we just kind of unwinded a little bit more pressure. I'm just worried if it keeps squeezing. That's what you got to realize. If anybody shorts into here and you take that greedy short and it comes back, this is going to be a very magnificent squeeze again. Just all day. And then Boeing is down. Did Lockheed come up, or are they? No, Lockheed even gave it back up. Bostic in 7. Hollow 7% and spiking. Let's not see covered calls. Uber 32. You can sell covered calls. You get $300. I think I got 600 off Ubers though. So like I said, for the long term, if we really start getting rallies though, I want to look at covered calls because we can sell covered calls on some decent names. Powell leaving and McCarthy arriving have an effect. McCarthy could affect defense spending. Like we've seen, and then Powell. I mean, Powell doesn't leave till 2026. Bostic, I don't. After listening to Bostic last time, I don't even think he's I think Bostic is a non-event, and they all just. Mary Dolly will be new, but we already know where Bostic is. He said he's one of the higher dots above 5%, but then at the same time, he does. I don't know. Bostic is meaningless. In a weird way, I think his credibility factor is just it's all-time low. So that could be my personal bias, but even after listening to him the last couple days, once we know where he is on the dot plot, and last couple of times he spoke, it didn't move much. I think that pretty much sums it all up. TGTX. Yeah, I saw it a little bit ago. Yeah, 14. It's kind of chilled out, though, now, huh? After, bro, the first 2 hours was just push it. It was push it. Now it's like, all right, we chilling. I mean, you technically dropped for an hour now. You've had 1 hour of declining from hitting the latest high. So maybe things will change up here in a little bit. I mean, Netflix is starting to move. Now Disney, now DraftKings. So couple of names, and remember, Netflix was the one that needs to do a little bit more. Disney's actually popping. Maybe it's something related to media companies. Disney new highs. I flipped negative on the day now after everything. I love you, Josh. I love you too. Amen. Roblo boot again. SIVB as well. Roblo up 5. Yeah, see, I'm glad I couldn't even tax loss sale if I wanted to on that. Now it's now already above. Netflix is going up. Remember, Netflix has been lagging as far as big tech all day. His Avatar gave off the latest figures. Disney, they're not part of that. Megan movie, bro. Everybody went to go watch that. That one was like a surprise box office hit. Loving HBI collecting a div in at 588. Good price, Habibi. Good price. Shout out to the long term. Roblo, little one. Oh, and now even the SPY. So it started with like Netflix and Disney. Check even Uber, the ones that were like up, but not up as much as the names in the morning. That could be part 2. CF on the high. Cleveland, is that Cleveland Cliffs or is that CLF? SWBI, the guns. A little bit. Even Visa now, Ulta. That's actually a big pop. So, again, it's happening right here about an hour since the high. You've literally dropped for an hour. This just feels just like Friday. Remember, Friday, we had an hour to take money on the play, and if you didn't take it, then there you go. So give it some time here, but the clock may be interesting. This is the best 2-day gain in 2 months. All right. All right, I'm going to go to the bathroom. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. I love you. Do some push-ups too. I'll BRB. And
I'm David Weston. We just talked to Diane Swank of KPMG about it. The reaction of the markets to those eco numbers we got on Friday. Now here we have the authority on the markets. She is Kriti Gupta. So how are we doing today?
Well, green on the screen when it comes to the equity market. And this is actually going to be the first trading day of the new year for real. Of course, we saw some light trading last week. Well, this is where everyone is officially back at their desk. And you can see that in the way some of these volume numbers are. On a 30-day basis, you are actually seeing the volume much higher, about 30%. On the S&P 500, about 29% on the NASDAQ. So it really tells you that these are some kind of high conviction buying that you're seeing and broad buying, I might add. Take a look at every single sector you're seeing in the S&P 500. It's in the green at the moment. Healthcare is the only one lagging. Of course, a lot of that is simply waiting for that healthcare conference that is going to take off. A similar story in the bond market here, where you are seeing 352 on the 10-year yield, only lower by about 3 basis points. So stocks and bonds both getting bought. It looks like people are resetting for the new year.
Well, is this all in anticipation of the Fed? They think that the Fed is having its way and the market's slowing down and therefore it won't have to go as far or fast?
Well, the eco data is going to be significant. No surprise here. When you get the CPI numbers, anything can happen. Yeah. But I think right now we are looking for this idea that we're approaching the end of the tightening cycle and that you are going to see, if there is any selling, it will abate by the second half of this year, and then you will have a more sustainable turnaround. And I think that's what a lot of equity investors are really waiting for, and they're looking for it on a kind of stock-by-stock basis. So, for example, I think a really good kind of poster child of some of the issues to watch right now is Lululemon, for example, which is actually down quite a bit, despite the entire market being up, simply because they are dealing with margin pressures, and it's a hangover from 2022.
Which takes us back to the earnings and what happens this year with earnings, which we're not sure about. Thank you so much to Kriti Gupta. You can catch her again at 1 p.m. Eastern Time when she will be anchoring Bloomberg Markets.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Netflix now. I think it's Netflix's turn. Said Disney telling workers to come to the office 4 times a week. The VIX would spike. I mean, even these little runs, though, it's, remember, like even yesterday or Friday, that it was just getting clapped. Like the VIX gets very, very weird at these moments. It starts up and then goes down. Fed Daily speaking at the Wall Street Journal event. Do we have to find it? Damn it. We have to load it up. Oh, I think I got it. Yeah, there it is.
Differently than we expect. So I'll be looking at all the risks to that evolution, as well as continuing on the path of fully restoring price stability.
So on that point, Mary, and for people who don't follow every twist and turn of the Fed, 4 times a year, you and your colleagues put out projections called the Summary of Economic Projections, or the SEP, that looks at where policy would go under a modal or most likely economic outlook. And in the last set of projections in December, the inflation forecasts for almost everybody, it looks like, went up a little bit. And so I wonder, a number of people have asked me, why did that inflation projection rise in the last set of forecasts? What is it that you're seeing? Because the consumer price index in October and November was quite better behaved than it had been. So what influenced that decision to raise the inflation projection in December?
Well, that's a terrific question. And I'll speak for myself because I was one of those who raised my inflation forecast, and very consistent with how you saw the median of the SEP evolve. So why? Well, when you decompose the inflation data, it's very encouraging that overall CPI is coming down, overall PCE is coming down. Those are very good pieces of information. But we saw most of that action in energy costs and in goods prices, which we were expecting to come down because they would come down as supply chains improved. and bottlenecks, were released. So those were pieces of good news that we absolutely need. About half of the excess inflation we observe in our country is related to supply disruptions. And so those supply disruptions improving is causing inflation to come down. What we haven't seen yet is core services come down in the way that we would like it to. And importantly, and really importantly, is that if you do core services excluding housing, it's because we have a pretty good handle on how shelter costs behave. We know that home prices come down first, that eventually trickles into rental prices, which eventually brings shelter price inflation down. And that takes 16 to 18 months, 12 to 18 really, depending on whose estimate you're using, but it takes a while, but pretty much we can forecast how that will evolve. It is the core services inflation, excluding housing services, shelter services, that just has shown no sense that it's coming down. And that is particularly historically been persistent and very highly related to the progression of the labor market and wage growth. So that's why my own forecast for inflation rose in the December SEP. It's because we see more persistence in some of the aspects of inflation that are just harder to bring down quickly. And I think what you're seeing is an agreement across FOMC participants that the inflation data have just come in more persistent than we had expected. And we have to build that in. Ultimately, policymakers are risk managers. We have to have a modal outlook, the most expected outlook, but then we also have to manage the risks. And right now, the biggest risk out there that would be very hard to untangle is that inflation expectations, which have held steady so far, would start to drift in response to more persistent inflation. And so we're determined, dedicated, united, resolute. You can use any of the words you've probably heard one of us say,
but that's definitely not good.
To just remind people that we are committed to bringing inflation down to our price stability target of 2%.
Goods inflation,
but it isn't going to happen quickly, and it won't be complete in all likelihood in the coming year.
Was key.
So if I could
doesn't
stick
mean
with
it'll
that.
kill
So
this, though, but
sounds like if you have an inflation dashboard, I don't want to oversimplify your remarks, but just to make sure I understand, you kind of have three buckets that you're looking at: goods and energy, which went up a lot, coming down now. That's sort of helping you out. Housing, which hasn't turned around yet, but because of what you discussed on rents, you think it could help you out down the road. And so is it fair to say you're really focused on that third bucket, which is core services excluding housing, i.e. The labor market?
Yes, I think that's a good, people put them into different numbers of buckets, but I think those three buckets are really clear, and they do tell you how I'm looking at the dashboard. And so we want to see continued improvement in all of the buckets, but it's that core services excluding housing that so far hasn't brought a lot of relief. And that is very important to overall inflation coming down to 2% over time.
So, Mary, we saw a pretty substantial revision to wage growth in the hourly earnings data that the Labor Department reported on Friday. The last month or two had been revised higher in November, and then in December, the numbers all came in lower. Now, I realize you don't want to overreact to just 1 month of data, but if this more benign trajectory of wage growth is sustained, what implications would that have for your outlook on wage and inflation pressures and for interest rates?
So if I may, I would like to take this moment to just talk about how I think of it from first principles, because there's a piece of the economy that we study way before we ever think of wage growth. Wages are just another form of prices. They tell you about the price of labor and they tell you what the outcome of demand and supply imbalances looks like. And so right now we have more demand for labor than we have supply of workers interested in doing jobs. That's going to push wage growth up and push it away from what the steady state or the sustainable level of wage growth is, which is 2% inflation plus medium to longer run productivity growth. So when I saw the wage growth data coming down, that seems completely consistent with the fact that the labor market is slowing. We still have numbers that are well above what it takes to just hold the economy steady. We're making more jobs than we have new entrants or re-entrants coming in willing to take them. So we're still out of balance, but it is slowing. We are bringing demand and supply into a greater balance, and I would expect to see that in wage growth. So far the economy is operating much like I would expect, given the interest rate increases we've taken. So now the job is about thinking about working on that until the job is well and truly done, until the labor market is in sufficient balance that wage growth realigns itself with 2% inflation and productivity growth. And then we see that pushing through to price inflation. And all of that brings us back down to that 2% target on price inflation that we've talked about. So that's how I see the economy working, and it's why we pay attention to wage growth, but I pay attention to the inputs to wage growth, which are labor demand, labor supply.
Now, money markets have reacted strongly to these revisions of average hourly earnings. And also on Friday, there was a sizable drop in a widely watched survey of business purchasing managers for the service sector, especially in the leading new orders component. The market has an assessment right now that you've basically done your job and that you don't need to tighten as much as you projected just a few weeks ago. Now, when you and I did this conversation a year ago, you told me that those interest rate projections, the dots, are only good on the day that they're submitted. So why shouldn't the wage data and some of these other reports we've seen lead now to a downward revision in your rate forecast closer to where the market is?
Well, there's really two, maybe three reasons. Let me start with one and see how many numbers I get to. So the first one, and you're absolutely right, the dots are only as good as the day that we print them. So the question is, to what extent do my dots, as we would call them, do my projections change as the incoming information came in? And so for me, what I see is it's 1 month of data. You said that right out of the gate. It's 1 month of data. I don't think we should declare victory on inflation, on the labor market, on any of the things that we're seeing based on 1 month of data. Second is, if I asked us all to do this thought experiment, so I'm going to ask us all to do it. Imagine you don't know anything about where we've come from. You just know, you look at the data we have today and you see unemployment's historically low, jobs are being created we're adding about 100,000 more jobs per month that we actually can sustain with new entrants and re-entrants to the labor force. And we have inflation at high rates and, painfully injuring millions of Americans, low, moderate, middle-class Americans who really are strapped to find ways to substitute across to continue to live their lives and increase their well-being. Most people would say, wow, the Fed's really got to do something. The economy's out of balance and we need to fix that. And so I think importantly, we need to separate the fact that, yes, we do have good news coming in. Yes, we are seeing monetary policy transmission working, but it's really too soon to declare victory on this. And if you declare victory early and stop, you can find yourself with a much worse situation down the road. And that's what happened in the 1970s. And we found ourselves with the need to do the Volcker disinflation, which was necessary, of course, but painful. And I don't want to put the economy in that situation again. And I would return us all to the level of the economy is still out of balance. Demand for laborers still outstrips supply by quite a lot. Demand for goods and services is still outstripping supply. So we still need to bring those two things back in balance so that we can have 2% inflation. And ultimately, this is really how I think about it. We want to return the economy so that to a place where Americans, businesses, consumers, communities, they don't have to think about inflation every day. When I'm out there in the community, that's the number one topic on people's mind. Inflation. It beats out recession by quite a lot.
Everyone in your position says that they're mindful of the lags of monetary policy.
Sure.
What does being mindful of the lags mean for you in concrete terms? Does it mean, for example, that the Fed can slow down or stop raising interest rates absent clear signs of economic weakness in the data? I mean, people ask me all the time, if you wait to see signs that the economy is rolling over, doesn't that mean you'll have gone too far, that you'll have overshot?
So that's a terrific question. So I look at this many, many ways, try to get empirical information about lags, but also just you have to use the data that are incoming. So let's start with, there are lags in monetary policy. We don't actually know how long they are. What we do know is that the speed of transmission from when we talk about our policy to where markets price in the policy rates has sped up tremendously. It's almost immediate. We say something, markets put it in, that you saw that in early 21 before we ever raised the interest rate at all. we had mortgage rates starting to climb just on the idea that we were going to raise the interest rates. So that piece of the transmission mechanism is very fast. But there's still this piece between when rates go up and when it starts to impact the real economy. And we've seen it evolve, but it comes with lag. So we raised the interest rate starting March of 21. And we saw the housing sector respond almost immediately. It's interest sensitive.
Exactly what
Other
Powell
interest
says.
sensitive sectors respond.
But
But only now
hit
are
the
we
same way
seeing
as Powell.
that trickle through to a slower growth in the economy that would mean slower employment growth and slower wage growth and, you know, slower demand growth more generally. So that's what the lags are. You can hear just by my description of them, we don't know a precise number of quarters, so it requires intense study on a regular basis. I would say that's basically the definition of data dependence. But the other thing that I use, and I found this very helpful, is San Francisco Fed researcher Andrew Forrester, along with some other colleagues of his, have done something they call the proxy funds rate. And it just recognizes that not only is our funds rate that adjusts that's important for policy, it's also our forward guidance and our balance sheet policy. And his own estimates would put the proxy rate well above the funds rate we have in place right now. And so I'm mindful that right now the funds rate is actually higher. And it's why we're seeing the economy slow, in my judgment. So what I'm looking at is we don't need to see inflation get to 2%. We don't need to see inflation even get necessarily down to something within a stone's throw of 2% before we would stop raising and simply hold. But this piece right here, this phase 2 of tightening, is extremely challenging, right? The phase 1 is raise the interest rate until you get it into somewhat restrictive territory. That part is complete. Now we have to raise the interest rate just enough to be able to sit with it and keep the economy bridled sufficiently to bring inflation down. That is going to be challenging to find that rate. And so that's why I said at the top of the hour that starting point is the SEP, putting it between 5.25 and 5.5 if memory serves. That's a reasonable place to start, but we're going to need to go in and imagine as the data roll in, do we need to go higher or can we stop a little earlier? I think something above 5 is absolutely, in my judgment, going to be likely. But when I say absolutely going to be likely, I still have uncertainty bands around that, but that's where I'm putting it right now. My own projection is we'll need to go above 5. How far above 5 we need to go, not completely clear. But importantly, we have a lot of data coming in, and we have meetings in which we can debate this. I think this is why you'll hear a lot of us saying meeting by meeting. It doesn't mean we wait to decide till the meeting's upon us. It means that we don't want to forecast a set of decisions that have so much uncertainty attached to them. That would, in fact, be imprudent. So what we're really trying to communicate is our reaction function and how we will respond. And there, I think it's really about looking at all the data and seeing when do we have some confidence that inflation is on the path down.
So you and your colleagues will have another meeting in about 3 weeks. And I want to ask about that meeting. Do you see the need for another 50 basis point rate increase, which is what you all did in December? Or do you think that the data now and being mindful of what you've done could allow you to support shifting to a 25 basis point increase instead of 50 at the next meeting?
This one's big.
So heading into the next meeting, I see those as both on the table, 25 or 50, and it really is about incoming information. And we have another CPI report coming out next week. I'll have many. I get out to the district after the new year, and I'll be talking to my boards and my councils and my contacts and having roundtables, really gathering up the information, not just about the backward-looking data we've been observing, but also the forward-looking views that they have about how the economy is shaping up and how they're going to put money to that by investing in their firms or cutting back. And I need to know all of those things before I can really decide between 25 or 50, because ultimately those are just the tactical ways we're going to get to the place we need to be. I think this is why I have been a proponent of let's shift the conversation from pace to level. Where are we going to land? And when I think about where we're going to land, then it's somewhere in above 5. But when you're being seriously data dependent, doing it in more gradual steps does give you the ability to respond to incoming information and account for those lags. So that's how I'm thinking about it. But again, I want to be data dependent, not wall off a 50 basis point increase is not likely because we haven't even seen the CPI.
So we get the CPI on Thursday.
I think you have
a
seen
lot
it.
of the people who put, point forecasts forward are
Powell
projecting that the headline figure could actually decline, which would bring the year-over-year number down somewhere to the low 6%. Of course, it had been up as high as 9% back in June. If we were to see a pretty soft CPI Thursday, similar to what we saw in the last 2 monthly prints, I mean, would that be enough for you to say, okay, maybe we can slow to the more measured quarter point rate increment that was more traditional for the Fed before last year?
I'd like to take a little more nuanced look at the CPI that's coming in and tell you exactly what I'll be looking for. So, of course, I'd like to see the overall come down. I mean, that's just direct relief to Americans who have been struggling painfully for many through high inflation. So there's nothing but positive information there. But when I'm thinking about policymaking, I'm thinking of what is the underlying inflation, and not just how do I get it from 9 to 6, but how do I get it to 2? So I'm going to be paying a lot of attention to core services ex housing, because I'd like to see some improvement there, or at least no acceleration. I'd like to see some sense that we've got some momentum in that front as well. And the wage growth numbers coming in give me some hope that we will start to see that behave better, behave more consistent with its historical trend, and help us gain confidence that we're going to be able to get back down to 2%. So yes, it would be so welcomed if we continue to get the headline to come down. That is absolutely the case. And it won't be the only thing I'm looking at as I decide about what optimal policy is going forward. And I think it's also important at this juncture to say that it's, the meetings are not, they're really, let me say what they are instead of what they are not. They are really live meetings. They're important times for us to go and debate and deliberate with each other so that we can come up with the best policy that serves all Americans. I mean, all of us who are participants, and we have a full committee, have different walks of life we've come from, different trainings we've come from. We have different people we speak to on a regular basis. We're all trying to assemble the information. And so prejudging what we'll vote for or be supportive of before we get there to discuss it with our colleagues is really not, to me, best policy practice. So that's why I'm not trying to hedge here as much as I'm trying to say this is a critical part of our deliberations comes at the meeting. So we're going to wait for the data and then go to the meeting and think hard about, is 50, 25, those are in the range of what I think is the most likely. Which one of those would we choose? But we're all committed to the same thing, being resolute to bring inflation back down to 2%, and importantly, do it as gently as we can.
They really don't
so that
want
we cause as few Americans additional pain. I mean, so many Americans are already in pain from the high inflation. They really just want to decide at the last second. But when you lose your job as the economy slows, that's also painful. We have to balance those things as we go forward to ensure that we're doing it as gently as we possibly can.
So then what is the argument? Is there a strong argument for doing 50 at this next meeting? It sounds like everything you just said could be an argument for doing 25.
I can argue on it. I'm an economist, so I can give you arguments for either side. But so why would you, just talk about what's the argument for doing 50 versus 25?
Bro,
if you thought your level might be higher down the road, you thought the inflation data just weren't cooperating, you thought that getting there sooner would be better. For me, when I look at that, I say there's a case could be made for either one. Right now, and what I want to really do is get with my colleagues and debate and deliberate and be mindful. And I have said, I wrote a whole speech about being resolute and mindful. Resolute to get inflation down and mindful about how we do it. And mindful works both ways. We have to be mindful that there are lags in monetary policy and that we have to be conscious of those lags so that we don't create an unforced error and over tighten only to cause people pain that was unnecessary. So absolutely mindful there. And that might cause for call for a more gradual pace. But we also have to be mindful about the fact that if inflation gets embedded into people's expectations, if they start expecting that inflation is going to be high, so they're forever asking for wage growth that incorporates higher inflation, well, that's something you absolutely want to avoid. I have not seen signs of a wage price spiral. I haven't seen signs of inflation expectations drifting. And I think a lot of that owes to the fact that we've been resolute. We're going to bring inflation down. So I want to be mindful on both sides. That means data dependence. That means talking, looking at the published data, talking to our contacts and talking with each other, participants of the FOMC to really try to do our best to create optimal policy that works for the economy overall and all the members of it.
In the economic projections last month, you and your colleagues put down where you think the unemployment rate would be at the end of this year, and that projection was at around 4.6%. Now, turning to audience questions, Michael asks, is the Fed predicting what will happen, or is it telling us what it wants to have happen? And I wonder about that in the context of this higher unemployment rate. Is that the Fed saying actually the unemployment rate needs to rise here?
So what the projections are, and I'll speak about how I write my projections down. When I write my projections down, I go through this exercise. It's a rigorous exercise, looking at models, talking to contacts, talking to my teams, et cetera. And we say the following: in order to get inflation down, what do we think we need to do with the policy rate? And we look at the labor market, of course, and we find, oh, that's very, very strong right now. We have more job openings than we have workers able to fill them. That means that we have to raise the interest rate like we have been in order to get that part of the economy back in balance. I'm reassured by the supply chains improving, so that takes that worry off the plate a little bit, diminishes it anyway. So then I write down the policy path that I think is the most likely policy path to get the economy back in traction or back in the sustainable pace. Then we look at what impact is that going to have on the labor market? How likely do I think it is that the unemployment will rise? And there we're really balancing off what you've seen as two ends of a spectrum. Then those ends are so extreme you wouldn't think that they would, it's not either or, but the middle is where it is. Will it all come out of vacancies? Will we have some miraculous tightening of the economy that only decreases the amount of posted vacancies that the economy has and doesn't improve or increase rather the unemployment rate at all? So I think the vacancies are going to play a large role, but I don't think it's going to be everything. And I also think it's not going to raise the unemployment rate, to some really challenging level that is too much pain to tolerate. So that's why I put in an estimate of around 4.5, 4.6. And that's what I expect to happen given the rate of increases we've taken, the additional ones that I've planned, and then holding them there to bring the economy back into balance. So that's what I think of as balancing our two objectives, getting inflation down to 2% and doing it as gently as we possibly can. And remember, an unemployment rate of 4.5%, 4.6% is not out of historical norms for where the unemployment rate would settle. And it is a temporary phenomenon. It's not one that goes up there and stays forever. It's just a balancing of the trade-offs that we face between getting inflation down and doing so by bridling in the economy. I mean, ultimately, here's the big problem we have in the labor market. We don't have enough workers. Labor supply is not growing very rapidly, and workers who previously were in the labor market have yet to come back and may not come back. And so those things mean that our potential to grow is slower unless we have increases in productivity that allows us to increase output without adding workers. So we're in that quandary right now in the US, and it's something that the Fed doesn't have the levers to fix it, but the barriers to labor supply, labor force participation are there, and we're seeing the effects of those things.
To follow on that, how much evidence of sustained disinflation or lower wage growth would you want to see before you decide that maybe such a large increase in the unemployment rate won't be necessary, that appropriate policy won't actually cause that magnitude of increase?
So one of the things that I really need to see is the labor market to come back in balance. So we would be narrowing it to say, well, the labor market can come back into balance by just firms not looking for as many workers. And I think that's going to be a big part of the conversation. It's a big part of the outcome, right? It's why the unemployment rate isn't forecast to rise very rapidly like it has historically. It's because a lot of this is just going to come, firms are going to say, look, we just are going to slow our pace of hiring. So that is less painful than when firms actually lay workers off. And that's how I think this will work. If the unemployment rate comes up less, then that would be terrific. I mean, obviously, if I'm thinking about doing this in an ideal world, which we do not face, by the way, you would want to bring down inflation and you'd have no challenges in doing that. But we don't face that world. We have demand and supply out of balance, which is why inflation is high. So we have to bring demand in balance with supply, existing supply, being mindful that supply is also recovering. But that's in the goods market. It's not in the labor market. We don't really see a lot of labor supply growth here. And that means that we're going to have to bring labor demand back in balance, which is going to, in my estimate, produce some increase in the unemployment rate.
So, Mary, we're almost out of time. I want to try to get in one or two more questions here. These are related. Lee asks, I think the question on everyone's mind is, when will inflation decline to 2 to 3%? So my question I would put to you is, how long do you think, under your modal outlook, how long does it take to get inflation back to 2% using the Fed's preferred inflation gauge, which is the PCE index?
My own projection is that my modal outlook, the thing that I think is most likely, is that we'll get into the low threes by the end of this year, which would be welcome relief for Americans facing high inflation that's not been anywhere close to the low threes. So, and then get closer to 2% by the end of 24, and then get into 2%, add 2% in early 25. So that's the future I see. I mean, the main messages there is we could find ourselves, working to bring it. It might end up that there's more persistence than I've factored in, and that would require more policy actions on our part. But the idea that we get inflation down to something close to the low threes by the end of this year and something close to the low twos by the end of next year, to me, those seem like our commitment to restore price stability. That's the promise we've more or less made to Americans. We're going to do our very best to, within a reasonable amount of time, restore price stability, get inflation down, and get the economy back on a sustainable path. So relief is coming, but it will be gradual. And to be faster than that would require enormous pain on the labor market that I'm just unwilling to put forth, given that we already see some relief going through in supply chains, and we also have lags in monetary policy. So that's why I think settling for the low threes next year, or this year rather, and the low twos in 24 is a reasonable path to balance our two objectives.
And then the last question comes from Takuma, and it's about the 2% inflation target. And I hear this all the time. The question here is, the 2% inflation goal was calibrated in the era of globalization. Do you think that the 2% goal needs to be recalibrated as we enter an era of deglobalization? And I'll just add my own end of the question here. Should the 2% target be changed if it turns out we're in an environment where we're going to see higher inflationary pressures?
I don't see that as being on the table at all right now. It's not on the table for me. First, let me say, we don't know what the deglobalization factors are. We're still in the process of sorting all of that out. So the thing that I've learned in policymaking, and as a researcher, as an economist, is it's every single time we have a cyclical change, it is we're all very quick to say, well, this is probably going to change the world. It's always going to be like this going forward. And caution is our best approach right now. So I see no evidence right today that we should be changing the inflation target. Apart from it's always a very bad idea for credibility to change numbers, to change your goalposts when you're in the middle of trying to achieve it. We are in playoff season for football or any sport really you can think of. You don't change the goalposts in the middle of the campaign to get inflation back down. But on a more serious note about should we change it overall, it's been a very good benchmark through a lot of pressures, through a low inflation environment, through a high inflation environment. So I would see little impetus for that discussion. So for me, it's not even on the table right now, but we'll be, of course, doing another framework review, as the chair said, about every 5 years. So as we do that, we would investigate things like that. But for today, and for the foreseeable future, getting inflation down to our stated goal of 2% is the job at hand.
Well, Mary, it looks like that's all the time we have for this afternoon, for this morning. So thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you. It's my pleasure. Great way for me to kick off the new year. Appreciate it, Nick.
Same for us. And to our audience, if you missed part of this event, the full program will be available to rewatch on our live Q&A page. And with that, I want to thank all of you in the audience for joining us today. We will be back next week with St. Louis Fed President James Bullard on January 18th. And you can check back on this page for updates. And we'll see you next time.
Wow, Timmy. So he's going to have another one with Bullard. That one was a great one. Honestly, it was great. I think Timmy is that's the interviewer we need, bro. He was not like, he was like a dog on a, like holding on to the bone, bro. He would not let go of the, so 50 or 25. So, but it was, I mean, she said some things, I think, clearly. I even wrote it down there, what she said about inflation services excluding housing. Or what was the direct quote? Core services ex housing, yeah. So that's the thing it seems like, because that's where we started to drop a little bit, because it seemed like they weren't really focused on goods inflation or anything like that, and kind of saying, you know, we want everything else to drop. I think Bostic is speaking right now too, yeah. He said economy is robust, Fed trying to squeeze excess demand. I don't know. I don't know about Mr. Bostic. Mr. Bostic. Interesting man, you know? I went and I made a tea right now, so I'm going to be drinking some tea. You know, I got a tea. You guys hear that? It's good. We got to make our tea. Robust, like Pizza Hut tomato sauce. Okay, very good. And we're dropping. I don't know. Is that what he's saying? Says we're trying to squeeze excess demand. I mean, you're dropping, though, at VWAP. I mean, I think in a weird way, Dolly kind of brought us down a little bit, but that's about it. Dolly is impressive. I'm not the biggest fan of her. I think the impressive part of that was the interviewer in that case, but Dolly, not really a big fan. Her name was on a lot of signatures for the banks that Sam Bankman bought. So I'm not really, her and Bostic are kind of my two least favorite. But she did sound a lot like Powell today. XFCX Vessel volume. I think that was, well, if she wanted to bring it down, they would have just said 50 basis points. But, like, isn't it funny that they want to do it? UK sets maximum electricity discount and maximum gas discount for businesses. Exxon. I think oil was down again. MRK and Johnson & Johnson were selling off. But even JP Morgan here in the banks. All right, you're breaking the greedy short level. So the NASDAQ is still holding up very, very well, but now the SPY is back below 1%. I mean, this is still a big move for the day, but, I mean, you're definitely you're showing a little bit more weakness even compared to Friday last time. Again, the NASDAQ is still up a ton, but let's see where the SPX is at. Still 39.31. So remember, this was the first breakout level that opened up almost 20 points to the high. You didn't get to the soft level or 39.60. So I'd watch 39.27 if we go down, and then really back to opening, but I don't know. Bostic's best case for 2023 is GDP of 1%, no recession. Then JP Morgan Health Conference, Cardinal Health, Penn Nimbura. Oh, wait, Manchester United and Liverpool said to be buyout targets for Qatar Fund. So Qatar wants some man, but I can't believe this thing is still up. Like, it's been nonstop since the holidays. But news that the Qatar Fund is interested. They're planning to invest in English Premier League. They will takeover of minority stake, and their deliberating is ongoing. May not lead to a deal. We're still up a lot. We're just giving back some of it, but now it's not like, if there's a violent like bounce, then you could get squeezed, but like it's not doing the whole hold up till here and then like slowly edge down. So if we break lower from here, it gets ugly. You've pretty much given up the first like hour or so of gains. I mean, you've just given it up here. Remember, this is, we were up a lot more though, but I think we're close to 3. We're at 2.5%. NASDAQ gave up a half, but then I believe the S&P gave up a little bit more than 0.5%. Meta barcode. And Meta's just been leading. W on the high. BI Fed spectrometer. Huh. What is this? Interesting. I need to save this. Do you guys see this? Hold on. So like the Bloomberg spectrometer, this is it classifies each governor regional bank along a spectrum spanning to -2 resolute dove to +2 resolute hawk based on his or her policy. The rankings are subjective assessments of the economist based on public statements and their updated ad hoc. Recent comments are rated more heavily. The above spectrometer highlights the FOMC voting roster for 2023. Voting members of the committee are shown on the left side of the figure, with alternate non-voters on the right side. With the on the right side, member of the federal govs vote continuously alongside with the president of the New York Fed. 4 additional regional banks vote on a rotating schedule, but pretty much the higher the number, the more hawkish, the lower the less. So Lael Brainerd, she's negative. The resolute dove. Powell is +1. Bowman is +1. That's hawkish. Waller is hawkish. Neil Kashkari, hawkish. These are regional banks, and that's it. What's her name? Who did we just listen to? Daly? Why is she not on here? Oh, she's a non-voter. So even then, even what she said today really doesn't even have that big of an effect. Interesting. Actually, even Barkin, too. Am I tripping? Where's Bullard? Alternative voter? That's weird. Bullard is +2 on alternate. So Bullard's not even voting. Or I guess they're alternate voters. That's very interesting. So really, we need to hear from Brainerd, Michael Barr, Michelle Bowman, Christopher Waller, Lisa Cook, and Philip Jefferson. Isn't Philip Jefferson, he played for the Lakers? Bench players talking like star. Honestly, that was kind of weird. So like most of the Fed speeches we've heard are they're all the bench players. Even Bostic, Barkin, and Daly, they're all like that. It's pretty crazy. Well, why are there multiple? They're all heads of a regional area. So they all have their own, like based on where they're at. So like there's different feds in different areas. So like there's New York, San Francisco, Dallas, I think Virginia, Philadelphia, different regional areas. How much say? Well, they all have some influence. I mean, the voting members are the bigger ones because those are the ones actually, making their decisions. But kind of makes sense. That's why it's like we've seen some reactions from these guys, but not anything too crazy. We've technically only heard from the non-voters. Brazil on the way to institutionalize standardization. And then Roblo breaking out now. Bro, a lot of 6 and 7% movers here. What a day. What a day, Chad. What a day. And then NVIDIA and the chips are still up. So you're actually below VWAP the first time. Now we're back to the first level. I mean, you were here what? You were here within 30 minutes of the day. So you gave up like half of the gains on the day. But now this is where we were at after the little gap up and then run. So kind of chill. Win on the low. Book map looks pretty clear. Roblo. Bostic says data to guide Fed on when to shift to 25. Bro, they will not answer. They're playing that game of chicken. I mean, I think it's Every single question, they're very adamant on not answering it. They really, I think, are waiting till the last data set, right all the way up until the day of the meeting. We'll see. But that question, that will dictate a lot if we could get the answer. But I don't think we're going to get it there. And we'll see. If the Fed futures are resolutely, pointing in one direction ahead of the meeting, that'll be it. But as of now, it's kind of there's a lot of unknown. Profits on NVIDIA. They're still there. I mean, I'm considering taking profit on it, but I also, again, coming into earnings season with the chips, it could be fire, and then I have that downside NQ. So I'm kind of willing to hold it, but it's a good gain. I mean, we may look back on it and be like, why didn't we take 8% profit? But we will see. Tesla leaks Cybertruck tri-motor pricing. Need to get above 123. 123.70, it'll go very, very good. J&J says they're not averse to large acquisitions. Yeah, still in Proverbs. So it's a nice gain, but I would balance NVIDIA with your portfolio. So, like, if you don't have too much downside working against you or whatever else it may be, I mean, it's almost $1,000 on 50 shares. $800, so it's there. STLD on Cybertruck. Steel Dynamics, they provide the steel. They had the tri-motor. HPI working his way back up. And Disney chilled out. Netflix was doing good too and all that. Do you still believe in not selling long-term stocks for 10 years? Yeah. It's worked out pretty decent. I mean, our long-term is still killing it now. We're really not down that much. I mean, now I could confidently say, including dividends and covered calls, we're technically up. But where the long-term's at now, especially coming into this year, you see how fast things move. I mean, I'm very confident in holding. I mean, it doesn't mean we didn't take any losses, but it also, holding over enough time has been it's been a very, very great strategy. And the ones that have done good are continuously doing good and compounding. We've had exposure to a lot, and we still have a lot of upside, and we still own everything. But, yeah, big fan. Big fan. Tesla. Do you believe in love after love after love? Sorry. Refin. PRVB, I don't know. Just hit that high and then that's it. That 10% thing is all about paying yourself 10% first. And then this is why I believe in not selling, because if you save 10% of your yearly income, right? You save 10% of your yearly income for 10 years. You literally will give yourself a free year of money that you didn't work for, that you already worked for, but you just made sure you saved it. So, and then that's why, too, some of these, I mean, again, if you get the right investments, you hold, you play it out over time, I mean, there is a lot of good things that could work in your favor. The compounding is amazing, and that's all you need. Yeah, it's free. It's a free year. If you think about it, it's a free year of work. Just by saving 10% for 10 years. That 10% will add up to 1 year. So then if you want to stop working and pursue a rap career, you can. That's always one thing I've been a fan of. It's a great way. Or if you want to become a personal trainer, you could become a personal trainer because now you saved up. Maybe you want to join NASA. Maybe you want to go fly to space. You could do a lot. It all starts with saving 10%. It's a pretty crazy concept if you think about it. It's even more than 1 year. It is. Well, then that's the whole idea. I mean, clearly, we just experienced one of the worst years in the world. when it comes to stocks. But, you know, the idea with the stock market, and now this is why I don't really like to sell, is that it just, you know, and the whole idea of keep adding more is that it keeps you in the game, but it's also like you could really grow your assets. And then if those assets grow any faster, then you win. So that's the thing. If you grow any more than 10%, then you make even more money. That's the crazy part. I mean, and obviously we've been adding to this, but like you see on the net profits, I mean, this isn't bad to hold this whole account and be down 12%, not including everything, after a very vicious year. And you see it. We've taken losses. And, I mean, as we look at the downside, we have to factor in the upside that we had available. The small account, 4%, but it's like we never threw in all the money at once. You're saving that money every year on 10%. I mean, this is a nice-looking account. I mean, when it's all said and done, and I even think by wherever the end of the year ends up, I think anybody with the long term, I mean, especially if you were able to manage it as such, I think it's going to be a good thing to, you know, it stands out. Like, this is a great account. I mean, even people are shocked if I've showed anybody this and saying after this is the year, this is how our account looks. We're barely taking any losses. We have a net higher gain. We have a net gain when you factor in the dividends, and all we've been doing is, like, if you really think about it, this is the whole point of deposits and dividend reinvestment and not selling. I am increasing the amount of money that I have invested, right? It's like we are increasing our size of the investment, and it looks pretty. Or, again, we're only a couple days away. If this continues, if things go good, we'll be able to run up new highs on the long term, and we'll quickly be right back to profits, including dividends and everything else. I'm very excited. It's great. I'm very excited, bro. It hits. It hits. Manu big drop. Uber and Roblo are still going. Yeah, Troy posted that news there with the Cybertruck thing. Southwest holiday meltdown draws attention for New York State pension system, letter says. And then Google's on the high. You're back above VWAP too. So, yeah, save 10% of your money. Long term, I've never sold out, ever. And that's about it. So these are all the same. With over 3 years, we've never sold once. Keep that in mind. So, like, these are all just purchases. Purchases and dividends. It's literally every single year. All dividends, no purchase. I think I accidentally bought an option once for the random play. And that's it. So at least you know what I'm going to do with it. That's kind of the good part. So your long term in the account you used to buy real estate or different accounts? Yes. I mean, I have my own account for real estate, but I don't know. Maybe one day this long term we use it to buy the Colt compound. But, you know, if I ever needed it or I wanted to buy something, I would. I'm a liar? Oh, okay. The initial long term, it started at 2,000 and we've raised it 10% over the last couple of years. Now it's sitting at like 2,700, and then the small account is at 270 a month. Tesla is above the 123 now, and you're bouncing from the VWAP, so this is decent. I mean, if you get right back above these levels, like 392, 393, it starts to go crazy. And then I have no idea what happened to Mr. Hits. He pops up here and there, but I don't know. I don't know where like half the people in the chat went. but it's either YouTube or they hate me. But Mr. Hits is the homie. Tesla. And I think they could be decent. That's the bank one, the Brasileira Bank. I admire your patience. Thank you, my friend. Thank you. I'd like to be patient. Patience is good. That's why we have the long term, little by little. Amen. Did you guys hear? I'm drinking this tea, bro. It's good. I needed that. I need 25K to day trade. Get the long term. Remember, if you day trading without the long term, the minimum investment is $200 a month. You could get it. You could get you a long term today. Tesla, this is the breakout point for Tesla. Well, that's all you need, bro. That's all you need. Yeah, you could day trade with a cash account too, but I mean, a big theme we've talked about this year is that you got to be paying yourself. You got to have a long term. It's like, that's it. I'm just telling y'all, if you are day trading without a long term, I love you. And even if you choose not to make your long term, I hope all the info we provide helps you. But I truly believe that you are making a mistake. That's it. Just at any level, you are making a financial mistake, and you may get lucky, or you're most likely going to uproot your money tree. But there's no point of, remember, treat your trading like an entertainment budget, and you got to make sure you have a long term. That's it. I've seen it a lot. It sucked. I was even thinking about it this weekend, man. I was driving. You know why I was thinking about it? Because I saw literally, even then I got taxed, bro. I kept driving by people on the street. And, I kept giving them money. You know what I'm saying? Like the panhandlers at the stoplight. I did a lot of driving over the weekend, and I saw so many of them, and I just kept giving them money. I was like, all right, shit, man. I was like, until literally all of the cash, I lost all the cash in my car after this. But then I was thinking about it because I was like, everybody has different scenarios, but I was just thinking, I'm like, Chad, some of y'all don't have, if you're not to that point yet where you are on the street begging for money. You know what I'm saying? For real, you have money, you have a home right now, you are living. I was just like, I really hope you take any extra money, man. If you are, you're long-term and making sure you find a way to hold on to the money you own and the assets, that's what you need to do rather than just make sure you don't trade it without there. Because one day, because I was thinking about it, I was like, I wonder if I came back to those people 12 days, 12 hours from now, and I asked them what they did with the money, I wonder what would happen. You know what I'm saying? And that's the question you're going to have to ask yourself. You made money last year. You made money the year before that, whether it was trading or not, but I'm saying you touched money. If you didn't, you would have been on the street if you didn't. How are you on the internet? How do you have a cell phone? How do you have all of this? So it's where is that money going at some degree? I know you have bills. I know you have all of this, but did you make it an effort to pay yourself that 10%? And that is really where I'm like, yo, just do it, okay? Just please, just make sure you get your long term before else. And just, I hope you realize, if you came across money and the first thing you did was trade it instead of long term it, go look back at your trades and tell me how much money is gone or how much you have. But imagine if you just put it into anything and just held it in the long term. Even if you made a bad investment, at the very least, hopefully it would have been a slower burn, but that's all it is. You are allowed to trade. I wish I could help you guys trade more and more and more, and we have a lot of tools here, and you have everything. You see what I'm saying? But when it's all said and done, it's if you are trading without the long term, and the long term does not come first, I truly believe you are making a giant mistake. Especially at this time in history. small blunt. And it's okay. We get that a lot, but like I'm saying, man, it's just like $200 a month, $300 a month, and put it towards there, and that's all you got to do. How many people have the knowledge you do? A lot. I just shared it with you. You know it too. That's the whole point. It's just the question is, I have people even in my family, they don't have long terms. I have people that I know my whole life. They never listen. The question is, are you going to, all of us do not have enough time in the life to make our own mistakes the whole time. You have to learn from somebody else's mistakes. And I hope you could see all the people who will share this with you. I hope you could see with what it is, even our long term. Again, that's all it is. Is 80 a month too little? Well, how much do you make? So if you make $800 a month, that's okay. You see what I'm saying? But if you're telling me you make $3,000 a month and you only want to save $80 a month, that's not okay. And then again, on top of it, if you put more money to trading, it's definitely not okay, right? That's the thing, I think that's even it's something we do in life, right? Where you guys will all do whatever the hell you want. You haven't noticed? This is like, it's like, I don't know. Like, have you ever noticed, like, your girlfriends or your wives or your significant other, like, can you tell when they want something? Like, I could tell, like, when my girlfriend don't like somebody or she likes somebody. I could tell when she wants something or not. She's hella motivated. Like, she will do anything she wants. You could just tell. And then when she don't want anything, I could tell, because it's just like, it's the same thing here. Where it's like some people, they'll be like, I'll save $80, but then you'll go and throw $500 to trade every other day. It's like, what? Like, it's a different attitude towards what you want and what you don't want. So just like apply the same motivation across the board and you'll be good. So, but it's just like a lot of people, it's, and I do this myself. I know I do it a lot. When I want something, I'll get it. If I kind of want to ignore it, I will. So I hope that you can learn from that and not make that mistake. But, if you should be putting 10% of your income minimum, and anything else you could put towards trading and not. But, you could trade as much as you want, but you have to at least save 10%. But if you're going to save less than 10% for the long term and trade more than 10% in a trading account, again, that's more gambling than not. And I think we would have more fun in Vegas, low key. What percentage in the long term? Well, minimum 10% in the long term. Do whatever else you want after that. That's on you. You see what I'm saying? That's all. I don't know what to tell y'all with trading. You could be as wise or as foolish as you want, but all you have to do is save 10% of your money in for the long term. That's it. At least, even if you don't want to put it towards the long term, just save 10% for your damn self. But the idea is, if you are trading more without doing the 10%, then we have a huge problem. Or if you're trading without putting away 10%, we have a problem. Oh, I love the 10% rants. Don't you? Thank you, Open Face. Much in cash savings? Well, we have 20% in the long term now, but it just, whatever 10% over the years will get me. I don't have all it is about. You will all become wealthy if you create this habit of tithing to yourself. Yes, 1,000,000%. If you create this habit over the years of just saving 10% of every dollar that you touch, you will become a rich man. That's it. You will not even worry about what you have or not. And then the idea is, take those savings and invest them into the right places that will earn you money while you're working and while you're not working, right? So that you have your money working and it's doing its own thing. It's very slow. It's slow and steady and it takes time, but that's really what it starts with. Amen, man. I'm glad to hear, bro. And we all, I feel, we all start at different times. None of us ever knew this stuff, but it's like, if you spent some time here, I've shared it with you, and we've made it clear this year. We've made it very, very clear. There's no bullshit. There's no excuses about it. If you are not taking that 10% and you're trading that 10%, and again, nobody will have sympathy for you. I will not have any sympathy for you. I love you, and I will say, you fool, you uprooted your money tree. We must start again. There's no hard feelings, but it's not like, don't be so confused about the world and money and finances and say, oh my gosh, it's like this, when no. You have, somebody even tagged me in it, and it makes a lot of sense. It's like, because we love the future, bro. We really do. We're thinking ahead. That's the beauty of the long term, right? And we're thinking about all of that in the future, but it's just like, it says it in the book, man. It says a fool thinks about the riches riches that are far off, while the wise man plants the soil beneath his feet. You see what I'm saying? It's about the sensible, wise person is saying, I have this right now. I don't care if it's $100, $20, whatever it is. I'm going to take it right now instead of thinking about this fantasy in the future and it's like, no, if I take what I have now and I actively take care of it and I invest it and I put it there, you see what I'm saying? Then that's where you go. Save an emergency, then pay off high interest debt, then save? No. Those all are violating the rules. That is the world trying to trick you into building this habit of giving you what you deserve. At bare minimum, all of you deserve 10% of every dollar you touch. You worked for it. You go to work. You have a side hustle. You go and sell stuff. You must pay yourself 10% first and then handle everything else. But 10% goes to you in a separate account just for you. You should put it in the stocks, into the long term, in high quality stuff. But at the very least, you need to pay yourself 10%. That will become what it's supposed to be. Oh, you have to get in the habit of it. Otherwise, you're going to live a life of being a consumer. And you're going to be giving everybody the money you worked for, all the hours you put in, all the time you put in. It's going somewhere else, or it's sitting there where it's saying, no, I pay myself 10%, then everything else will get handled. Dave Ramsey, well, he's a good guy. He has a lot of good stuff. There's some stuff I disagree with. I mean, he wouldn't have agreed with how you're dumping right now. 10% pre. Pay yourself first. Legitimately, I love it. There's no confusion in the wording. You're dumping now a little bit harder. So watch out here. We're now getting to the first candles. 39.23 is a level. Hot dog. Yeah, I don't know if that was anything else, though. I don't think, again, the latest was Bostic, and I think he's done. In a weird way, your IRA is that 10%. But, again, just make sure you do not manipulate the words. Pay yourself first. So just take all of those words at the face value of what they mean. You pay yourself first. Well, I'll pay myself after this. That's not first. Then I'm gonna pay. I gotta pay for this. No. You have to pay yourself. It's simple. You follow that, your life will become a lot easier. Tsunami warning in Indonesia. I mean, 7.7 is not small. There's another 5.4 in Indonesia right now. Don't make it complex. Exactly. That's what we said. Remember that, PHILO? Where it's like, I don't have a problem with what I don't understand. Most people, it's a problem with what we do understand. You understand what pay yourself first means. So don't make it complex and focus on all the other. Well, what do I do with it? What if I did it? What about it? It's like, that's all the other. That stuff. No. You have to focus and execute what is logical and that is understandable from the get-go. Any dollar that I touch, 10% goes to me in another account. Every $100 that I touch, $10 goes to me. Every $1,000 that I touch, $100 goes to me before I buy anything or pay any bill. You do that, you're good to go. Where are we? Not the bottom. I remember everyone saying the bottom throughout the whole day, but we're still up a shit ton. It's up 175 on the NASDAQ still, 0.75. The Dow is about to go negative. That's it, but we're still doing good. I know NQ is still, that's 1.9 on the futures are up more than, huh? Savage, yeah. So it's still a huge day. That's the thing. It was getting crazy early. Being young, taking the 401k since it's, I think over the long term, I'll pay less taxes. I think going back to traditional. No, 401k is solid. That's it. It has a different effect, but, you know, the thing I'm talking about here is just saving 10% minimum. And the next step is to invest it in the high quality. So just make sure your 401k doesn't get allocated anywhere garbage. But, you know, it's really all about, you know, just making sure you have some system of making money and paying yourself first and paying yourself a portion of the income that you earned. This drop, I mean, technically speaking, we were like selling off after the first high, then the second half here. This was Fed speakers kind of, they sounded a little bearish. They brought up some more bullish stuff, but that was it. Moderna eyes commercial vaccine price of $110 to $130. They're similar to COVID's price plans. They're preparing to sell COVID shots commercially after government contract ends. Myrna, can you buy it at a store now? Is that what they're saying? Or I think that's the price they're gonna sell it to pharmacies. You put the 10% into the long term. Yeah, even better. That's just it. Even if you're young, like the younger you are, if you start saving 10% now, you're going to have money for a down payment, for a house, for a business that you want to start. Some opportunity is going to come your way. And guess what? You're like, well, good thing I saved 10% of my money, because you will have access to money. And that's where it comes from. And then if you have a little bit of savings, you'll notice how opportunities will come your way. All right, we're starting to dump here. This is big. I don't think we're going to go negative on the day. Maybe the Dow is about to go negative. Maybe the SPY, but you are starting to get like, bro, you just gave up this whole morning, low key. That's it. You're back into the first candle we hit in the first minute now. So this is where you like broke out and really started squeezing, and then the volume is big as well as the book map. It doesn't look supportive. Does not look like a supportive person right there. Volume's 37 mil. What time is it? 10? Oh, it's almost 11. So maybe if we go lower, it's like it either keeps dumping from here, or if any sort of bounce by, you might end that VWAP if anything. So now maybe the market catches up to the bonds and Dow, but then the NASDAQ is like running. And then once you get into real estate, you get the first big boy bag. It's over, off to the races. Amen. Ooh, you got that short 39.50. Good work. Who knows? Or maybe your first company. A lot of things, my friend. A lot of things. It all starts with 10%. All right, this is getting a little dumpy now. Again, there's two fat orders from when that started. We've been dropping since the Fed speakers, but now the problem is if we go below 3,900 and fill the gap, you're back to where you opened the day. That's the crazy part. Is it the dollar that gassed? Maybe it's something with China. No, the dollar's still down 0.6. I may have to check the DXY. Don't let it sit in the long term forever. Well, the idea would be to put it in the stocks, again, especially a 60-40. And then now, the big warning, the next step is staying away from the garbage and not, taking your money tree and giving it to the Phoenicians. You know what I'm saying? So that is definitely it. But save that 10% first. And, I hope we were able to set aside a good model that people could follow along with. Yeah, the bonds are holding great. So now, remember I was telling you all day, I said the market just was up way more than the bonds. So now, if the bonds are still up 0.25%, SPY comes down about, half of where it's at now, another quarter, it'll match up, and then now bonds are doing better than the Dow, but then the NASDAQ is just leading by a huge margin. AMD leads chip rally as Wells Fargo names the stock a top pick. All right. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. I love you. I'm going to go pee. Get ready for the downside.
30% higher volume on a 30-day average. It's taking into account some of the holiday moves, but you can really see everyone's back from vacation, back at their trading desks, and back to investing into the equity market. At least that is the take. But it's not just the equity market alone, up, like I said, by about 1%. The NASDAQ, by the way, outperforming tech, really leading the charge here. It's also the bond market, and that's where you see the 10-year yield come to the forefront. 352. Now, yields were higher in the pre-market. They've made a little bit of a U-turn and then some. Yields now lower on the day by about 4 basis points, and this is interesting. Stocks and bonds both bid at the same time. You're no longer seeing necessarily one or the other dynamic at play. But of course, as we see yields slightly lower, the dollar really taking a hit here. The greenback weaker by about 0.7% on the Bloomberg Dollar Index. And as we see that weaker dollar, it almost fuels some of the gain from the commodity complex. We love to look at crude as that gauge. NYMEX crude trading at a 75 handle, up about 2%, John.
And in terms of sectors, Critty, right now, it's pretty widespread within the S&P 500. You've got about 8 of 11 sector groups that have been moving higher. But to your point, technology has been leading the charge. And so, for example, if you look at NASDAQ 100 performance, you've got names like Tesla at the top of the leaderboard right now, not just because of a rally in technology, but because a lot of the rally today is tied to optimism surrounding China's reopening. And of course, a company like Tesla has strong ties to that market. And to give you a sense on the willingness to take risk, you've got crypto stocks led by the likes of Coinbase, which is right now up about 18%, as we've seen investors coming back to hard-hit Bitcoin. Not to say that everything is in the green right now. Obviously, as we see worries about the road ahead for the economy, we're seeing some of that play out in retail. So you've got a name like Chico's on the sales picture there, taking their shares down about 9% right now, and Lululemon with a warning about its margins weakening as it deals with higher costs, and that stock has taken a tumble to the tune of 8% so far today, Craig.
Of course, something we're going to keep an eye on. Interesting to start to see that from the macro sphere, you are seeing a lot of the pivot now go into that earnings season, as we now, of course, have JP Morgan reporting later this week and Goldman Sachs.
No new, just the Fed. I mean, again, they're not giving us the 1/4 or 0.5% answer. It seems like they're not. I mean, if there was any sort of change here, it would be focusing on not goods inflation, kind of a slight change to the narrative, but I mean, it's not something that we haven't heard before. Otherwise, I just think it was the nature of this. I mean, again, we had this wild bounce. We're doing all this. Everyone's debating, is it soft landing or is this bad data? Like, what's going on with it? So I welcome to the volatility, baby. These are the big movements, and this is why we're saying, you're going to have Powell in the morning and everything else. And, I mean, I think the market is it's going to move a lot. There's a couple of gaps here. There's some squeezes, but again, the difference. Banks, a lot of the low ticker, bro. The high ticker ain't even moving, except for like gold. But again, if anything, the bonds were kind of saying BS all day today. Yeah, Dow is negative now. Dow's break even, and then SPY's like 0.5% away or 1/4% away from matching up with the bonds. Looks dumpy. Well, we still got a lot of time. So you still have, I mean, again, you have been going down now for what, 11:30 to 2:30? It's been a couple of hours. It's like 3 hours of straight decline now. So we'll see. And now we're back to where we started. But I don't know why we dropped so hard. There was like, I just listed all of those, but maybe the size of the move just correlates with equal and opposite reactions. I mean, again, this morning we were up. I mean, even NASDAQ futures are still around 2%, but you did that off of just people feeling good today, you know, after Friday. And then the dollar being down in China. But it was a huge move all the way around today. It's good. This is very good, though, you know. Shell, Actis among those vying for Veracent Renewables. Well, you are still, I mean, you're still technically up 1.3 on the NASDAQ. The Dow was kind of already, Dow only gave up like 0.8. Roll below 1 million call sweep. Ooh. Roll below is still holding 7. Where's Netflix? Tesla came down. Uber's still kind of up. What is that? BNB. AMD is on fire. The NVIDIA came down, like we said. So now you have like 700 instead of 800 profit. The book map looks like a solid downtrend in that these orders have just, that's when it all started. They broke from here and a lot of contracts sold off. But there's nothing below. But we'll see if it tests back up there. Again, there's a lot of calls on the bubbles too. Long term is still gambling. Well, I'm happy with it. I mean, at the end of the day, our long term outperformed inflation over the last couple of years. We lost some. It gave us 70% of upside when things were doing good. I mean, we lost no more than 25% at the worst case scenario. Slowly but surely, I mean, I'm not disappointed in the performance. I would have, I could have been better just doing one or two things, but at the end of the day, if you could turn it into gambling if you don't buy good quality assets. But at the end, I mean, I'm very, very happy with it, and I think a lot of people would feel the same. And having your money there and putting it to work, I mean, you're never going to get mad. And we've made money on it technically through the dividends. They've just been paying us. The long term is your friend. You could fight it as long as you want to. I'm resorting on the bounce. Reshorting? Totally agree. Oh, you're reshorting this one. I don't know if the book map works with SPY. I do prefer the futures, though. The market did not really come down on news. You could argue it was some of the Fed speak, but other than that, I think it was kind of just, I think we're kind of balancing out an active day. See, so maybe we come back up to 390.50 on the futures. I think that'll be like 39.30 again, or like 39.26. And then we have Powell tomorrow morning. That'll be a big one. Apple VP of Services, Peter Stern, to leave the company. That's your first little bounce here. I mean, it's lasting longer than that one. Could play out like here. VWAP did tick down, but you still have a long way to go there. Peter Stern, Vice President of Services at Apple. Long term. You don't need to feel down. I said long time. It's good to keep around. No. Yeah, Priv. They've been getting clapped since they hit that 52-week high. It just hit like 1050, 1070, and then just sold off. But we have about a month and a half left on the catalyst there. And then we'll find out the next piece of it. Even Tesla got to the 123 and then chilled out. But still, at least it held up a 7% today. Jeffrey, they have news. They have earnings today, right? I think they're after the bell. That'll be the first of the financial companies. Nuvbi, Oma. And then where's Microsoft? Microsoft's still holding up decent. Everything took, even a lot of tech kind of took that sell. And Amazon's still up 2.5. Just jinx Tesla, it happens. Earnings after hour, AZZ, WDFC, ACCD, E2, Jeff, and APLD. No, Tesla's holding 7. That's a good sign. Very, very good sign. Considering. And then that leaves it room to now go up tomorrow above that key level. And then it's 10:55. So 2 hours and 5 minutes remaining. No, that one wasn't my neck. That was my fingers. I cracked my fingers. My phalanges. Tesla ain't dumping. Just say you bought puts. That's a better way. If that's the case. Abivi lowered their guidance, bro. That's it. On Friday, Abivi was killing it. And then I think after hours, they came in and lowered their guidance. So they're actually starting to dump a little bit now. It's good, though. It's good, man. You let it chill. You know, that's it. How do you say long-term in Egyptian? I have no idea. Long-term. Habibi. I don't know. I just add Habibi to the end of anything I don't know how to say. Most people just vibe with it. They're like, oh, that makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. All right, that candle getting a little bigger. Could I consider my real estate as my long term? No. It kind of is, but it's not. It's good to have. It's a great second step, but you know, eventually, I mean, holding some solid equities, dividend and growth, and then again, paying yourself 10% above all else and paying yourself 10% first, that nothing will substitute that. Gilead repurchased 1.4 billion shares in 2024. Bro, you just had a little like flush candle and pop off that. This looks good if it could get above here. You really got to get back up to these levels, and then you might have a potential VWAP test. Otherwise, if it flushes from here, I mean, the next level is going down to 3,900, I believe. 3,900, then the gap fill from Friday. AAP I mean, there's a lot going on with automobiles, but they could be a decent one. I mean, I'd watch for earnings. I don't know about putting in the long term or not, but I'd have to do a little bit more research. But I think there'll be a big earnings company. Again, guidance on any of those auto companies, I think, will be more volatile than not. AZOD is expensive. AutoZone is a good one. That's why I could see Advanced Auto Parts being a nice one, but don't they all have premiums? Like, I feel like AutoZone has had a premium for a long time. Yeah. AutoZone is just killing it. Get in the zone. AutoZone. You all hit the like button. Good. Amen. Where's Lulu from earlier? They're still kind of guttered. JPM, if it goes lower than where I sold it, I'm kind of down, but I made a flip on it, and then I got spooked by the data. Otherwise, I have JPM in the long term. All right, there's looking decent. I think you might be able to retest. 39.20. This is the high candle of the morning. You break above there. It should be able to open up the door to 326, 3926, 3930. Oh. O'Reilly's Auto Parts. How about Oh, very good, very good. But the REITs have kind of been pinned here. So this big pop. Big pop. $10 on Dow, added shares at 50. Dow Chemicals. They're a good one. Very good quality name. So 39.23 now. I think, did they eat that first line? Yeah, that was all those sells there. There's not as much here where earlier. That's where it got a little ugly. So VWAP test is still in play. CPI's on Thursday. Jerome Powell should be, I think, like 30 minutes after the bell tomorrow, give or take. Either way, we'll be here. It is at an economic event. He either will say nothing or he will take his time out of the way to make sure he claps everything. Because of these hooked on phonics searches, I'm getting these old commercial suggestions. I think they still sell hooked on phonics, bro. That's it. Before I found the old one, there was an old one. Jerome, can you do something for me? Can you talk to the Fed futures for me? Jerome, can you do something for me? Can you talk to the rate hikes for me? No? Okay. I own auto repair shops and tire shops. Last year was best book year by volume in 20 years. Wow. Hello. Where? What's geographical location? Power will be Mr. Neutral. I mean, that's the thing, though. If he's Mr. Neutral, will the market just shoot up to 4,000, though? But this is good. At least we're calming down. I mean, I think some of those Fed speeches and them not really giving any, I think really when it comes down to CPI, if we don't see that core services excluding excluding housing, go down, then I don't think it'll be good. Why don't you invest in gold? I do. I have a small investment in gold. And once the Fed, lowers rates, I will look to buy more gold. But I have investments that I made in like 2015, but I try not to over leverage into gold. So I think gold is a solid investment, but I think if you put too much of your portfolio into it, it's not really the best thing to do. But I do have gold. It's not as big as some of my other holdings. But that's the whole point of gold, right? Is that if it does offer that protection at some level, it should go up, and hopefully, it should be able to balance out. A small should turn to a lot. The Martin Shkreli, competitor to Bloomberg. I have, but I'm kind of just sketched out by the dude. I just ever since his little coin thing. And then he said he got hacked and rug pulled everybody, or they got rug pulled because he downloaded some corn. So it just kind of sketches me out. Someone sent it to me, and I wanted to look into it, but I just didn't feel safe. So I'll probably look into it if it becomes more stable, but at that, I'm more worried about security on that. But I've heard about it. I hope it works. Yeah, I think it was like right after he got out. It was a couple months ago. He released like his own like crypto token, and then it got rug pulled. And he said he didn't do. You're going down. What? The VIX just rocketed up. I think VIX was on the low though. Isn't that the funny part? But yeah. Okay, that was big. All of a sudden, everything just snapped. That was a very big red out of nowhere. Welcome back to the vault. Look at that. 1,100 contracts. It's still selling. You're dumping there. Hold on. Take a look at the news right now. Macron and France to work together. Not seeing anything else. Yeah, Martin is smart. That's what I'm saying. I want to believe me. I like the guy. I just don't. I'm not really ready to trust any like products, especially if it's. I wouldn't put my money there, and I don't want to get like hacked on anything, especially just how things have. But yeah, Martin is a smart guy. Dollar not as violent. No more violence in the dollar. That was a crazy candle, though. I think that was one of your bigger candles all day. Why, thank you. Of course, of course. Yeah, bonds moving up. That's good though. Because there's still a fat gap. I'll take it. JP. You Mac. Good morning, baby. Is it still the morning? Can I say that at 11 a.m.? I think you can still say good morning. So you just have that little flush thing and then bounce. It sucks because I don't think you hit a new low, or did you? Just above it, but I kind of reduced those little two candles on the upside. There's no white noise on my bad. I can hum. I go. BMW is recalling 14,000 EVs to update battery software. And the bonds are going up while stocks are going down. Japanese Prime Minister Kishida speaks. Is this Japanese related? Maybe we get something there. But that's the only thing I see happening. Otherwise, these pops and drops haven't really been happening on news. Just kind of, this has been the follow-up since the Fed. All the currencies are going up. Kishida aims to boost cooperation, joint exercises with France. The Apple VP services, we already had that. Tesla kind of hold. The chip makers do very, very well. Intel, HBI. What is Red Funny? Red Funny is doing good. Vertex, I think they're at the speech. Or they have a speech at the JPM thing. Okay. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. I'm going to go to the potty machine. I'll be right back.
You think you need to do. Inflation's coming down. That wage number was just magnificent. I mean, I was jumping up and down in my hotel room when I saw it. So I think the markets are a little ahead of the Fed, but the Fed's got a job to do, and that's to continue to browbeat everybody into this recessionary talk, whether it manifests or not.
Well, what kind of cues, though, David, are you taking right now from some of the optimism overseas, particularly when it comes to the reopening of China and, of course, a lot of the other nations over there that, at least at a base level, seem to be outperforming or at least maybe outpacing the U.S.?
Well, a lot of that's the dollar-related stuff, right? Yeah. So the dollar's gone down from 114 to 103. That puts a huge tailwind behind those overseas assets. Furthermore, they were trading much lower PEs, and the sentiment and the expectations for Europe were so bad. You know, you get a mild winter and you get, you know, a little bit lower inflation data, and suddenly people are like, wait a sec, this stuff's trading at 12 times earnings. Maybe we should own it. And when you look at China, China's trading at 10 times earnings. The inflation rate over there is less than 3%. They're going to grow their economy somewhere between, call it 4.5% and 6% this year, and the earnings in those companies will bleed through. So China may be the early sort of positive signal for the plan. Let's not forget that economy accounts for 20% of global GDP. It's not small. Yeah. So if they grow it by 5% plus, because they do what they want over there, what China wants, China gets, that ends up being a big stimulus package, if you will, for the rest of the world.
So what do you do with your money here then, David? Do you put it in overseas markets, which are playing a little bit of catch up to the U.S., or do you stick with U.S. equities and continue with the crowd and continue to double down on value stocks?
No, well, yes and no. So yes, value stocks are the way to go. International markets trade basically as value stocks too. So I want to be in lower PE stuff. For those sitting in cash, you know, if you look past 2023 and you look into 2024, I think earnings are going to be very robust in 2024. And here's why. Normally, recessions are a surprise. People have to fire people just based upon macro impulses. Now, the Fed's told you, you know, recession's coming and management's going to be much more strategic. So maybe they hold on to the frontline workers. They lean up their management and executive staffs. That'll create a lot of operating margin coming out. So I think halfway through the year, you want to be fully invested looking into next year. By the way, while you wait or you dollar cost average in, you're getting 4 to 4.5% on your money market fund. So I wouldn't chase the big cap tech names. They're going to trade. They're going to bounce. That's going to be very exciting. But they went from 25% of the S&P to 20. They need to get to 17.5 to 15. So you don't have to buy the S&P. Everything else is cheap. Just go shopping elsewhere.
Am I interpreting that as maybe a bit more of a pro-cyclical rally, a cyclical approach to coming back into this market?
Yeah, I think so. PEs are cheap elsewhere. I mean, you look at mid cap and small cap PEs, we're in the 12 to 14% range. I mean, I've been at this business a long time. You can buy stuff at 12% or 12 times earnings, buy a lot of it. And they've already marked down the small cap earnings. So they've already discounted in all the recession, et cetera, et cetera. The burden of proof now is on the downside because everybody's got so convicted that that's where we're going. So the rally you're seeing is the, maybe we're off sides. If the market's already up 3% and our clients are in cash, then we're down 3% on the S&P so far this year. That's a problem. Maybe we should catch up. So I think there are a lot of dynamics at work. But based upon Wall Street consensus, this market's not doing what it's expected to be doing right now.
David, what's the headline that you're most worried about that keeps you up at night? Does it have to do with the debt ceiling in Washington? Is it something else?
No, the thing I worry most about is average hourly earnings, right? We're going to get 12 of those reports. We got one, and that was in favor of the bulls because we, instead of going up 5.1, went up 4.6. That's why it ignited this huge rally. We're going to get 11 more of those. We're going to get the CPI report on Thursday, right? And these numbers are not going to move in lockstep. We've had 2 positive surprises over the last 2 months. We're due for a negative surprise, and what are these numbers at some?
Interesting. Good take. Good take. Not bad. Not bad. Vertex. Anyone bullish on Geo? Isn't that the prisons that Burry's in? The Michael Burry prisons? I think it's been up since he bought it, right? I haven't looked too much into it, but I remember that being the big Burry play. No pharma plays. We have them all, but in a weird way, the JP Morgan Health Conference, it caused a couple of moves. There was like Merck, Novartis, and all of that, but they've all been negative so far. Even DXCM, or I think DXCM just had earnings this morning, or they gave like an earnings update. Denny's announces management change. Chief Marketing Officer said. Appointment of Sherry Landry as Senior Vice President. That's Denny's, like Grand Slam Denny's. That decision, I think they got a delay the other day. Remember, they dropped like 70% or whatever. So I'd be careful with that one. I think the FDA already said something. I don't know. They might have another one, but I just remember that. I love you too. Good morning. Good afternoon. I hope you're ready. Southwest story. I tried to skim through it, but it's pretty big. I don't know if I'll be able to read it all. It looks like a lot. I'll check it out after hours though. The Grand Slam baseball. I remember that. Wow, you just brought back a memory I forgot existed. What can I do to solve my problem with greed? Set a budget, baby. A budget, man. It's crazy. I bought some Airbnb because of you, it better do good. Yeah. This is going to be awkward. Because I stopped buying it in May, and then I said I'm going to just buy everything else until Wall Street analysts get over themselves or until there's death and destruction. But I like the company a lot. Yeah, but I don't want it to be too awkward, But budget is the best way to get over your greed. I'm telling you, bro, a Bible and a budget go a long way. I don't know if they feel me, you know what I'm saying? Just, you got to humble yourself, control some things, but I'm just, chill out, get a budget, learn some contentment and, be a wise person and grow with what you have beneath your feet. Instead of chasing a fantasy with greed. Yeah, being thankful goes a long way. A long way. I don't have SMMT. We sold out of that one early. And then it went up like 500%. That'd be very good, man. That'd be very good. Do you do positive affirmations? Not like I don't like say stuff in the mirror and all of that, but I mean, I think it's just a focus on positive things. Like usually I could catch myself when I'm saying stuff not positive, and that's it, and I try. But then I also catch myself when I'm saying, when a good thought comes my way, and I'm like, I should feed that one. I should feed that one. Hey, we're here for 2 months, no job for tired. Let's make the most of it. You better get that long term, bro. I like that though. Being thankful goes a very, very long way. But and a budget too. I mean, again, I could sit here and give you all of this PHILO stuff, all that. That's your first thing. You're gonna ask me my opinion on Andrew Tate. Zach, you better find something to do in this 2 months without the job. That's your first question to me? No. But I think just seriously, though, just a budget goes a long way. That's all you got to do. You get a budget, you stick to a budget, that'll take you a very, very long way. A budget is very, very good. And that is something that will help you, it'll help you do good. And that's something, it's one of the hardest things to, it's hard to keep a budget. You have to look at everything. Y'all don't remember? Stop playing with me. Y'all don't remember? It was last year. Bostic again? He says a cooler CPI would put 25 on the table. Hold on. That's right now. Damn, Bostic. Hold on. I think, what is he doing? So he's talking with reporters at the Atlanta Fed, but Bostic just said 25 is on the table if there's a cooler CPI. So let's see. Again, he's a non-voting member, and we've been down, but that would probably be enough to get you back up there if the market really wants to take that bullish. Very interesting. But isn't that what? No, the lady before, she didn't say that. But all of them were saying, well, you know, we haven't decided yet. But he literally just said 25 is on the table if there's a cooler CPI report. You know, the other lady, Dolly, she said it depends on the data. And even if it is cooler, we want housing X service or services X housing, you know, so. But that's a pretty bullish statement. I mean, from anybody on the Fed, I could already just see that, how it's printed. It sounds pretty bullish, so you might get a move on that. Yeah, so it's starting to pop a little bit. That's a big if. It just, that one's more specific. That's the most specific we've heard from anybody. No Fed member has said 25. They said 25 or 50. Depends on the data. He just said 25 is on the table if the report is cooler. Josh, notice you. I have noticed you, Habibi. But why you bring this? You say, I have no work. Tell me about Andrew Tate. This makes no sense, Habibi. Bonds, kind of. I mean, they're still up 0.4. Believe it or not, though, SPY is up more than the bonds. That's the same thing as dependent on the data. I think it's more specific, but we'll see. I mean, pretty much you saw Nick Timmerhouse try to ask Mary Dolly that question in 3 different ways, and she never said it that straightforward. But again, Bostic is not only a scammer, he's a non-voting member. So we'll see, but I would definitely say that's setting the stage a little bit more specific than any of the other people have spoken so far. Oh, you're saying how he looked at budget? Yeah, remember when I told you guys about defense? Like, I was like, defense. And I told you guys, you all have to go look at your bank account. You remember that? And I was telling you to go through your bank account, and I said, you need to see where you're spending money. Like, and I told you guys that story, man. I helped out a Chad before. I helped out. This was during when I paid a lot of the bills there for the end of the year. And, you know, people needed some help. And I remember one Chad reached out to me. And he's saying, I blew up my account. I keep doing this. I'm in a tough position. He was about to lose this. He was about to lose that. And he asked, he was like, can you help me out? And I said, listen, I'll help you out. But send me your bank statements. I said, send me 3 months of your bank statements so we know where your money is going. DFJ officially seizes $456 million worth of Robinhood shares tied to FTX. Interesting. That could be bullish because we don't know when they're going to do anything with it. Proof of outflows. Well, that and we wanted to figure out because anybody who has ever, you know, whether even when I do real estate deals, I've had people ask me for money to buy their house. Like literally, if I had people who have had access to a house and they, I don't see that news actually either. It's only Chad says it. But I've had people ask me that, and I've had somebody, I was going to buy their house and they wanted me to give them a lot of money for it. And I said I would be more comfortable putting the money for you in a separate fund or something that you could only use for a house. Because I just said, you're going to blow the money away anyways. I've even said that. I've had that Chad. He asked me for help. And I said, listen, I'm down to help you out, bro. But if I give you money, why isn't this going to just end up, 6 months later, 1 month later? What's going to change? You got to really think about that. If nothing with your financial situation is changing and you're not making any drastic changes, you have to change your budget. That's it. If nothing in your life financially is changing, I would ask you, do you have a budget? Because if you change your budget, your financial life will change. But I remember I looked at this guy's account and there was 2 things I kept seeing. It was actually wild. It was very, very wild. The guy saying, Josh, I need help. I'm struggling. I can't do this. Oh, my God. I'm about to lose this. Everybody in my family hates me. Everyone doing this. Oh, my God. How did I do this? And what do you think? I saw 2 things. I looked at his bank statements. I had him send me his bank statements. I would just see every couple of days or every couple of weeks, there'd be $50 here, $200 here, $400 here. And you know what it was? Robinhood. Trade after trade after trade. Would make a trade, lose it, just deposit a little bit more. So half of his bank account, half of the money going out was damn Robinhood. And then the other one was crazy. I was shocked. And I still helped him out, but I said, come on, dude. Like, serious. I was like, your problem is not you're broke. The problem is these impulsive things. The other half, I would see a random. It was like for a period of time, the dude was pulling out $100 to $250. Spy's dropping right now. And you know what he's doing? Strip club. Nope, strip club. ATM purchase. Because I asked him, I said, what is this ATM purchase for $250? Why? What is this ATM purchase or ATM withdrawal for $100? Straight up, strippers and Robinhood. Yeah, and it's cool, but I just told him, I said, listen, man, we're down to help you out. But I'm like, this isn't going to be like, I said, I'm going to give you money today. It's going to be gone and Robinhood or some stripper is going to take it from you. So, but you don't really realize this stuff till you look through your bank account. And that's what you really got to do. Get a budget, but that's why I like it. This is part of defense because you have to go and see what you're doing. You got to really see where your money is going. And if you really want to tell me you're broke, you're this or that, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's pretty wild. This made up person. It's not made. No, this is real. This is real. You could think what you want about it. Some people, again, I love how people joke about it, because you could either try to make fun of them, and then somebody like he's living life. Like, you're not living life if you have to ask somebody for help. That does not seem like it's living life. There's nothing wrong with asking for help, but at the end of the day, this isn't like, you really think that's living life when you're saying you have all of this going on. But I hope they're doing better. I don't know if I've touched base with them. No, this is real. This is very real. I wouldn't doubt, man. Chad, if I looked at any of your bank statements in the last 6 months, how much random weed withdrawals, strippers, I would find a bunch with the random Chads, bro. Some people just cope. I understand that. Go to the gym. Find a more healthier coping mechanism. But coping with gambling and a strip club when you are in a financial position that is putting your rent, your family, and all of your other responsibilities at jeopardy, that is not coping. That is self-destruction. You could cope with it. Go write a song. Go make some music. Go find whatever it is. Maybe go eat a little bit of food. I don't know what it is, but to put all of your other priorities in jeopardy, that I cannot call that coping. So if you really want to get your budget in check, go look at your bank account. You've had a year. It's the beginning of the year. Go look through your last year and tell me where you spent your money. Go to your credit card thing, and then it'll tell you everything, bro. It'll tell you where you spent your money on, all of that. Tape going wild. That little candle there, then it bounced, but I'm watching it. And then the bond, I think it's bonds versus equities right now, and then we're, 30 minutes till power hour. But you'll find your budget there, and you'll see where all the money's going in from. Sorry, if you're not looking at your individual purchase monthly, you're not budgeting. Well, yeah, but I'm saying most people don't even have a budget. And most people haven't looked back to see where their money really is going. And that right there will take you a long, long way. I brought this up last year in April or May. I brought this up to you guys. But it's like, where is that money going? And you might realize you're not that broke. You just have an unchecked spending habit. And you may realize there might be one area in your mode. Like, have any of you calculated how much you spent on weed and cigarettes or even mushrooms? I know I'm not even here to judge the behavior, but have you done it? So hard when you have kids. I could understand, but at the end of the day, though, do you let your kids eat whatever they want? So if your kid came home and said, I want to eat M&Ms. I want breakfast, I want M&Ms. Would you at one point you tell your kid, no, you cannot do this, right? I think at some level you do tell your child you cannot do this. You need to do that for yourself and say, okay, I could only spend this much on this. I could only spend this much on that. Yeah, how about alcohol? How much have you spent last year in 2022? Have you calculated your alcohol in any sort of extracurricular activity? That right there will take you a long way, and just see how much did you spend eating out, and then would it have been cheaper or not? I spent $4,300 on weed. So again, what's your long-term deposit now? If you spend $4,300 on weed, what is your long-term deposit? Only $3,000 for alcohol. Listen to these amounts, bro. $6,000 shopping. Oh, man. Stream alerts is 40% of your monthly expenses. That's not bad. I mean, these guys are just telling me they spent $4,000 on weed. Nah, but think about it. I'm saying $200 minimum, $2,400 a year for the long term. I've already seen 5 people tell me they spend more on weed, alcohol, and cigarettes. So, you see what I'm saying? It's just that you have to find out where, if you don't know that amount, you have a problem. You need to go look through your bank account and see how much you spent on it. And again, I'm not saying you need to stop anything or do whatever. Again, I'm not here to tell you what to do. I'm just saying, do you know how you're doing it? Like, you see, in a weird way, do you know the dollar amount behind your habit? And that right there will tell you a lot. And if you're wondering where your money is going, if you haven't looked through your bank account and put a number and being able to say, I spend this every month, this I have to spend, this I do, but then if you have no limit on anything, these are the things that are going to be holding you back in terms of wealth or making you look. You're scared to check. That's why I love the budget. That's why most people don't get the budget. I mean, someone's asking me, how can I get over greed? How can I do this? You know, beyond just positive thinking and shit like that, open up your damn bank account and see where all of this money went and see where it is going. And that right there will do a lot. It's going to be scary, I know, but you have to do it. And you have to see, where is my money? Where did it go? What did I buy? How much am I really spending on this habit? How much am I really spending on my Xbox? How much am I really spending at the weed store? How much is my thing that is killing myself with any of these negative behavior? What is it really costing you? Like, with a dollar amount, that's it. But once you find it out, at least we know where the money went. That's all I'm trying to figure out. And that right there will let you know. It's like, and then we'll see how greedy you are, right? And it's like, I want to make money. Well, do you want to get rich or do you want to do whatever it is? Can you cut back on anything, or what else could it be? How much are you spending on options? In my first home, do you help Chad's finance? I could always refer you. I mean, but if it's not, I don't give any loans I wouldn't give out normally. Like, we have lending that we could do, but at the end of the day, we don't, like, if you wouldn't qualify for a generic loan, I wouldn't be able to help you, unfortunately. What budget? I mean, you have to figure out everything. I mean, you could use whatever helps you budget, but the idea is you have to set your necessary expenses, and then what else is extra, and then you got to be able to like set your amount. How much am I going to save? What do I need to spend? And then what's the rest? And then you could allocate. At least you know what you spend on. But how you want to go about it, that's it. I think I save too much and don't have enough fun. I mean, do you like the money then? At the very least, but you could set aside a budget for entertainment. I mean, I hear that a lot. Everyone says, Josh, you sound like you save all your money. And I save a lot, but I have fun. I mean, I'll give myself a budget to go party, to go hit up the casino. That's like, I go out to eat dinner, you know, but you could live a pretty decent life. But even then, put it on a budget. That's all. So no one's saying you don't have to have fun. I'm saying, though, do you have a budget? That's all. Parties. My parties are different, I guess. I'm like Sam Bankman, you know, you have half a beer, I get lit. That's it. Yeah, we're live every day, baby. Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Yeah, fun is objective. You could have fun doing many things. I know. There's a lot of free video games. There's board games. There's people watching. Just don't turn into a stalker. Some of y'all might get a little weird. All right, we're coming back. The meltdown, I mean, there was a couple of Fed comments, but other than that, I think it's kind of unwinding the bigger amount we had here, and the bonds didn't move. Dow's negative again. can have a responsible. My only definition of a responsible fun is having a budget. Paying yourself first and having a budget. That's whatever you do after that. I don't know. I'm not one to judge you. I don't even care. I'm not even going to tell you, go read your Bible. Go do whatever you want. But if you're not paying yourself 10% first and you have no budget, you really don't want to be rich. That's all. Your desire is not matching up with your actions. You could tell me all day, I want to be rich. I want to work on this. I want to get out of this poor financial situation. If you're not doing those two things, then you don't really want it. Is what I truly believe. That you will put the knife to your throat, and that is your appetite of desire and what it is. A budget puts a knife to what you are spending, and it lets you know, boom, this is all I could spend. This is what I'm doing. If you're not paying yourself first and putting it to all these things that you haven't even budgeted, you don't really care. It's a fallacy. It's a fantasy. Gold and silver. I mean, I think it'll move depending on what Powell says in the data on Thursday. That can move it, but gold actually did pretty good today. I'm trying to get my girlfriend to use the same budget system. I mean, you're not married yet, right? So I wouldn't get too caught up into it. I don't know. I feel like it's really good. Focus on your budget. Don't worry about her. Is the best advice I could give you. Because I've seen a lot of Chads deal with that, and a lot of Chads are trying to like, oh, my girlfriend. Well, don't worry about her. That's it. That's going to be the challenge, because then it might try to pull you away from your budget. All you got to do is follow your budget, and you'll be good. You get that down, and then hopefully you do it good enough for the both of you. Well, no, I mean, again, do you know how many you know how many Chads I've known you longer than your girlfriends? Okay? I don't mean that disrespectfully. I'm just saying I've seen a lot of Chads get their girlfriends on board, do a lot of things, and then life changes, bro. And so don't, put too much effort into something, or especially on the, like, if you can't handle it yourself, why would you handle it for someone else? Why would you want somebody to do this or do that? And why would you be so focused on pouring into? I'm not saying be a dickhead to your girlfriend, you know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, I'm telling you, it's something where, you need to handle it. This isn't about your girlfriend. This isn't about your mom. This isn't about your dad. This ain't about anybody else. It's about what you do with your money and how you handle your money, your finances, and your budget, and sticking to it. Everything else is pretty much going to try to either get you closer or further away from that. My girlfriend is my long term. You're fucking up. That's all I'm saying, bro. That's all I'm saying. You got to handle you. You do that, you'll be great. If anything changes, that's all. What happens? Well, I'm just saying, what happens? What if she finds another boyfriend? What if things don't work out? And then 5 years, then you're like, oh, I was investing in that. It's not going to work, bro. Mm-hmm. You laugh. I wasn't supposed to make you laugh. I'm trying to help out my boy right now. No hesitation, just murdered me. I didn't, bro. I'm telling you. It's reality. That's all it is. Watch out, bro. You going just like it's the same thing for the guys. One day that girl is going to watch something and her whole mentality might change. She may just turn into something you don't know. And then ladies, one day your boyfriend may watch some Andrew Tate shit and you're going to be like, wait a minute. And then he going to just start acting like he fake Andrew Tate. And then you'll be like, this is not the person I met. Oh my God, that's so just you focus on yourself. This is for the guys and the girls. And that's it. It will be good. It will be good. Mm-hmm. XS. So I have my own long term. Amen. What if she invests in Peloton? Nope. That's it. I was just happy to see my girlfriend had a long term when I met her. That was good enough for me. I didn't really give a shit after that. I said, that's cool. I was like, you got money just in case I YOLO everything? That's fine. But even then, like, I have my own budget. I don't, so she already knows that. But she has her money. I got my money. That's it. It's very simple. But nothing deeper than that. These pay yourself talks get me jacked. And it's good. Exact Science is killing it. It's good. 26%? Am I tripping? It was already up, but that just got real nutty right. That's $3. PFC. And then do we hit the bottom of the day? Back to 39.14. Qualigen is granted orphan drug status. QLGN. Oh, it's popping off of that. Ooh, it's a cheap one. What? Orphan drugs are entitled to 7-year market exclusivity if approved by FDA for rare disease. They're a really small market cap. They're up 16%, but QLGN. Why do I always buy the biotechs? Yalla. All right, about 200 shares. 173? It ain't even hit 173, dog. The fuck you mean? Of course, I top ticked it. How you gonna do to me like that? Bruh. It didn't even hit 173. I'm so confused. I bought 200 shares, but what? It didn't even go up there. Come on, bro. Man, that's crazy. I like it because it's a very small market cap. Little scammers, man. Look, it looked like it going crazy. It didn't even go that high. That's amazing. Your liquidity has been deposited. Please add more liquidity to play again. Okay, now I'm up $2. Now it's finally up at that price. That's a scam, bro. How did y'all even scam me like that? Bro, it's a very small market cap. Again, they still need to get the FDA for rare drug disease, but I mean, there's some intrinsic value to a degree, but I don't know their history at all. They could have just diluted the shit out of everything, which it looks like they have. It looks like they have. So be careful on that one. I only put in, $300, but you could lose 150 pretty quick. I'm all for the biotechs. Happy delayed New Year's, baby. Dago. Oh, look, you got the ponytail. I hope this year brings many blessings. Don't forget to start your long term if you haven't. Amen. Notorious. God is good. Pops just said his house in Guatemala is finished in July. He's going to list on Airbnb. Oh, look at the chance. Dago and Notorious. Some OGs, baby. Nah. Amen. Amen. God bless you both. And let's go long term. Pay yourself. And Airbnb. Short's going to cover more for you. I mean, I keep it small. I don't have to worry. You keep it small. You don't have to worry. They scam me on the fill. That's okay, though. I don't know how they did that. But we'll find out. It's a very small. There's only 4 million shares and a $7 million market cap. Low-key, I think we could buy this company if we wanted, Chad. They might dilute the shit out of us, but, like, I legit think we could buy, like, 50% of these shares if we really wanted to. Between all of us. So, I don't know how I feel about that, but I'm only going with 200 shares, so don't get any fucking bright ideas. I'm just telling you, it's a very small company. I'm checking now. Their poison pills, they've already diluted to hell. Let me check their last issuing. Yeah, bro. Oh, no. Dude, they've been scamming for a while. I guess the last shares they issued were in 2021 at $1.50. So we're a little higher than the last issue. But then in 2017, they issued shares at 40 cents. Yeah, it's a very, very small one. There's only 2%. No one's even shorting it. The shares are only 2% short. I think I need to check they've done a lot of reverse splits. 14% of it is institutional owned. Nobody has bought this since November or like September. It's dude, nobody owns this company. I don't know. It's very, very small and random. Now it's going up a little bit, but I only grabbed 200 shares. A very healthy balance sheet. I can't tell if you're sarcastic. Only one way to find out. No. They have $6 million in cash. For the last couple of years they had negative value. I don't even know their debt, but it doesn't look that good. How much would that be? All right, I bought 300. I'll take 500. My average is 179 now. I think it might just run off of stupidity. But it doesn't. The last offering was 2 years ago, so now my risk is $600 total. I'm just seeing it's just so cheap. But there's legitimately only 4 million of this. This is QLGN. It's going to die, though. I'm pretty sure it's going to die. Average down. No, it's 5. Again, I had started out with 300 or 200 and then just averaged into that there. I have 500 total. Always get clapped on these. Yeah, they really, I mean, again, we go I go 1 for 4, I'd say. So 1 out of every 4 of these stupid biotechs I hit, and then if I miss, I lose 50 to 75%. So that's it. I think it's a pretty simple logic to it. You either get a nice hit on it or you get totally clapped. And that's all. But the difference is I just keep buying them all. So, I actually get the 4, and then, remember, Chris, one of them will hit. We've hit a couple of them, so it's not as, you have to make sure you have the budget for it, but it's not really guaranteed in any capacity. Stop loss is death. Is the VIX on the high now? SPX. I'm just glad everyone's asking me that if today is the bottom. I was getting quite every day. This is what we deal with every day in this market, so we'll be good. We'll be good. Oh, there they dropped it back down on me now. Now I'm down $30. Today's definitely not the bottom. Oh, yeah? Are you sure? Are you sure? You know how many times I... Don't even get me started. It's okay. Caterpillar's on the low. And SI? Yeah, Caterpillar's getting clapped. SI, they're still down. Dodge delays unsealing Trump deposition. It says they have options on, but I mean, again, you might get a follow-up piece of news on this, but I'm down to take a biotech. Otherwise, I think this stock has never had this much volume in its life. Nobody has traded this stock in a long time. So good chance it just dies. I mean, even then, you saw how I got scammed at first. I forgot about the TSM. And then SPY's about to drop right now. Read the rest of the headline on QLGN. They're just granted orphan drug status. They said orphan drugs entitled 7 years if approved. And then that's it. They still need to get approval, and then that's it. Otherwise, it's not even there. Let me see. Product name. Pancreatic cancer. But this company's been around for a long time and they haven't done anything. Again, this play will most likely die. Otherwise, we get lucky. I'm trying to see. I want to get more info on it. The only thing appealing is orphan drug and then small market cap. But I don't think anybody even knows what this thing is. Long-term paying off debts. Pay yourself first. SPY. Oh, my gosh. Chatadonia, you've now hit a new low on the day. I don't know if any of you were really expecting to hear that phrase, but it's happening now. So now 3,900 all the way down to filling the gap. But technically speaking, you're right now at the high of Friday. We don't know why the SPY fell off. There was a couple of Fed speakers that changed the narrative. And then maybe the China gains from the morning are chilling out. But this could kind of just been a little bit, some people would call it overbought. Some people say a lot of different things. So keep that in mind. Yeah, well, we have a lot more to give up Friday gains, but this is at least, I mean, NASDAQ now is down almost is up 1%, but it's getting there. But now SPY is, bonds are doing better than the SPY right here. Yeah, S&P pairs gains. Wow, new low. So there you go. I hope being slow and steady paid off today. And now, I mean, some of these shorts were a lot worse, but we'll see where. A lot of names are still holding up, though, which is kind of good. IMX, I think. I don't know. Unless that's one we just recently grabbed. Bro, this is dumping. Hello. Do I have IMMX? There's an easy way to find it. No, I think I sold out of it. This is good though. This is what we needed. ETH came down, the NQ. Oh, shit. Bro, my EWG insurance is up. I'm going to sell that. So you guys remember when I shorted EWG? And then remember I shorted it and we made money on it. And then I bought insurance on it. The insurance went up. That's crazy. Yeah, it's up. I bought it for 50 cents on 10 I made $100 off it if I sell it now. Yeah, there it is. So EWG insurance. So remember, we made a couple thousand. I think it was like 1,000 or 2 on the EWG short shares. But now I just got to make money on that. All right. That's good. Some cash. Why did you market sell? Because I'm a big fan of market selling. It worked. It worked. But SPY still dumping. And the spread was only 5 cents. And then you're not going to get filled on anything in the middle. But that's cool, bro. Those were in the money. I think I had a little bit of time. We had a month, but I'm down to take those. Give me a little cash, a little gain, See, so biotech, UNC, I got clapped on those. MGTA, got clapped on that one. ABVC clapped. And then we sold out CHRS for like 50%. I have ICCM. That one's down as well, too. A lot of biotechs. They don't do good. And roll below the bond. The bonds go. I was like, well, that's NVIDIA. So the bonds are green. Dude, you're at 39.02, so we're either going to flush from here and fill the gap, or you bounce at 3,900. Pretty wild, though. Euro or GP. It could be China, but I think the euro and the pound are actually doing quite good. It's kind of weird. Very wild day. Well, hopefully you guys see how fast things change, though. But this is where it's like we said, you know, how many times have we seen these types of moves? It was still a nice move so far, but the question is really, does it continue or not? And then thankfully you have Powell and more data. Yeah, the Fed, I mean, everything changed when the Fed started speaking. Man, again, it's not like they said anything new, but I think that just goes to show how important anything Fed-related will be. And also a reminder, we're 4 minutes into Power Hour already. No, Power Hour, only 1 hour left, my friend. Damar Hamlin discharged and sent home to Buffalo. Bring him home. Not bad. And little bounce, little bounce. Yeah, great news. Oh. I know you would think the dollar would be up a little bit more, but dollar's actually down. But again, I mean, the bonds all day today were kind of snitching. Like we were saying, the bonds didn't move a lot. Then all of a sudden now, SPY and bond percentage are almost the same. And then NASDAQ is still outpacing, probably because of chip makers and Tessie. JPM slightly negative. Yeah, financials are barely in the red. Healthcare and staples are the worst on the day. And Amazon came down. Where's Tessie? Tessie. Meta has launched VRs in the United States for housing ads. Meta went negative. MO dividend tomorrow. Woo. Yeah, most of the banks. You have Jefferies today, but they're not. I don't know if they're considered a bank or not. Just financial or financial services. Oh. The window, to the wall, to the wall, to the preem drop out them calls. These puts gon' ball. Get scam, 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 scam. Get scammed. Okay. Let me see you get scammed. I did. Got my puts to the flow. They saying they scam. What y'all on the RTX, and you're dumping 3901. So 3900. Next level will be the gap fill at 3994. It gets really ugly if we go back down to 3878. So we'll see. Oh, Meta platforms discontinued use of special ad audiences. That seems pretty bad. Wait, that means you can't target the ad audiences that you want? It's no good. Yeah, it said Meta discontinued use of special ad audiences. So I think you can't target like certain groups as well. Or like demographics and categories, yeah. Like I think part of that would be like home buyers, people looking for a home, certain things that's specific. And then bonds are coming down a little bit. Maybe we get a little bounce here. Yeah, back in the day, bro, the Facebook ads used to be so good for real estate, but then they changed a lot of it after the Cambridge stuff. They used to track people so good, bro. It was so, bro, I used to generate real estate ads for like $5, and it would be the best. It would be the most fireest ad. We would have all the brand new agents. You run $100 of Facebook ads, you would get your first deal. TD before earnings. Are they going to be on Friday too? Stop believing in Meta in the long term. I've heard that a lot over the last 12 months. But, I mean, just don't underestimate how big they still are. But I can understand how, it's not the same. It's not the same love story it once was. You know what I think just honestly, I think Facebook is just like kind of getting married, It was different when like you were going out with Facebook and you're like, oh my gosh, this is the greatest stock ever. Now it's like, you're like, why don't you do your makeup anymore, Zuckerberg? What the hell is this? You're like, I don't know. Not and that's so it depends. It depends. It's great we had a great pickup on it in the big long term. But you just confused right now, and I can see why. Just don't forget why you fell in love with it, the money and all that, but they spend a lot of money. QLGN dumping. I'm going to go cry now. Thank you. And then, bro, are we about to hit? Did we break 39 yet? No, you still got 2 more points, man. There's like nothing even stopping it on the book map, surprisingly. There's big orders here, but you're already below that now. Close out the NVIDIA if you want to. We've already talked about it. I like how it positions me, and then even leading into the earnings, but that one's it's a personal choice. I know Open Face asked me that earlier. He took the profits at the high. It's up to you. What a day. So tomorrow should be exciting. I think they made it. Now they made everybody, you're going to have to think, you're going to rethink everything that just happened. It's not as easy as you thought, Habibi. Tomorrow, again, it should be by the morning, but no, that's it. No one's going to ask, is this the bottom and all that? But it's good. It's a good balance. Wow, the volatility. I think as we just squeezed so much, there was also good news in China that eased some things. And then people, some people were getting used to such a positive start to the year. And then I think some of the Fed speakers threw some cold water on it. And then now also anticipating the two big events that we have this week. Damn, that's it. So I think it's already breaking 39. Yep, 38.99 now. So you couldn't get to 39.60. You've now broken the lower end. Next level is going to be 38.95 to fill the gap. If it really dumps here, we still have 45 minutes. You go back to 38.80. Again, NASDAQ's still up a ton, but now SPY is about to go negative on the day. Dow is already negative, and then NASDAQ is still holding up a lot. Now, data over yes, of course, 50-50. I mean, at the end of the day, you still had a chance. That's all it is. So regardless of what happens, I mean, you can't act like the market wasn't up at 394 for a little bit. You had a lot of time. The question was, did you get greedy or not? And then now it's coming, or did you get shooken out of something? And then where do we go from here? Yeah, I'm still down on my NQ, but the bonds came up nicely. And then some of the shares worked out. It's just kind of leveling off today. Meta has launched VRS in United States for housing. Variance reduction system. It will discontinue the use of special audiences as part of a settlement with the Justice Department. So VRS isn't like VR. It's like a different way to target real estate ads. So it views an ad more closely and distributes them better to make sure people who want to see them get them. Yeah, you used to be able to target people who were looking at it. You could target anybody who went to redfin.com. It was crazy. It was crazy. Oh, gosh, I think. Like we said in the morning, just don't overthink the moves. We have the next couple of days. You use the event, and that's pretty much it. It's kind of crazy, though. We're only up 0.0 now. I mean, the NASDAQ still has a lot, but like we said, just no more. Just don't overthink it. You know what you have the event of. The market will move in the meantime, and let that kind of be the determinant of all of it. SPY, NASDAQ's holding up great. Very, very good. What time is it? 12:17. Let's see. We get our first one. I don't think anything caused the move, but we started a decline as Fed Dolly and Fed Bostic began speaking. And then I don't know what happened with China and the other currencies, and then the bonds kind of held up. But the bonds have been calling BS all day, so there's that. And then I guess a little bit of the hangover from Friday. But we're still up a lot. I mean, you're at the highs of Friday. You just got a little bit more upside and then spent the rest going down. The Dow will probably close red, but I don't know if SPY still needs a little bit more to go red. And then if the SPY goes down to like, if I go break even on my NQ, or really if it's the same spot, then maybe, but NQ is actually doing really good. I need to go to the bathroom. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. I'm BRB. God bless you.
They're looking for, either staying put or reducing rates. They're looking for a soft landing. And a lot of the data that we got on Friday, and granted it's one day, and I think we're long-term investors, so you have to keep that in mind. It's one day's data. But the market reacted very strongly to it in the hopes that there's more of that sort of story to come in 2023. Obviously, we don't know that, and I tend to think it's still going to be a very volatile year, and I heard the term push-pull in the last segment, and I would agree with that 100%. You have the market being dragged one way with respect to higher rates still impacting. We haven't felt the full impact of the higher rates yet. It's been such an aggressive move. And that is going to reduce economic growth and likely put us towards a recession. Whether we get there, whether it's a shallow one, deep one, soft landing, whatever, there's no question that that will soften the economy. On the other hand, you just passed $3 trillion plus of spending in the last 6 months, whether it was the Inflation Act or the recent budget bill. Yeah. And that's going to stimulative impact. So you could have a scenario where inflation moves aggressively down for a while and then stays stubbornly around 4, 5, 6%, nowhere near the Fed's 2% target. Yeah. But that's where it is as the stimulus kicks in. And then the question is, can the U.S. economy grow? Is that sufficient? Is that a legitimate repriced cost of money right now? Or do we really need to go further? And the Fed is giving mixed signals. Right now they're talking 2%. And they're not deviating from that, and that has investors a little concerned.
That has investors a little bit concerned. I do want to talk about some of the risk coming out of Washington, Michael. I mean, we talk a lot about the new Congress, the division between the House and the Senate and the two political parties, and now a lot of questions about fiscal spending and whether that division could actually disrupt the order of business here. We're actually just crossing the wire right now. The former president, Donald Trump, actually posting on his Truth Social that he actually thinks that the GOP can get a lot by playing hardball over the debt ceiling. When you think about the debt ceiling, and I know it's still months away before we get to that cliff here, Michael, is it going to be a cliff that you think investors need to start paying attention to?
I have no insight to that whatsoever. They tend to create a lot of drama, and then at the 11th hour or when nobody's paying attention, they cut some sort of a deal. So I don't think that will be any different this time around, but it's a ways off. I do think, though, you have a split Congress. I doubt there's going to be major legislation passed, although, I suppose you never know. You have a fairly moderate Republican Senate, and the House does not have really large majorities on the Republican side to play hardball, if you will. And we've seen a lot of the division in the last week with their fight for who's going to be the speaker. So I would expect more of an ideological thing where there's a lot of bills passed that don't have a chance of getting through the Senate and the presidency, but a lot of discussions leading up to 24.
Michael, and maybe that will be the case, but at the same time, you now have such a deep division within the Republican Party itself.
Deep
to what
division.
extent?
Okay, so we're back. The market bounced a little bit. I think you're above 3,900 again, so you're kind of safe. It's just reminded the bulls it's not easy. And the bears, it also reminded them it's not that easy. So it's good. You got 40 minutes. 40 minutes left. Your power hour has been very powerful. And not much has gone on here. Again, it's been the Fed speakers, Fed Dolly and Fed Bostic. We were up on the China news and a little bit of the hangover from yesterday. But again, it could have been some of the statements from the Fed. However, I mean, even from the morning, we were just saying, be careful. Don't really take anything too deep, and then we have to deal with it. Man, that QLGN went down. Damn, I lost $200 on that one. That was 500 shares. Came back to haunt me. They came back to scam. What time is Powell? He'll be in the morning. Microsoftian. The Madoff documentary, nah, just some of it. I think I have a couple more episodes left. That's like my lunchtime show. When I eat food for lunch, I put that on the background. Oh, no, I might take a nap today. I don't know. Will you guys get mad? I might not. I don't know. Your watch list might come out late today. I might need a nap today. I think I got sick. I think I got sick over the weekend. I'm like, ugh. I don't know. Maybe my extraordinary level of energy does not show you that, but oh man, I'm clapped. But the Madoff show is good. I won't have time to watch it today. I'm gonna take a nap. Live stream your nap. I'll feel you. Self-care. You were fine when you napped back in 2020. I know. Good times. Good time. This is good nap weather. It's like sunny. I thought it was supposed to be like a storm. It's the Schumann resonance changing. No, it's like my niece was sick. And then I saw my niece. And then that's it. And then I got clapped. APGN. RVNC, I think. Is that a biotech? And SPY's coming down. Watch out at this 3900 dance. Yeah, you're technically right above it, but this very big level, Habibi. QLGN dumping. I know. Very, very sad, Habibi. They make a Botox competitor? Oh. Revenants? Oh, wow. They're killing it today. Are we buying this? No, I'm waiting. I mean, again, this is bringing back some of my NASDAQ. My ES, though, is coming down here. Very awkward day. Very, very awkward day. They expect to hit full-year gap OPEX 375 to 400 million. Boeing came down a little bit. And then so did LMT. The news events this week is going to be earnings. Powell tomorrow. You'll get a couple of data points, and then Thursday will be it. Fractional real estate. Just be careful with it. If you want fractional real estate, just buy a REIT. Otherwise, you got to make sure it's with enough bang for your buck. The downward trend, isn't that like back to like 3,800 flat? QLGN's dying still. Now that's down. It looks. I'm thinking of some, but I'm gonna just hold it for now. That spread is wide. So that's like what? It's like a 50% difference between top to bottom. And then SPY's getting dumped on right now. Bank of America earnings. So now we only need $5 million to buy the company. So I think that's just what happens when there's no more buyers left. I don't think they've done that much volume in a really long time. TSM earnings on Thursday. And then SPY kind of dumping. Oh, wow. Yeah, that thing's dumping now. Okay, I bought 500 more at 119. This is awful now. So if we could get now my average is 149, better than being up here. So if we get back up there, and then I'll hold that for like 3 days. Otherwise, now I'm at like $1,490. So $700 will be the other half. Bruh. I mean, it's a dead stock, but we'll give it a day or two. What do you do? I'm doing what I want to do. Okay? I'm doing what I want to do. Okay? That's it. I'm not breaking any rules. What rules have you ever heard me had? I've actually traded way more on some of these biotechs. That's why I'm saying the only reason I've been adding more on it, because again, it's a little bit cheaper, but 1,000 shares is a little bigger. But that's it. Don't worry. Just go back to the stream when I bought HBI too. Okay, you guys said the same shit to me. Okay, let me flip this one. Call it a day, and we gonna be good. Okay. This will be the crash this week. Oh, man. What happened? It's okay. Don't worry. Oh, yeah. We only have 30 minutes left. There are a bit money I expect to lose. Same thing. Even with the biotechs, too. You bought Yash. I did. I've lost a lot of money on a lot of things. But at the end of the day, I could say I finished 2022 positive on my trading account and with like 4 to 5 40% gainers. So he without losses, throw the first stone. Stop hating. It's not good for you. Okay? Don't worry. You'll be good. You will be good. I do own them within limited time. Well, you got to go with your budget. You got to go with what you're good on and do what you need to do, though. But he without losses, that's all. This year, just make sure you're as vocal on your own stuff when things are doing good, too. Don't just focus on the one or two things, you know. It's easy to call out a lot of that, but you know, if you want to put the whole story together, it's a great story. So don't miss out a couple of chapters if you're going to focus on the bad ones. I love my biotechs. The biotechs, you go 1 foot 4, you're dumping. Oh, man. Oh, man. That's it. You've filled the gap now. Yeah, you've hit the line. 3880 is in play now. That's weird. This is just getting weird. It's kind of funny, but because I was expecting this, but from here, and then I would have made my money back, but instead they drew you down $6,000 on the NASDAQ just to now bring you back down to no higher than where you were on Friday. So this was just, again, I think they're really testing conviction out there. Actually, NASDAQ is still up a shit ton, though. But now the NASDAQ is still in the kind of the ugly range from here. Yeah, but give it another. We still have a lot of time, though. You have 27 minutes, and then we'll go from here and see. Yeah, NQ's up a ton. Riding IBM, oh, they're going to be good. That was a nice bounce off the bottom, though. So that was literally 11,200 on the NASDAQ. There was a big earthquake in Indonesia, and kind of even on the SPY. Tesla's at least still holding. I don't know how I feel about that. I still don't know if I could trust it. Even Tesla or Nvidia's up. A lot of names are still. The NASDAQ is killing it, though. So QLGN, it's a bad biotech play that just got put on an orphan drug approval list. I don't know if they actually got it, but if they do, it's good. It's just a very, very low float, small market cap. You will lose money on it, so be careful. You think there's going to be some halts on tax filings, like delays? I don't know. I mean, they might do some stuff. They've been trying to change a lot. So we'll see. NBCU parent Comcast is looking for $1 billion in cuts. Remember they like paused the whole like self-reporting thing, but I have no idea. Real money steps up selling across in late trading. Stocks have reversed in New York amid real money sales across U.S. futures. There was no particular catalyst or news behind the sell-off, but the flows did materialize from several accounts, according to the dealing desks that see flow. So that's it. People just started selling. They say they're not even, people aren't even blaming the Fed speakers. They're saying this was straight up flow in terms of several accounts all at once kind of just started taking profits and selling out. And then banks are dropping. Yeah, I was looking at JP Morgan in the bottom right. God bless you, Yogava. Don't worry about it, man. And hopefully we can help out while you're listening in. But no worries, man. Don't force it. Make sure you get the law tarp. Amen. So a little bit of a bounce here, but you're still below 30. I think you need to close 3,900. You're literally trading right here. That's where you ended on Friday. There's Powell tomorrow. Yes, it's not like the big Powell, like it's not the FOMC, but he will be speaking, and there's like some monetary policy name or policy event. I believe it will be even Karuta speaking tomorrow. Damn. I think 7 a.m. Let me double check. My prediction is maybe a little bit of this, but I think we should have some more downside given the jobs report. But tomorrow will be hard to predict given the fact that it's all, he got the whole world in his hands. He got the whole world in his hands. He got the whole. So it's all on Powell. I'm seeing tomorrow it could be between 4 a.m. and 12 p.m. So low-key, we have no idea when Powell's going to come on. I think he should be on around 7 a.m., but there's a chance Powell might even move the market in the morning. Like your futures and pre-market may just move more than anything. So the lower you go from here, it's worse. That's it. I'd say you break 38.90, 38.90, 38.88, 87. This is where it gets clapped. My mom told me to pull all my money out the market because she heard the economy will be bad this year. That's good. You know your mom loves you, right, though? Like, your mom's the homie. That's it. That's it. You know, my mom told me the other day, she said, do you know JP Morgan? Did you know they took billions of dollars and bought all the property? I said, yeah, Mom, what the hell you think I was doing for the last, 15 years? And I said... She said, don't sell any houses. You say, if you want to sell, rent it instead. You rent instead. Don't sell it. They don't want anybody to have a house. I said, yes, Mom. I know, Mom. I feel. I said, amen. Amen. That's what my mom discovered as of 48 hours ago. No, that means it just hit the Egypt websites. So they got like a Egypt zero hedge. I forgot what it's called. But it's like an Egyptian zero hedge, and they post like news like that. So she probably just read the article talking about them buying like that. I did. That's what I told her. I was like, Mom, what do you think I've been doing? And she just said, but still, don't sell anything. Don't you rent it now? They don't want you to have this. I said, I know, Mom. Thank you. So it's good. Your moms are just looking out for you when they read those articles. So you got to be smart, be wise. And you'll be good. The Habibi Hedge. HabibiHedge.com for all your informational needs. Is it only at 20 minutes remaining? 20 minutes remaining. Flag captured. Flag dropped. Flag taken. Flag dropped. Sorry. Get into it. King of the Hill. Weeble forced you to close puss. And the irony is nobody forced you to use Weeble. It's a weird world that we live in. Kilimanjaro. Double kill. Triple kill. Kill-tacular. Yeah, we're old. eToro. I think eTrade, TD Ameritrade, but, you know, it's on you to do whatever you want with your money, and you'll be good. Halo isn't old yet. Dude, Halo is like 20 years old. Okay, stop it. Okay, look at our hairlines. Bro, you know how much my hair has changed since that game came out till today? Exactly. I gotta go, bro. It's okay. I live in reality. I'm not in denial. I used to be a little bit in denial, but that's it, bro. You realize that they just don't exist anymore, man. Hairlines, now I'm sad. Okay. But the beard grew in. I don't even got a beard. I got some weird patchy shit going on. Don't even make sense. Even my facial hair don't even want to grow like the rate I'm losing hair. And then why the hell can't my hair just grow like a couple inches higher? Why is it still growing on my face, but it's not growing on the top of my head? We need them up there. Yeah, he's like, nah, I want to work on the bottom floor. It's like, nah, why can't you just do some work on the top floor? Makes no sense. The Xbox headset, bro, it was a good time. The Xbox headset, talking on there, I loved it. It was so fun talking to people. CNBC headline, Tilray shares get smoked. Oh, the helmet. I was going to get it, but then I think my mom told me something about it. I don't even think they work. You ever seen those? I think we've already had a discussion on hair loss today. I feel like I'd be doing a disservice to going back to that conversation. You feel heavily invested options can move the stock to a degree. It just depends on how the stock moves. And then again, I mean, people taking and exercising stocks have big effects. Bitcoin miners deleverage, scale back in as crypto winter lingers. Public mining companies sell coin reserve stocks to pay debt. Spending on infrastructure saw big declines in 2022. And 5 minutes till the 10-minute rigged. Pop. 10-minute rigged, and then the final 5. We're really low, though. So, I mean, we could go either way from here. But, you know, a little bit more, it gets a little uglier. Other than that, if we could kind of hold 3,900, I think it's kind of chill because that's near the highs of Friday. But you're getting awfully close to death and destruction here. You went to the March 16th where they halted it. I know. We have a lot of good history here in the chat. All documented. Brought to you live and free. YouTube.com/the stock market. Brought to you by Positivity and Stream Alerts. We love you. Thank you. Do testosterone work? That sound like a duende. I never heard of it. I'm going to Google it. Do testosterone? What is that? Hormone replacement medication? What's a medication? Medication used to treat the symptoms of enlarged prostate? Bro, what? Nah. I don't want to. I'm just going to get the surgery, bro. That's what I'm saying. The hell? What would you... Yeah, bro. Used to treat benign prostatic hyperplasia in men with enlarged prostate. That sounds like Mike Tyson trying to say some medicine. What am I going to do with duesterwide to treat benign prostatic hyperplasia in men with enlarged prostate? Sounds dangerous. I'm going to walk away with a full head of hair and my balls are going to shrink. Doesn't sound that safe. Or maybe we have to make them enlarging. I want to play this game. It sounds dangerous. I'm the best ever. Stock market's thumping. You better watch out. Hey, Josh, is this the bottom? I don't know anymore. 3891. You dump from here, it's over, Chad. That's it. Then you get back here. I think 3880 might be back on that. Today's unreal, but it's been slow. But, I mean, I hope you guys listened in the morning where we just said don't overthink everything. If you could handle the heat, you could handle it. But, I mean, there's still going to be a lot more coming in with everything else. Tessie is still holding. I'm cool with the 2Gs on there. I'm still down on the NQ, but it's definitely not $6,000 or $7,000 today. We had Green Friday. Yesterday was Green Friday. Or Friday was Green Friday. And then today will be red. But actually the NASDAQ will be green, so it's 50-50. Yeah, somebody requested that. Someone requested the Pump It Up song. Again, I just hope he realizes, though, for real. Bull or bear, like, on all of these days. Like, I was telling you guys in the beginning of the year, or the beginning of the day, just like, how many times have we seen these types of moves? We don't know. The market is still looking good, though. It's still in a better area, but just, like, please, control your emotions. Don't let your bias get ahead of you. And it's just like, you got to understand, we need to wait for it. And you have these events there. So hopefully you're able to survive long enough to get you to the data. And hopefully you weren't over positioning and all of that. But just be wise about it all and you'll be good. But in a weird way, this is something we could have kind of, it just don't overthink some of these moves and try to find a direct answer right away. Because again, even then, the latest article we read, some people are just blaming this on flow and not even news. So 10-minute rigged is in 15 seconds. There's not too many orders. You might get more of a move on the final 5. Meta's dumping. Takes much discipline to not get scared. Yes and no. It's just kind of knowing, like I said, remember what somebody said. They're like, am I stupid for holding this, or if I don't cut? And I just said, you have to know why you are doing something. You see what I'm saying? Discipline is one thing, but you need to know why you are in a play and what is leading your play. If you're saying, I think this is the bottom, I think this is a top, it's like, why? What was the reason that you bought it? Because then what is the reason that changed that made you want to get out of it? You see what I'm saying today? You see what I'm saying today? But in general, and that is where it's like, I don't think it's discipline as much as it is reasoning and your logic behind some of these moves. And it's like, are you putting yourself in a position where you could hold out to the right event, the x-axis, so on and so forth, and even just handling, and looking ahead to the schedule of what we have here. Like I said, why, what's the point of selling out right before the day before Jerome Powell? What's the point of buying in at a higher price the day before there's going to be CPI or these events? So if that will be the reason why. Nano Strings gains the most since 2023 or 2013. So nice bottom there off the 10-minute rigged. I don't know if we're at 3,900 yet. You're still below 3,900. Oh, the Qs are getting dumped on. I think Qualcomm and some chip makers right there. Apple aims to drop Broadcom chips and use in-house design. Broadcom and Qualcomm, AVGO. There it is. They're out now. Let's see. Can we get one on this? Damn, Broadcom is expensive, bro. Oh, shit. I don't want to sell 500. Damn it. Apple dropping Broadcom chips. Let's go. Let's keep this one small. All right. I sold. Oh, I'm already down. Oh, I'm up. I'm down. 572.97. I shorted 25 shares of Broadcom. They already got clapped. But Apple is dropping Broadcom by 2025. Kept it small. 25 short. But that's big news. That's why Qualcomm and the rest are down. Damn, I'm already down $100 on those. 572. That shit moves a lot. Yeah, it's already bounced $6. Oh, they got me on that one. Well, where does that put it next to Friday? I like it. It's still high Friday highs a little bit, 572-ish. It just bounced $5 though. I think moves a lot. I only went with 25 though, so that would have been ugly on 50 shares. But Broadcom's a big mover. That's big news. It could come back up, and then that's it. But I saw Qualcomm. I think they did all chill out there. We'll see. ASML makes the chips. Apple plans to drop by 2025 to use in-house design. They're also swapping Qualcomm for homegrown modem. Combined Wi-Fi and blue chip would replace Broadcom part. Apple's push to chips inside its devices will include dropping a key Broadcom part in 2025. According to people familiar with the situation, Apple is Broadcom's largest customer, accounted for 20% of the revenue in the last fiscal year. Damn, there's a lot of info on it. So that's happening now. Apple, it's good for Apple, but then bad for Qualcomm. It's really bad for Broadcom. Because, again, Qualcomm flushed and had their little bounce, but they're just dropping the modems of Qualcomm. But for Broadcom, it's literally, that's 20% of their revenue comes from Apple. Yeah, it's going to do a pop and lock there. It's not down too much. Again, I'm keeping in mind Friday's level. So, like, I'm short right here on the Friday level. If it goes any lower, I mean, there still might even be, like, $10 a share or so. Remember, Broadcom is, I believe, absolutely running it as of late. So they're still actually pretty high. So now I'm positive on the Broadies, the Broadcoms. XLV just sucks today. Healthcare and the MRK, Johnson & Johnson. Final 5 in play. LYV rip in. Great call. Yeah, that was fast. We got it there quickly on that. I was looking here. I was looking at the futures. I just saw in the corner of my eye, and then I looked over at the news, and I saw it. So that one was big. I wish I was quick. You had time. Again, we had 2 minutes. You had 2 minutes right there. I was down on those shares that I shorted. Now they're up right now. I'm up $300 on that. So that's literally like $10 a share, low key. It's confirmed news. Yeah, you're going to hear more from it, but I think we're mad early on that. And then, so you just caught $10 a share. You filled the gap there from Thursday. I don't know. You could get greedy. It's already bouncing, though. And then we have, 3 more minutes. Spies going into the close on that. And then watch Qualcomm. They're even going down, too. It benefits Apple. That's why Apple's not moving on it. Qualcomm and Broadcom are the ones to get clapped on that. Puts would have been better. You should have done it then. That's it. You should have took it. If a puts would have been better. Either way, I like the share. Small risk, better reward. No worry about timing, man. If there's something better, I hope you got it. You know? All right, ladies and gentlemen. We're making our final approach. As we make our final approach, if you guys are holding on to any bags, please throw them in the overhead bins above or firmly beneath your seats. Or we're going to be coming through with the house with the trash bag if you'd like to dispose of those bags. As we make this final approach, we're going to be landing here into the second link terminal. Second link terminal in the description. That's going to be your nightly watch list and main channel layover. It might be a little bit delayed tonight, around 5 p.m. Pacific time, and then we're going to be taking off promptly around 6 a.m., 6:10. At a sunny San Diego, California. As we make this final approach into San Diego International Airport, it's about 65 degrees, mostly sunny, but we are expecting a little bit of rain. Kind of sounds like the S&P 500 for the last couple of days here, but we are no longer under COVID guidelines, so no masks are required, but we do ask that you exit 1 row at a time and drop a GG on your way out. As always, we appreciate you guys' business. If you're interested in the Code Rapid Rewards program card, please flag down your flight attendant, and we'll get you that as soon as possible. As always, thank you for flying with the Colt, and hopefully have a wonderful evening. Let's go, baby. The second Monday of the year. Yeah, the second Monday, you got to bring it home, baby. Let's go. You got earnings. You got Jerome Powell in the morning. The market made us earn it today. They made the Bulls and Bears really think about it. You're going to close right where you closed on Friday. I can't make this up. I can't make this one up, Chad. You better finalize the plays. 1 minute. Go, 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 go. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, you made it through the day. The NASDAQ is still up. The SPY is fighting in these final seconds to go green. The Dow Jones is red. You just got Qualcomm and Broadcom news. You have Jerome Powell in the morning. You're going to hear more about China and the reopening, but you have 30 seconds to finalize your play. So you got to bring it home, Chad. Finalize everything. You don't have too much tomorrow except Jerome Powell, CPI on Thursday, and what a day today. You have 10 seconds remaining. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ding 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 ding. Oh, let's go, baby. Oh, are you kidding me? We did it. We made it. Okay, I gotta stop yelling. But I need my GG chat. Are you kidding me? Oh, yeah, we did it. We made it. Let's go. Second Monday in the books. That's what I'm talking about. I need a GG. It don't matter if you made money or lost money. I know you learned something today. Put you all through the test. Hopefully you didn't overthink it. Hopefully you're ready for Powell. I need that GG. All my laggers, all my lurkers, all my lovers. Let's go. I need it. You made it 7 hours to the bell. Amen. All the people who held it down. All the people that contributed. All the members, all the non-members, all the stream alerts. Good game, baby. Amen. You played your heart out. That's what I'm talking about. Oh, man. I'm gonna lose my voice yelling. Oh, man. I see you too, Twitch. I see you too, baby. Have me the money, then have me some fun, bitch. I'm definitely doing really rapping, baby. Let's go. Good game. Nah, you played your heart out. I'll see you tomorrow. I'll see you, baby. Let's go. Jerome Powell, live in the flesh. Oh, man, I need a water. Hey, man, let's go.
My money on stats, I can show you the top. Every bottom I bought, both the key and the lock. Don't believe me, just watch. Use my freedom a lot.
I need me to rock. You won't see me a lot. Monday to Friday, you need me to... Let's go, baby. Actually, I'm going to let this one play. Chad, I love you. Thank you for everything. God bless all of you. We got a little bit to talk about. We are not going to have a PHILO today, unfortunately, but I need to go grab me a water even before I continue to say bye. That already got me a little hype, bro. You already got me clapped a little bit. Is the market dropping right now? Is it even? I think it's dropping even more, bro. What is happening? What a crazy close, low key. That's it. You close right below fire. Man, I can't. All right, run it, baby. Run it, baby. Let's go. Oh, you have Jeffrey's after hours.
I'm just trying to taste some, so let me taste. I'm just trying to eat some, so let me eat. I woke up in beast mode, they still asleep. Told them hit they free throws, they're back on D. I could hold the L, bro, that's on me. Told them take the game slow, keep the pace. Looking at the table, my enemies don't know where I came from. I'm like E.T. running. Money ain't the motive, but it sure is motivating. You ain't a hoe with love complaining and the celebrating. You sell a home, you know I'd love to have a conversation. We was buying cribs before you knew about inflation. You ain't gotta give me credit, boy, the banks give me a lot of that. I meant it when I said it, we gon' take it all and give it back. I learned a couple lessons, the wisdom that came from all the bad. I learned the repetitions, I put that shit on my dad. My money ain't getting lag, I wanted, could get it now, but I cannot force the hand. I buy that shit when it's there, your homie just look around. We did it, I say a prayer, we bit that shit from the ground. In the foundation they saying, y'all ain't feel it though. Nah, but we ain't need them though. I ain't being cocky, I just won't look in the mirror, bro. Doing more than talking, boy, the empire empirical. Every time I sign a dotted, boy, it still feel like a miracle. I'm just trying to taste some, so let me speak. I'm just trying to eat some, so let me eat. I woke up in beast mode, they still asleep. Told them hit their free throws, they're back on D. I could hold the L, bro, that's on me. Told them take the game slow, keep the pace. Looking at the table, my enemies don't know where I came from. I'm like E.T. running. Market's gonna crash, but I could kick another lesson. Till the curve went inverted and I don't talk recession. Till the dollar was stronger, then I ain't really stressing. But the fact it won't crash it until the Fed admitted 15 on 50. Boy, the kid already seen this shit. Only way to get tricked off bullshit is to believe in it. 2022, like 92, you should go read this shit. Japan and how they move might really make you think they lead this shit. Inflation, hot money, boy, it sound like today. I'm not playing, it ain't funny. Even the fix was raise race. Both the problem and solution started with a central bank. Call it what you want, but that one cost a decade.
Call it what you want, but that one cost a decade. So let me taste. I was just trying to eat some, so let me eat. I woke up at baseball. Oh, man. Chattadonia, we did it. We did it. You made it through a day. It was weird, right? Weird as shit. Now, you with me? I think it was weird. I think I probably ended up a little bit lower now. No, it worked. Hell yeah, we'll take it. We'll take it. But that was still a weird day. I don't know how I feel about it. Again, that's kind of how we felt on Friday. So we're going to see how this all plays out, Chattadonia. But I love you, and thank you for being here. Again, I'm a little bit, I don't know, could you tell I'm a little under the weather today? So I'm not going to put those bad vibes on you, but I got to get going here now. That's it. I wanted to even just say thank you. That's it. I wanted to come tell you thank you. I went and grabbed the water. That's it. I need to get my nap in so I could get y'all there. The Broadcoms all day. I know it was good. Hopefully, I mean, if you got a better feel, I think those tomorrow might hit. But we were up $10 a share real quick, or $10 per share real quick. But now Powell could happen tomorrow morning or not. And yeah, we're gonna see how it plays out, man. No, yeah, I'm chilling. I'm good, though. We made it all day through here. So, unfortunately, I'm not going to get the same amount of time with you towards the end, but I'm just pacing myself like the tortoise, you know, so that the tortoise can make it through to the watch list and so that we're ready to go tomorrow because we're going to have an exciting week, Chad. So, thank you all for being here, for real. If you've contributed, man, in any fashion, usually that's through your presence, man, and the people posting information, news, good questions, being nice to everybody, man, for real. I'm very excited about this community and everything we've already built here together with each other and just coming into the next year. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's it. It just gets me really excited. You know what I'm saying? It gets me really, really excited. So we're going to see what happens. I think it's going to be very, very fun. I hope you guys know you are blessed, and just for real, thank you guys for always being chill. And most of y'all are chill. Like, I gotta go. I gotta ban MoCat now. See, MoCat, I didn't ban you, but once I tell you you're banned, you feel it for a second. So just like chill, bro. You know what I'm saying? For real, the people who are always positive and posting nice things. You know, if I ever bring up stuff, you know, I try to make it informational. But you know what I'm saying? Just all the people who hold it down, all the people who don't play me, and who do it all in just a very positive manner. For real, thank you guys. I love y'all, and just let's get ready for an exciting week. Again, today could have been a lot better, a lot worse, but we have all of our events, so just thank all of y'all. Check out the link, second link for the watch list. It might come out a little later today. First link for that Scream Alerts Bootcamp and Real Estate course. Follow me on Instagram. I can't yell. I can't. Don't let me yell. It's already clapped. You know what I'm saying? Amen. Amen. But follow me on Instagram. I'm not going to follow you back and DM you asking you for money. That is the fake Josh, so please report him, okay? That's all we could ask for. Fill out the prayer request wall, though. You know, me and my mom are definitely praying for y'all. We want to pray for y'all. That's what we do. You got a lot of prayer warriors in the chat as well, so pray for me too. That's all I could ever ask for, man. And even then, just being surrounded by some dope people. That's all I could ever ask. You know what I'm saying? So amen. Amen, and God bless you, baby. Amen, and God bless you. And that's it. Just check it out. Check out all the links. So, Chad, I love you. I'm going to get going now. I'm ending it on a very, usually we get more hype, but we got to save it. We got to save it. But I love you, okay? And I'm going to see you tonight. And tomorrow at Powell. I hope you're ready, Chad. You know what I'm saying? This is what we waited for. So it's here. One day, I'm telling you, in a couple months, the market's going to just stop moving. And you're going to miss these days. Right now, it could bother you, but I'm telling you, you're going to come back and miss these days. You know what I'm saying? Amen? Amen. All right, Chad. I love y'all. Don't ever forget why we're here, why we keep going, why we in the game, baby. Why? Finger to the sky, baby. To God be the glory, and through the grace of God alone. Amen. Amen. Amen, Chad. I love you. God bless you. Peace out. Ladies and gentlemen, you've spent 7 hours tuned in to 101.5 The Code. If your mama raised you well, we could clearly tell. Got Jerome Powell on the way, earnings for another day, and CPI to take inflation away. I hope you're ready and I hope you enjoyed it. You don't gotta get going, but you gotta leave here, baby. The day's over, we'll see you on the watch list. And hopefully you get a good night rest, baby. This was Josh in The Code, and we are out. God bless you.